Okay. All right, I think this is all set up. So good evening, folks, on the Model Train People stream. I think this is all set up. I'm trying to keep an eye on things. This is going to be a little weird because I'm going to be streaming. I have two streams going on right now on my computer. I've got one for Model Train People and I have one for my own private community or personal community. That way we're trying to mobilize as many people as we can towards our good cause. But welcome to part 2 of the Train-A-Thon. I hope you all have enjoyed part 1. Despite our, we had some technical difficulties, but we managed to make it all work. And I'm super happy that we did that. Let me just pull up the chat here. That way I have it available if anyone has any questions or anything. This stream seems to be a little bit less latent, which is good. I seem to be able to see things a little better. I see there's Sam's message. Sam, thank you for guiding us through part 1 here. I am just going to grab this real quick. So basically the plan here is there is excuse me, Gideon. Thank you for joining us on part 1 as well, Gideon. So part 2 here is going to take us through the overnight hours. I'm going to be streaming, of the next 5 hours, I'll be streaming 4 of them. I will be doing some weathering, which is a lot of what I normally do on my own streams. But so we're going to be doing some of that for a couple hours. Then we're going to jump over with Billy and Danny of the Rail Brothers for an hour of shenanigans with them. And then we will jump back to me for another couple hours of weathering before we go into our overnight segment. And our overnight segment is going to be replays of videos from our community. Keeping you guys with some nice content to keep the stream going, and showcasing some of the members of our community who have made some really great content over the past year or two. So we're going to get my stream started here. Give me 1 second to get this pulled up, and we'll be right back. Good evening, everyone over on my own stream. For those of you who don't know, we are tonight live. I'm live here on my own channel, N-Scale Train Boy, and I'm also live over on the Model Train People YouTube channel. I'm simulcasting right now, which is, well, it's a little weird. People on the Model Train People stream, which is a strange sentence to say. Please let me know if the audio is too quiet, too loud, anything like that, because I can turn volumes. I can adjust volumes however works, whatever is good for you guys. So please just let me know. Unfortunately, I'm not going to have any music tonight. People on my stream who are used to music. It's just a lot of moving pieces, and there would be like repeating music, and it's just not worth the effort tonight, unfortunately. But we are going to be doing some great weathering tonight, as per usual. Did I actually remember to get all of my stuff together? This is a good question that I don't know. Too quiet on the Model Train People stream. Okay. That can be fixed. by doing this. That sound, I think that should be better now. Let me know if that's better, because I think it's better, but I don't know if it's better. So, did I get my stuff together? Well, sort of. I have enough stuff pulled together that I can make it work. So, that'll do. All right. Let's get myself all pulled together here. So, tonight, we are going to be weathering. As per usual. Sounds the same. Oh, you're talking about me on my own stream. Hey, how about that? Is that better, Dennis? Hopefully that's better for you, Dennis. And then hopefully okay on the Model Train People stream. Hang on, give me a sec. Okay, good. All right, let me turn the volume back off on my phone. I've got my phone pulled up here for the chat on the Model Train People stream. I've got OBS for my stream, and I've got my video over here. That way the Model Train People can see my stream too. So we're all over the place here, but we're hopefully going to be, fingers crossed, okay on this. So, first of all, for anyone on my own stream on the N-Scale Trainboy channel who is not familiar with what we are doing tonight, I am participating for the next 2 hours, and then for another 2 hours after that, shortly after that, I am participating in the Model Train People Train-A-Thon. So the Model Train People is a community of younger model railroaders, tends to be younger model railroaders, on Discord typically, or mostly. And we are kind of celebrating our second anniversary as a community, which was a few weeks back, by doing a fundraiser, which we did last year as well. But this year we are fundraising for the Payton Manning Children's Hospital in Indianapolis, Indiana, which is a great cause. We're gonna hopefully raise some money. Our target is Sam, you can correct me. I think our broad scale target is 2K, but our temporary target, just to keep things exciting and keep things close, is 700. And we're gonna see how far we can get. Ray, good evening on my own stream. Good to have you. Tonight's going to be a little bit confusing because I've got 2 YouTube chats to look at and try and keep track of, but good to have you in here, Ray. I just was wrapping up talking about what we are doing, so I'm going to be doing some weathering here. We're raising money for the for the Payton Manning Children's Hospital. Link to the GoFundMe is down in the description of my own stream and the Model Train People stream. The Model Train People stream also has a QR code in the top left-hand corner. And we are going to be raising some money for a good cause tonight. So thank you guys to all who have donated already. I think last I looked, we were at like $200 something. Let me actually pull it up. I can do that. I have that power. Go to this link. Yes. Sean, good evening. You'll be excited to see these are on the workbench tonight, Sean. $220 raised so far towards our interim goal of 700. So if you have any money that you can afford to spare, even a couple dollars, it all goes to a great cause, and we all appreciate it so much. And I know the people at Payton Manning Children's Hospital will appreciate it as well. So let's get into what we are doing tonight. So we are indeed going to be fiddling with some pumpkins, Sean. But before we do that, I do need to finish the fading on Garrett's caboose. So I'm going to just do the fading on this side. Then we're going to jump to fading the pumpkins for you, Sean. And then we will jump back to the Finger Lakes caboose here to do some grime and rust and some extra oomph to the weathering. So, yeah. Again, to people on my channel, sorry for the lack of music tonight. There's just a lot of moving parts right now, and it would add confusion to the model train people stream in particular, because it would mean there's a lot of duplicated music just due to the way I'm rebroadcasting my stream on their channel. So, we are gonna be musicless tonight, so I'm gonna try and keep trying. No worries, Sean. I'm glad that you popped in, and glad to see that you could see that we are working on these. And when you do pop back in later, I will be sure to show you progress update. Dennis tried to update or donate earlier, but there's something going on with people. Oh man, that stinks. I wish I knew how to help you with that. Yeah, that's confusing. PayPal can be a finicky service, shall we say. All right, what am I doing here? Weathering the caboose first. So, yes. So we're gonna go ahead and get to work on this caboose, and I'm using the the method of weathering that was taught to me by one Ted DiIorio, which is using some little dots of color of the kind of complementary color to the main body of the car, and this is all oil paints. And then I'm going to add some white in here as well. But we are going to go ahead and add these dots in and around here. That is, I think, good. Let me clear off my brush here. And then we're going to add some white oil paint as well. Then we're going to add some white to the sill and the gray on the bottom half of the cart as well. Dennis says he'll try again later with it. Great. Yeah. I wish there was... PayPal kind of is an interesting service, shall we say. It has its quirks, to be sure. And if you can't, no worries. There's no expectation for donations. I want to make that very clear. Every dollar you donate is very much appreciated, but is absolutely not expected. You know, we're trying to do a good thing for some good people, but we don't want you to feel obligated to do anything. You know, it's mostly, you know, it's just a fun thing for our community to do, and we don't want to make you feel like you're obligated or forced to do anything like that. So feel no obligation, but just know every dollar is very much appreciated, and definitely goes to a good cause. Okay, so now let's go ahead and start. And Garrett, I don't know if you're watching right now. I don't think you are. I should make sure that this stream gets posted up in various Discord servers that I'm a part of. But I know this looks scary for your beautiful caboose, but it's all part of the process. See, it's already looking better. I actually think I might want to add a little bit more green in here. It's a little bit too white. You know, you don't feel right watching my live stream if not contributing something. Yeah, don't feel like that. Don't feel like that, Dennis. I greatly appreciate the sentiment, but if you don't worry, you know, if you can't get around to it, no worries. Why do I apply oil paint when it comes to weathering? So oil paint works really well for things like fading or streaking because it has a lot of pull to it. It has a lot of, like, it stays wet, stays workable for a good long while after you apply it to the car, which then allows it to, blend and really allows you to really work it into cracks and crevices and blend it nicely along the entire car, as opposed to acrylic paints, which can tend to dry rather quickly, and then they just leave color splotches. As you can see with the oils, I'm able to blend it nicely right into the car without worrying about it. And don't worry about the windows here. I have some micro mask over the windows, so those are covered up. But yeah, so if I had used oil or acrylic paints for what I'm doing here, we would have a lot of just dried dots of paint across the whole car here. Also, let me zoom in a little bit for you folks. Where is my controls on that? That would be here. Properties. And there. Zoom level is right here. And boop, 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 boop. One more. Back one. Okay. That's better. But yeah, so I use oils for this step. I do use acrylics for other steps though. I use acrylics for things like here. We'll use this this car as an example. All of the light rust here. Oops, there we go. All of the light rust here. This is all acrylic paint, and that's because it gives me that kind of instant dry ability. Whereas the streaks and the little dark dots that have a slight pull to them, those are all oil paints. So it's a mixture of combinations that, when it comes to weathering, works the best, and it is what I find. We're gonna add a little bit more green just to really nullify this red. Let's go with that, and then let's blend it in. So the reason I'm using green here instead of just white is the green is on the opposite side of the color spectrum as red, so it cancels out the color, basically, is effectively what happens here. We devalue the red by adding the green, which dulls and fades the color. And then I combine that with the white that I added to get the fade. Now, the issue with that is that we do get some green into things like the finger legs of the 202R. In order to combat that, where did that brush go? I'm going to use this little guy to just kind of clean those up a little bit. There we go. And now let me clean this brush back off. And if you notice, I'm using my gloves. I always use my gloves when I'm weathering because I don't want to... One, I don't want to get my hands all that dirty. Or I almost always do use it when I'm weathering. Sometimes I won't because I'm lazy. But I want to try and keep my hands clean. But more importantly than that, I want to keep the car relatively clean. I don't want to get fingerprints, oils, any of that on the car, because then that will impact the weathering job. Add some more white in here, over here, and definitely some more white down here. There we go. So how is everyone's evening? Hopefully everyone's having a good time tonight. And folks on the Model Train People stream, hope you all enjoyed part 1 of our 24-hour live stream. I enjoyed kicking us off at the Hyde Park train station for our T-Track meet. Unfortunately, we did have a little bit of technical difficulties, but we managed to work it all out, and things are running smoothly now, which is great. Okay, let's see. Good to hear. Dennis has finally recovered from dinner. That's great. I assume you've had a nice big dinner then, based on your description. What'd you have to eat, Dennis? Hopefully something real tasty. Well, from your description, it sure sounds like it. And Iron Horse, good to hear. Good to hear. Took your mom out for steak dinner for her 77th birthday. Yeah, that's a good dinner then, for sure. And happy birthday to your mom. 77, that's awesome. So I'm going to go ahead and add some oils, just some white oil to the pilot end of the car here. And same deal with the ditch lights. I did micro mask them, so I'm not worried about getting paint over them, because that paint will all just come right back up with the micro mask. Which micro mask, for anyone who doesn't know, is basically, it's just what's it called? It's basically it acts like masking tape, but it's a liquid, so you can brush it on. It's a thick liquid, but it's a liquid that you can brush on and use it to cover up details that it's hard to mask. Dennis says July she will be 7-year cancer free. That is fantastic. I am so glad to hear that. Congratulations to her, and I guess to you for having a mom still, I guess. That's kind of awkward, but yeah, congratulations to your mom on that. That's fantastic. That really is fantastic. Always like transfer cookies. Say Sam? Yeah, me too. They're funky little creatures that the railroad uses. And yeah, Finger Lakes 202R is basically just a shoving plat. It's a former New York Central. Former New York Central? I don't know. It's definitely Penn Central transfer caboose that just got converted to a shoving platform on the Finger Lakes. And Garrett did it up real nice. He added all the functional lighting features that Finger Lakes 202R has. So it's got the ditch lights, it's got the headlights up top to be used on big long shove moves. He's got the propane and the generator, propane tanks, the generator. He's got switching to the other side, the other ditch lights. That we've got the rotating beacon light, the horn. Looks like an antenna, a couple antennae or something like that. I don't know what all of the details are, but they sure are there. But yeah, Garrett did a great job at modeling this, and I'm honored that he's letting me weather it for him. Yeah, we'll leave it at that for now. So that's done now. We'll let that kind of set a little bit. And we're going to jump over to the pumpkins. And son of a gun, I didn't look for my color wheel. I was supposed to look for that after my normal stream on Monday night, and then forgot to. Where did that go? Where did it go? Color wheel. How did I lose my color wheel? I might need a minute here to find this. Transfer cabooses are not only great for shoving platforms, but they also make a great grilling deck. I bet. Yeah, okay. I need my, I need my color wheel. So I'm going to take a second to look for that. I will be back in just a moment when I find it. Hopefully just a moment. Hopefully it won't be more than a minute or two here of searching. Let's see, where could it have gone? put it up here somewhere. No. Not in there. All right. Did it fall down somewhere? Excuse me. Where is it? This is really frustrating. I'm sure it's kind of boring for you folks as well. Success! I found it. GoFundMe is up to $245. That is awesome news, Sam. Thank you to everyone who has donated so far to the cause. Again, we are fundraising for the Model Train People's Train-A-Thon, where we are raising money for the Payton Manning Children's Hospital in Indianapolis, Indiana. GoFundMe link down in the description if you're on the Model Train People stream, down in the description and up in the top corner. But to everyone who has donated so far, thank you so much. It means a lot to us to see your generosity, but it means even more to the folks who will be receiving the money over at the Children's Hospital. Okay, so the reason I need my color wheel is we got to figure out what are complementary colors to BNSF H1 orange and green. So let's go ahead and first things first, let's go ahead and take the shell off of the frame on this -8. Using the good old fashioned trick of just tapping it against the box. Then I can pull it right off. And I'm going to leave the fuel tank in the trucks for later, right now. We're gonna have to do a second test because the colors that Atlas used on the -7 versus the -8 are slightly different. The -8 has a warmer. Oh, not warmer. It has a lighter orange and a darker green, whereas the -7 has a lighter green and a darker orange. So we're gonna have to be doing some little bit of adjustments. But so we'll start with this. So opposite of orange is blue. So we're gonna need some blue for sure. But it's a little bit of a yellow blue. So we're gonna do blue and a little bit of blue violet. So blue with a touch of purple. And then the green. So we have a very dark green. Should be over here. We have like this green here. So 1, 2 down. So we're gonna jump over to red. So we need like a maroon for the green. I am going to write that down because otherwise I am going to forget it. Sam sent me a better QR code. Okay, great. Give me a second. I can implement that. I hope this opens on the right screen. Let's find out. It did. Good. All right, let me grab that. While that is loading on my computer here, I'm going to keep working. Pencil, thank you. Let me grab my little, what's it called here? Pun intended, of course. Yeah, true. All right, orange to blue / blue violet, green to maroon, Okay. There we go. All right, let me grab from Sam this better QR code. Just stretch it bigger. Yeah. Where am I? Where am I going? What am I doing? Who knows? Not me. That's for sure. There. That's where I'm going. Trains and TCG, Haley, good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you are doing well tonight. We are live tonight on my channel, and as well as on the Model Train People channel, which is a community that I am a part of. Oops, don't want to do that. We are fundraising for the Payton Manning Children's Hospital in Indianapolis, Indiana. Raising money for a good cause by doing a 24-hour live stream over on the Model Train People's channel. And I am simply a participant tonight, which is fantastic to be doing. So on my stream, there's a link down in the description for what's it called? The GoFundMe link. There's a link down in the description for the GoFundMe link. And in on the Model Train People server, or Model Train People stream, it is both in the description and also in the QR code on screen. If I can make the QR code better, I will try to do that. I just need a moment. Be in Ironwood, Steve, good to have you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Iron Horse, speaking of green, you got a 160 Levi Strauss jacket for only $28 on clearance. That is nice. Well done, my friend. Yes. Do that, do that, do that. Okay. Close that forever. Not forever. There we go. And then let's do like that. And there. Perfect. Okay. I think that's a little better on the Model Train People side, Sam. You can go ahead and let me know, but I think it is. Sam says his buddy William just switched himself into a corner on his new interchange yard that he designed himself. Now that is impressive. All right, blue and some touch of violet. And then I need some red and brown to make a maroon. Excuse me. And then I'm going to need a little bit more blue for the -7 and a little bit more red for the -7. Okay, I can manage that. All right. So we're going to do... a little bit of blue. Much better. Good, good, good. Thank you. Thank you, Sam. So, if anyone on my stream is wondering why I'm talking to people that don't seem to be in my chat, that's because I am. Like I said, I am live both on my own channel and the Model Train People channel right now. YouTube.com/@ModelTrainPeople for anyone curious. But... yeah, I'm live on both channels right now, so I'm looking at both chats and talking to people on both sides. So that's if you're a little confused, that might be why. There we go. Okay, let's go ahead and blend these up. Someone say they backed themselves into a corner in a roundhouse. No, Dennis. Sam's buddy William is doing some switching, and he backed himself into a corner in an interchange yard that he designed, which he apparently says, "How is that impressive?" And then had to use a second locomotive to unstick himself. What was it? Oh, that's right. That's what I was doing. I was getting a couple of my little Q-tip stick thingies out here. These These are great tools to have for any model railroader, by the way. These are just basically little cotton swabs. You know, fine point cotton swabs. I got about 1 billion of them on Amazon for like $30 or something like that. They also sell them in smaller packs. Tamiya sells them in smaller packs that are a little bit more expensive, but they're also a little bit nicer. So I have both here. Here's the billion of them that I got off of Amazon, which is fine. It's fine. And then here's the like 50 pack that I got from Tamiya, which is double-sided and has a little bit thicker cotton. So both can be useful, but highly recommend picking some up for any model railroader. They're useful for painting small details. They're useful to poke things around. They're useful to helping to take decals off of decal paper. They're just all around very useful tools, and definitely recommend all model railroaders to pick them up. Oops, don't want any red. Well, yeah, a little bit red in there. Actually, it's not bad. Don't mind me, my hearing is goofy sometimes, and you have a few screws loose. Well, don't we all, though? Don't we all, Dennis? Or at least us Dennises do, that's for sure. I think that's a factory default for Dennises, is having a few screws loose. I'm going to increase my brightness a few notches here so I can actually see what I'm doing better. That's probably okay. Let's see. Ed, welcome back, Ed. Good to have you back here on the stream. Good to see you, my friend. All right, let's go ahead and carefully, we're going to take the cab and the frame, or cab and the shell, cab and the hoods off of the sill here. Go ahead and do that. Let's see. Tatted Railfan has always been a production of standard cab GEs. Me as well. I love the standard cab Dash 7s and Dash 8s. They are fantastic. Generally, I don't love GEs. I prefer EMDs, or really I prefer Alcos over everything. But standard cab GEs are very, very nice. Where's my tweezers? There we go. Need to get the cab glass out here. I almost forgot about that, and I was wondering why it wasn't coming off. Then I remembered I have to pop the cab glass out as well. Sam's glad his segment is over with the problems he had. Yeah, that's fair. Ooh. Yeah, I'm sorry your segment was so problem-ridden, Sam. It's unfortunate. All right, why is this not cooperating? Do Do I have to just take off these? I really don't want to take off these. Oh, there we go. Got it. It finally came. Finally came off. There we go. All right. We'll weather that separately later. Let's go ahead and take the cab off as well. We're going to do everything kind of set. Yeah, we'll do everything separate. We'll do it nice. There we go. Time for Sam to relax, indeed. Dennis, so we got into $1 billion yet, or 1 million, or however many that is. Fortunately, not quite yet. We're getting there though. 245 is still pretty nice. Let me get all this dust off of here. Excuse me. Actually, I might need a second here to go grab my water bottle, because I'm not realizing I kind of forgot it in the other room. Oh, goodness, excuse me. Clear all that off. We're going to take the cab aside for now. Leave the cab there. Okay, so. Shut up, watch. Leave me alone. Grab a little bit of brown, a little bit of red. Mix up this maroon. Am I even on camera? Oh, a little bit I am. That's good. Ooh, gonna go get some Mediterranean food. Nice, Sam. Enjoy that. That sounds delicious. Okay. Oh, you know what I could do? Oh, maybe I could do that. I don't like the silence is my problem. I want there to be sound. I want there to be music. I might just have to figure out how to get the music working here. I think that we'll fold in the rest of this brown. That's good. Nice and maroon. All right. And I think I am going to fold a little bit more of this violet into the blue violet. Yeah, that's good. All right, great. And now those can go into my garbage bag. And we can begin our dots. Our dots. Did anyone ever make a working orange Jules snow excavator to the other rotary snowplow? I don't actually know. I'm hiding behind the microphone. Yes, I am. Mikey is speaking now. Thank you very much. We love Mikey here. For those on the Model Train People server who haven't seen my normal streams, this is Mikey. Mikey is my friend. He has been with me for many years now, and he has served me quite well. Oops. Sorry for the Model Train People's stream, folks who just saw a taskbar pop up in front of my stream. Okay, so what am I doing? Weathering, yes. Okay, good. Let me just just make sure there's no dust or oils or anything on here that would affect the weathering. Okay, good. All right, let us begin. My helix a little blue, yes, just a touch. Okay. There we go. All right, and then we'll blend that in. You have a blue snowball that's white. Nice. Yeah, the Yeti mics, or the blue mics are good. Like I said, this one has served me well for many years now. Well, actually, not quite this one. This one has been with me for, I want to say 5 years now. And then I had one before it that was with me for at least 5 before that. Well, maybe not at least 5, but I've had a blue mic for about 10 years. I got the same model when I had to get a new one. Also, am I working on camera? A little bit off. Let's do that. There we go. Now you can see better. Oops, I almost forgot to do that. I'm glad that I noticed that. I almost forgot to take out the rear number boards. That could have gotten ugly. Let's switch to my other tweezers to take that out. Yay, in frame, indeed. I'm a little quiet. Okay, that's good to know, Sam. You got to head out. Thanks for stopping in. Thanks so much for stopping in, man. I always appreciate seeing you here. And, you know, I hope you have a wonderful night as well. All right, come on. I'm going to work this thing out carefully. There we go. Let's put that right there for now. Actually, no, let's not do that. Let's put it in the box so I don't lose it because it's not mine. You know what, while I'm at it, let me just pull all the glass. There's the front headlight. And then let's get these side windows out. There we go. There's one. Gotta be so careful because these glazing elements can get really fragile. Okay, now let's just work this out of the cab. Come on, it's almost there. There we go. Got it. Nothing broke. Good. Now the front glazing, and there we go. All the glazing accounted for. Yes, all the glazing accounted for. Excellent. Good. Now I don't have to worry about that. I need to remove this carefully. Snap. Yeah, no kidding. Other railroads have painted over numbered boards before. True. But I don't think other railroads have painted maroon and maroon and violet over the number boards before. I don't know if that's been done. I need this brush. There we go. Yes, 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 and yes. So, for reference here, that's your before. That's your after. It's kind of hard to see on camera. Let's see if I can. See if I can show this a little better. Before. After. You can see it's a lot duller, a lot more faded over here than it is on the top or the other side. All right, let's go ahead and do the orange now. And then let's just put a dot in each of the letters of the maroon. Good, good, good. I missed this. Listen, Ed. You saw weather. Good. Good to hear that you saw weather. That means that I'm doing my job. Let's add some white in. Because we don't want to just cancel, we also want to fade. Okay, there. All right, let's try that. And then we can always add a little more white afterwards if I need. Does this look messy right now? You betcha. Is it going to look good in a minute? You betcha. I need to bring, where's another brush? Let's use this brush. Just really work it into the crevices here. There we go. Look at that. Now that is nice. So let's go ahead and flip it around. So here's your before. And there's your after. For a good, that's actually a really good before and after right here. This shows off the technique very nicely. Before. after. And again, I learned this technique from watching Teddy D'Iorio. I did not come up with this on my own. I'm sure he didn't come up with it on his own. It's a technique that's been passed down from weatherer to weatherer to weatherer. But it's fairly basic color theory, really. Ever think of leaving a clean spot? It might look scuffy, but having a hint is still... Having a hint that it's still being used. Okay. That's not a bad idea. What I might do that on the sill piece here. I might like mask over one battery box. The one battery box has been replaced. Or I might scrub clean one of the door panels. That's not a bad idea at all, Ed, actually. I actually really like that. Let me grab another bit of a cotton swab here. Where did there it is. Let me add a splash of my mineral spirits into one of the wells for both cleaning and for doing something like this. Thank you, Ed, for that fantastic idea. Thank you, Ed. Thank you for yelling at me. And also, thank you for this great idea. This adds a nice kind of sense of history to this, especially considering it's an H1. I know Sean wants to model, not necessarily exactly modern times, but roughly modern. So it would have to have some doors replaced and things like that. Look at that. Thank you for that idea, Ed. That's super cool, actually. So we get the middle panel of the N, or actually the right panel of the N, and this panel right here, both been swapped in from another unit. That's actually looks really nice. Ed, you might be a genius. And I want to do, let me do one more panel. Let's do this one right here. It's a nice big one. I like that a lot, actually. I like that quite a lot. Thank you, Ed, for a great idea. All right, let's continue our weathering around the nose. I'm just going to do all the way around the nose here, actually. Yeah, let's go all the way around the nose here. Maroon for the green. If only you were a real genius, you'd find a way to get paid for being a genius. That would be genius. Oh, boy. There we go. And down this side of the nose as well. Really work it in and around. Let's clean out my brush. Really soak the or get the oil out of the brush here. Good. Now I'll go ahead and clean it up a little bit. Good, good, and good. Excellent. And now the other long hood. What are you? Oh, that's what that is. I picked up one of the cotton swabs here, and it didn't have any paint on it. I was like, what is happening here? Why does not like a glob of blue or maroon on the? It's the one I was using to clean off the doors. Okay, good. And now get some white down the center here. Good. And a couple dots of maroon for the letters. Good. Good, good, good. What do I need? I need this brush. I don't want the cracks and crevices to have a ton of color in them. So I use this brush to kind of pick up some of that excess color. All right, now let's get the top and bottom half. Oh my gosh. That's a problem. Not on this locomotive, but do one with chipped paint. Do one with chipped paint with a clean panel or two that still has the chipped paint. That could be interesting. I would I would probably do one of that, something like that on one of my own engines, just because that's like a new. This is a technique that I know how to do. That would be trying some new stuff. That's not just, you know, simply removing some of the weathering. So I'm a little hesitant to do that on this because this is not my own locomotive. But that's not a bad idea at all. And it sounds like it would be really nice. Don't worry, I cleaned it up. It's okay. That was yeah, that was an oof though. That was definitely an oof. White. There. Okay, all right, let's go ahead and blend this in. Let me just clean out this brush quick before I do that. So challenge accepted? Yes, eventually. It may not be for a little bit because I've got a lot of stuff that I'm trying to do for clients and friends and stuff like that. I have I think 6 or 8 of Corey's cars in a box behind me that I might get to later tonight. We'll see. But I've got a ton of stuff that I need to do for clients and friends. So my own stuff is kind of taking a back seat. When I have some time, I would like to try that though. Here we go. Go. Blend it in. Blend it in. Let's use my more bristly brush. Go ahead and just clean it up, and there we go. I want to clean off a couple panels on this side too. Not nearly as many. I think maybe just one of these. We'll just clean off this F panel. There we go. Good. You know what? I'm going to do one more. I'm going to do this one here on the B. go. Okay. Good, good, good. Only 3 watching? You need the 7 on the model train. No, no, no. I would rather the 7 people watching on the model train people to stay over there and stay on the main stream. The reason I'm live here on my channel, Ed, is I want to try and catch the people who don't necessarily know about the model train people channel, and try and encourage them to join in on the charity and generosity and fun. I'd rather they stay over there and keep things, keep the lantern burning on the MTP stream. And I'd rather this stream be a little quieter. Because at the end of the day, well, at the end of the hour, actually, the stream on my channel is going to end. We're going to jump over, spend some time with Billy and Danny of the Rail Brothers. And that's all going to be on the MTP stream. Which reminds me, Billy or Danny or whoever was on the account earlier, are you guys going to be live on your channel, or what was your guys' plan? Let me know, please, because then that impacts how I need to pass things off to you guys. Whether I just need to pull up your stream, or whether I need to coordinate with you guys to get into a Discord call or something. So please, if you guys are still hanging out here, let me know. That way we can get ready for that, because that happens in 44 minutes now. They'll be hopping on and pursuing in some shenanigans, which I know they are wont to do. There we go. Okay, and now we just have the roof line, and then we can jump to the cab. Okay. I'm going to do the roof line here, and then I'm going to actually run over to my room real quick and grab my water, because my throat's getting a little bit parched here. I'm going to pop the stack out here as well. I don't want to get the stack weathered like the roof. You want this channel to be quieter, so stop filling. No. I'm happy to have you here, Ed. But if one of the streams was going to be less populated than the other, I would rather my stream be less populated than model train people be more populated. Since the model train people stream is the stream that's going to be persisting at the end of the hour. Folks over in the MTP stream are a little bit quieter, so I'm happy to have you here to chat with. I think I'm going to go a little bit heavier on the fading on the roof here. All right, let's try that. Let's see how this comes out. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right, now let's jump in with the coarser brush. I'm going to have to go back in with more white on the roof here to get the effect that I want. More dirt. More dirt indeed. Exactly, Ed. More fading on the roof because it gets more sun. You got it. We have a winner. Ding, 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 ding. Holy cow. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All right, I don't know who is out here popping off, but somebody in the past, when was that? Half an hour ago, somebody anonymous donated $200, putting us at $445 in our fundraiser. So whoever that was out there, thank you so much for that. That is huge. Your generosity is so appreciated, and I don't even have the words to say that. It means so much to us that you know, that you would be able, you know, you would be generous enough to donate to the cause like that. Thank you so much to whoever that was out there. You rock. $200. Wow. Wow. Oh, by the way, Billy or Danny, whoever it is, I think, I don't know if you guys were here when I asked before. Do you guys have a plan for what you're going to be doing in terms of, are you going to be going live? I assume you're going to be going live on your channel, right? Or did you have some other plan? I just need to know, that way I can start to figure out as we start to creep towards your hour. I need to start to figure out how we're going to transition over to you guys once I'm done. And you must be around some awfully big birds. You guys, yeah, that's for sure, Sam. That's the plan? Okay, great. That makes it easy on me. I can just switch over to your guys' stream. So that's good to know. And Sam, I think you just missed it, but somebody half an hour ago donated $200 anonymously to the cause. So to whoever that is, again, thank you so much. We're now at 445, and that is awesome. I don't know. Billy, Danny, do you guys need or want Sam for your segment, or are you guys good to go? All right. There we go. All right, let's jump to the cab. But before I jump to the cab, I am going to quickly run over to my room so I can grab my water. I'll be back in 10 seconds. I told you I'd be back in 10 seconds. Also, maybe have a shadow under the overhang due to lack of sun. That could definitely be interesting. I don't know how I would do it, though. Well, I think I'm going to leave it as is. I think I'm just going to leave it as is. It's not a bad idea, Ed. I just not entirely sure how I would go about implementing it so that it doesn't just look like a clean spot on the side of the engine. So Ed and Sam, you guys are ridiculous. Both of you counting me down. I made it in 10. I made it in 10, so that's all I'm gonna say. All right, orange gets the blue treatment. Excuse me. There we go. Here we go. All right, blend it in. Away we go. We're going to turn it purple for a minute here. There we go. Look, perfect. Exactly how I wanted it. Purple. Did the brothers go? Oh, that's a good point. They said they think they are good to go, Sam. So I think that means that you are relieved of duty officially. Sorry, I read that message in my brain, but I don't think I read it out loud. So thank you for the reminder. Two chats for the price of one. Yay for multiple windows. Oh, Ed. Never change, my friend. Never change. Billy says go to sleep, Sam. Bummer. I'm working off camera. Oops. There we go. Alright, so now if I put this on here, it should roughly match. Let's just make sure. I need the cab to be a little bit lighter. So you pull a little bit more color off. So when am I getting a live band for music? Talk to my agent. No. Yeah, tonight I'm just not doing music. Normally I have my, Ed, I normally have my music, but with the multiple streams, it would be hard to keep the way I'm doing the live, basically on the Model Train People stream is by rebroadcast, basically just having a browser source open in my streaming software to capture my browser for YouTube on my monitor, and then that is showing my stream to the Model Train People. So it's kind of it would be hard to separate out the audios in order to have my music, which is why we are silent for tonight. Just a light fade over everything, including the doors that I cleaned. Just to kind of tie everything together. And then I'm going to clean those doors off again. And same over here. This is why I need a live van. I can share Mikey. That is true. If I did have a live band, we could all share Mikey. I gotta ask my brother. He's the musician. That ties that all together nicely. And now we're just going to clean off. Let's see, I had it was this one, this door. And this door were replaced. And we're going to jump to this side. It was this door. This door. this door that were replaced. And then we're going to jump to the sill, and we're going to get the sill weathered. And then we can maybe jump over to start disassembly on the -7. And then we will jump over to hanging out with Billy and Danny. Let's see. It's my chance. I didn't even notice that. It's my chance to sing, Billy says. Bummer, send the link to the music so they can listen in the background. Yeah, that works, Sam. Let's see. If I ever get around to doing my own live streams, it would be so disorganized. Music would be for Benny Hill. You have Benny Hill playing in the background now? Yeah, that seems about... Well, that would have been about accurate for the beginning of the day. We had some technical difficulties, unfortunately. Through no one's fault of just... You know, how things went down. We had some technical difficulties. And that would have been probably appropriate. Good. All right, there we go. All right. Yakety sax. Gotta love it. All right, there we go. All right. So here's a really good before and after for your green. Oh, never mind. There's a really good before and after for the green. Top is unweathered. Bottom is weathered. And you can see the difference that it makes. Chicken shawarma and a hard-code red dew. Very delicious. Nice. Sounds like a delicious and nutritious meal. Enjoy that, Sam. Oh, boy. Oh. It's the only way you can get a zero sugar coat red. Huh. Fascinating. Nope, that's the wrong color. I need the maroon. Where did my... There's my stick for the maroon. Thanks. Thanks, Dennis. Yeah, I think it's looking very nice so far. And I hope that Sean enjoys it when he gets it. there's that. Let's get some white onto the sill. Why am I using the back of this Q-tip and not the front and not the other one? Yeah, that I don't know. Too bad there isn't a way to change the clean areas once a month to give extra moving cash. That would be cool. That would be really cool. I mean, it's definitely the way you would do that, Ed, would be just have like 2 or 3 different shells of the same locomotive number, and then you know periodically swap out what shell is the current one on the unit, and then have each one have the same basic level of weathering, but with slightly different wear, slightly different cleaned doors, stuff like that. That would be really cool. Ah! I got jump scared. Welcome to this side of the stream, Sam. Sam, you've jumped forward in time by about, I don't know, 5 seconds, 3 seconds, whatever the delay is between my stream and the Model Train People stream. How does it feel to be in the future compared to the Model Train People? Oh, jeez. I crack myself up, Cue the SpongeBob meme. Future. Oh, jeez. Sam and Ed, you guys are confusing me with what stream, bouncing back and forth between the 2 streams. My brain doesn't know where to look. A 0 sugar, caffeine-free, Code Red Mountain Dew. Now that is quite the ask, Ed. Right. Bring this down the sill. I'm just using paint that's already on the brush to do this side of the sill rather than putting all new paint out here. And then I'll go around. Oh my goodness, you guys are in stereo. Could use white glue instead. That could be washed off with water. True. Could do a few different layers with some sort of matte medium, whether it's white glue or something in between. and then kind of clean off layer by layer. And that, oh, nope, I almost forgot to clean off some of the, gotta make it entertaining, Sam says, yeah. True that. I'm entertaining enough, but I appreciate the assistance, Sam. Can always be more entertainment to be had. Really make sure I'm getting all the nooks and crannies and cracks and crevices of like the stairwell here. I don't want the stepwell to look too clean. Ooh, a piece of baklava. Nice. Don't forget, I will lose an hour tonight with the time changer tomorrow morning or whatever. Oh, we know. I know, Denny. Don't worry. I won't forget. In fact, that's the reason why the original plan and what it says on like the thumbnails and all that stuff says that we were going to end at 2. And then we realized, oh, daylight savings is happening. So we're actually going to be ending at 3 p.m. tomorrow and not 2. All right, let's go ahead and get this all loosely reassembled. Let's just get a good overall look here. And we'll start to disassemble the -7. There we go. And I'm going to actually, that'll be funny. We're going to compare that to the fresh, shiny, clean undercarriage, the underframe here. Now that looks a little bit silly with the fresh, clean undercarriage. Your pastor applauded you for making the commitment to do the full 24 hours. Yeah, absolutely. There we go. There's one. Well, no, I was going to say one completed weathering job, but it's not. It has the fading done. A completed fade job. Minus the, well, you know what? What the heck? We're here. Let's just do it. Fade, fade, fade. These trucks and this underframe, this, fuel tank and undercarriage. The stereo only works if you're watching in both chats at the same time. Yeah, otherwise you just go cross-eyed, I think, or something like that. Cross-eared, I guess. I don't know. You get crossed. All right, other side. So what was up with the opposite colors again? You missed that. Ah, I see. So, so this is a technique I learned from Ted DiIorio, who actually I think is live right now on his own channel, doing some weathering. He does Saturday night weathering streams every week. But basically what we are doing is using color theory to help us fade the colors. So instead of just putting a layer of white over top of everything, which works, but kind of dulls the colors, it doesn't necessarily... It just kind of coats the colors. It doesn't necessarily counteract them. When we add some of the opposite side of the color wheel, the complementary color, it actually negates the value. So it brings the value down in addition to the vibrance. So that's when I add a little bit of maroon and white to the green, it fades it more effectively, and it's not just like a pale green. It's now an actual desaturated green, like it kind of would be after exposure. So on top of the green, we used a maroon. On top of the orange, we used a like bluish purple. And that's how we got here. So that's it for the Dash 8. I'm going to quickly disassemble this Dash 7. That way it's ready for when I come back after Billy and Danny. And then we'll jump over and hang out with them for an hour. Oh boy, what railroad hat are you wearing now? I don't know. That's a long list, Sam. I'm going to go with... Yep, because I've got it. Got it in front of me. We're going to go with BNSF because it's in front of me. I have no idea if you even have a BNSF hat. I don't know what hat you have other than a lot of them. But we're going to go with BNSF because it's sitting in front of me. Ooh, Indian is Southern G&W. Nice. The Orange Borg. All right, we're going to go ahead and take some of this out here. Whoa, this has an orange walkway? Huh. I did not know that. I didn't know that BNSF had orange walkways on some engines. Well, I guess I still don't know that they have that. That could just be a foobie from Atlas, but I don't know. I will find out, though, between streams. There we go. Let's take the sill off. And then let's take the cab off. Oh, pre-G&W. I missed the pre-word. It was hiding under the heart emoji thing on my screen. Pre-Borg. Nice. Even better. Far better, actually. I don't mind G&W, but it's just everywhere. Now, I have some friends who would murder me for saying that I don't mind them, and not that I hate hate them, but you know. It's not a bad scheme in and of itself, but it's just so ubiquitous that it's a problem. And the fact that they have zero quality control over what color orange is actually used on the power, that's also a problem. There we go. And we will pop that out, and there we have it disassembled and ready to go for later. So I think we're still gonna need, I assume Billy and Danny still need a couple minutes here. Let me check here. Excuse me. Yep, so they still need some time, which is fine. No rush, no rush. I can go ahead and sort of clean off. Whoa! Good thing I caught that cab, otherwise it would have been gone. We're going to clean off some of the dust from... Clean off some of the dust, excuse me, from the shell here. Whoa. Goodness gracious. Working on it. Yeah, no, like I said, no rush. Whenever you guys are ready. I just don't want to step on your guys' stream if you are going, so that's why I checked. I gotta see if Paul's around. My friend Paul Stamp's around for the my second stream of the night here, because he loves B-23-7s due to his affinity for the Finger Lakes Railways, which has a large fleet of, well, not large per se, but a, you know, like 6 or 7 locomotive fleet of B-23-7s, and they are in fact Paul's favorite locomotive now from that. So all right, really dust it off here. Good. Stop yawning. It does travel through the internet. It really does. It's pretty incredible, the power that a good yawn has. Ah, boy. All right. What to do. And you just ran out of coffee. The horrors. The horrors. All right. Well, I guess I'll use this time to remind folks, in case anyone has joined, that we are in fact streaming tonight and today and a good chunk of the day tomorrow as well, to raise money for the Payton Manning's Children's Hospital in Indianapolis, Indiana. It is the Children's Hospital out in Indianapolis. We are raising money as part of that, as part of the celebration of our 3rd anniversary as a community, as the Model Train People. If you're watching the Model Train People stream, either in the top left corner or down in the description, there is a QR code / link to get to the GoFundMe. Nothing is expected, but everything is appreciated. And if you're on the NCL Train Boy stream, just down in the description below, you will find the link to the GoFundMe. We have raised $445 out of our initial $700 goal so far, and we are so incredibly proud and thankful to everyone. Proud of and thankful to everyone who has donated so far. So thank you all so much. Yeah, and I hope you guys have been enjoying the streams. Gideon was having a nice time chatting about some of his roster and roster building and stuff like that before, and Sam was working on some rolling stock earlier, getting some wheel sets or trucks, and couplers converted. And of course, we kicked off over at the Hyde Park train station for the T-Track meet that I was at. So we've had a good time so far, and in a few minutes here, whenever they are ready, we will jump over to hanging out with Billy and Danny of the Rail Brothers. So I'm going to go ahead and prep for that. So I will hop off for now. People on my stream, I guess people on both streams. I will see you guys in about an hour when I come back after Billy and Danny are done. And I'm going to do some more weather. We're going to get this B23. And then we're going to jump back over to the Finger Lakes Railways transfer caboose here. And go ahead and get that to the next stage. So I will see you guys all in about an hour. Let me quickly end my stream here. Link. Dennis, I will be rebroadcasting over on the Model Train People stream. The Rail Brothers stream. But you could also find them at youtube.com/@railbrothers. There is the primary stream that's Model Train People is where the primary stream is going to be, but you can find Billy and Danny at youtube.com/@railbrothers. So, we're going to go to a quick intermission. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you guys in about an hour. We'll see Billy and Danny in hopefully a few minutes.
The hot, crispy filet of fish. You either love it
in theory, we're going to be talking about, kind of our progress on our current layouts. In tradition of model there. Danny, did you update the Facebook one yet?
I'm in the middle of updating the Facebook one.
Okay. Cool.
Are
we really live? Are we live?
Yeah, I think we're doing.
Are we doing live? Are we doing it? Are we live? Are we really live, Danny?
And I'm gonna do testing Facebook. Let's see.
Testing Facebook. Test to Facebook. Oh, we're up on the Model Train People one. Hey guys. So now that we're up on the Model Train People one, let's do it again for like the third time.
Okay. Number 2, Billy, go.
Hi, I'm Billy, the photo brother.
And I'm Dan, the video brother. And this is Stack Talk, the podcast where we talk about big trains, small trains, old trains, new trains, and everything in between. And today we're doing a special one in collaboration with Model Train People Discord group. Thanks, Dennis, for sending it over to our end. And we're doing this all as a fundraiser for, drumroll please, Billy, you could talk about the fundraiser.
All right, well, we're doing it for the Payton Manning Children's Hospital in Indianapolis. It's a great, we did last year, we did Chop This, we were doing Payton Manning. We're kind of just choosing, different people's, local hospitals to support. So I think let me go check that link right now. I think we're up to like $400 some right now. The goal currently is around
great.
750. So if you want, you can check that link and donate. Let me double check because let's see here. I'm gonna refresh this because I see it at 445 is what we got right now, and the goal right now is 700, at least the short-term goal. Overall, hopefully, and we're gonna be going. This is the live stream that's going for 24 hours, so we're about halfway through it at this point. I think it goes until about 3 tomorrow because it gets screwed up by daylight savings time. Woo!
Ooh. Is that 2 o'clock in the morning?
What?
Is that at 2 o'clock in the morning or something?
Yeah, I think it's at 2 o'clock in the morning. So in theory, we started it at 2 today, and now it goes till 3 tomorrow. So yay, the fun of it all. Cool. Are we getting comments on our thing, Danny? Or
we were.
I haven't seen any comments. So
I haven't set that up. Oh crap.
Oh, see, that's why. So now let me go look. I need to go look at our YouTube. Look at our own stream of our own selves because Danny doesn't set things up. And that means the Facebook isn't set up either. Is that true?
Well, the Facebook isn't even live yet.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. So we're gonna have to do this a third time, Danny.
I think probably not. I don't know. We'll just. I think I screwed up the Facebook where I thought it was a test, but it wasn't a test, and then it was a test or something. All
right, now I'm looking at ourselves in our thing so we can see it. Let's see. We got Sam in here. We got Mia. Hi, Mia. She's downstairs in your house.
Doing a little QA.
Exactly. We got Sam. We got Dennis. We got RGGK. Happy Valley Hobbies. Don't worry, we'll figure out a way to do it, Sam. Don't worry.
We're talking about the.
Ooh, we got Klondike on here.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah.
I got some.
Hey, we're keeping this G-rated, Danny. G-rated.
Oh, heck yeah!
Heck yeah!
Look at that!
Yeah.
Look at that! I've got a single wide T-track module on my desk. I haven't built yet.
Yeah. But that's actually a good segue. We are actually talking about what our progress is on currently our model railroads. And I blame Dennis for my current kind of obsession with trying to do T-track now. Like, I was not an N-scale person. Everybody can tell you this on the thing. And now I'm starting to become more and more an N-scale person. Like, I got my HO stuff behind me, obviously. But I'm looking right over there at the T-track stuff over there. And we just set it up, actually, for Danny's birthday today at his house. Yeah, I know, Sam. One of them. Yeah. So, yeah, I, like, literally just loaded it all in the car, brought it to him, and hooked up his modules to mine. It was fun. And my daughter only broke 2 of his reefers.
Yeah, it was a tragic moment, but we were able to look past
R.I.P. the Tropicana reefer cars.
It's not a good party at my house unless some of my equipment is broken.
Hey, look, I see stuff on there. You fixed it. Good job.
Did I fix it?
I see people on there. Except it says Upload Express Modelers.
Let me move over to the Upload Express,
day.
I guess. Or
yeah.
Maybe I should make that other thing smaller.
Yeah, we're not Upload Express right now. But we are. We are. Yeah. But we're the model train people right now.
Model train people.
Come on, you gotta
download that
icon.
I thought I have that.
It's
logo
fine.
Somewhere.
Just make the logo go away, and then it'll be fine.
Logo's going away.
Let's just talk about trains. Doesn't matter about the tech of it.
Yeah,
you know.
Tech.
Yeah, we got it working on both ends of it.
We're not tech brothers.
We are not tech brothers. We are train brothers, rail brothers, and occasionally keel brothers when we want to talk about ships. R.I.P. trains. No R.I.P. trains. Yeah, happy birthday, Danny. It was his birthday. What was it, Wednesday?
Yeah, I'm celebrating my birthday this week. And I had a little train party. We had a pizza and train party, and it became like a kid's birthday party. We had like 4 kids running around the house. They all love the trains because I still have my S-scale American Flyer stuff up in the front. I'm calling it a winter layout. It's not a Christmas layout. It's a winter layout. it goes beyond the Christmas season, the whole winter season.
I don't know. We did do an operation.
We did an operation session
with the Polar
Express. It was so cool. Billy did such a great job. I was like, that's what Billy got me for my birthday was it got me waybills and car cards, and for my S-scale American Flyer stuff in the front, and it was a lot of fun. And you had one of the instructions for the Polar Express. You had to find someone's beard.
Yeah, so like so Danny's it's a little like basically a loop of track he has with one passing siding and like 2 or 3 spurs, for it, and it's all obviously. Do you have any photos of it? Bring it up.
Yeah, I do. Hang on.
Yeah. But it's a Dickens Village, Snow Village kind of thing. So all of that. So it's all obviously Christmas themed. So Danny challenged me. He's like, hey, for my birthday, I want to have like an operation session and have like waybills and car cards, because we'd been talking about this for a while for his Snow Village setup. And so I figured, like, okay, I can do one train, a freight train that has it, dropping off stuff along the way. But I was like, okay, how do I incorporate the passenger train other than just having it loop, and make it interesting for the person doing that? So I was like, well, it's the Polar Express. There is a story along with it that has stuff. So with Danny, picking up candy canes and hot chocolate from different places along the line, the freight train, that's the Polar Freight, would be going opposite the Polar Express, which then has to pick up a kid in one village, and argue with the kid to get on the train.
Dignity isn't just care. It's a
yell, just like in the movie. So obviously Danny's friend, Ian, or our friend Ian, he was doing the Polar Express. Danny was doing the Polar Freight. Danny was engaged with this. But he's like, do I have to pull your beard? I'm like, yeah, pull my beard. I'm gonna make a.
It says it on this piece of paper. You
paper.
have to do it.
Yeah, so he pulled my beard. And I go, like the thing, and it was fun. And then the one part that didn't quite work out, and I need to figure this out, is that I wanted it to uncouple when they get to the top in the North Pole, which is like at the top of Danny's layout. You can kind of see it on the right there. It would. I was hoping if you uncouple the last car, would it slide all the way down the track? It didn't do that because I didn't realize.
I think you reversed what direction the grade is actually going in that area.
Yeah. So we disconnected it, and then just back up, because the kids disconnect the car and it goes through the North Pole. So my idea was to have it go all the way down, and then the freight has to push it back up. I think. Yeah.
So maybe if we flip the Polar Express next year or next session, that might work.
Could work. I'll have to look into it. But yeah. So that was.
Or
a
if
fun
I need to
thing
oil my axles or something, because these. I guess this is like getting pretty detailed, but these Lionel produced.
We are on
American...
a model train people stream,
we
Danny.
Can do that here.
We
Yeah.
can piece of the people to do that with.
They've got like pretty high friction wipers on the axles for the power pickup for the lights. Those cars, so they don't roll that freely. It would have been better if they had like the little sockets on the end of the axles. So anyway, that's all I'll say. They don't go that freely, and I've run them enough that like. All of the wires that are going to the trucks, because they're going around these relatively.
You click on some of the photos right now. I just see a bunch of little photos.
Yeah. So here's a city. Let me get a better picture. I had a pretty good one up before.
You did, and now I'm just looking at it. I'm like, this is
a lot of these are like photos that I take for my purposes. So when I put it back up next year,
so Danny took a bunch of photos too and sent them to me of like, okay, here are the different cars he has. So I had to make the cars. So it was a hot chocolate car. There's a gift wrap car and stuff like that. There's a Coca-Cola box car. So I was trying to pair these things up with different industries he has or different businesses he has in the thing. So that was kind of fun. That was pretty fun, and I had a little fun with that. So, and I think you guys had fun with it today, even though Danny, you seemed a little stressed with it.
Oh no, I had a blast. I had a great
good.
Time.
Okay, you're just really focused on it.
I'm just not very good at switching. I think that's just the reality of the situation. So, Yeah, so every year we take it up, put it down, and this year I think it was great getting the cars and the waybills, and I've got to get the little. Oh, I guess here's tentatively the plan for it. I guess I should have sent. This is actually kind of different than what it ended up as. So Billy, this is not really. I guess I was hoping to have a freaking switch in the back there.
That would have been crazy.
That would have never worked.
Sam says that we should try and record an op session with your thing. Maybe we should try to do that before you take it down. This way you'll have it up until like June.
Record an op session. Okay, cool. So does that be like when we stream that or something?
Ooh, true.
This is a earlier version. I think. Would you say that the mountains got more impressive since then?
The mountain's gotten better. Well, you have a bunch more North Pole stuff. You have like the pink
this
trees
is
and
kind
stuff.
of early days for it.
Yeah.
But it's more or less this form. Like the form factor is about the same.
Yeah.
But it's gotten a little bit more enhanced. And here's my dad.
Dennis, you need to get your layout set up so Danny can do it remotely. He needs to practice. You need that. And he needs to basically do push-ups for switching. I guess you could also do my angle note, I guess, Danny, too. But Dennis is a little even more realistic. Not necessarily it's realistic, more realistic than the angle note. So that's one thing that we did,
So that was today, and I don't think there are any casualties on that layout today, right?
No.
I mean, there definitely were some derailments, mostly user error.
Yeah, mostly user error. Like your Baldwin sounded like a Baldwin.
Yeah, the Baldwin I've messed. I have a Baldwin switcher which shows up in some of these. It's a B&O Baldwin switcher, and for a very long time it was extremely reliable. It's like a fairly new Lionel produced American Flyer one, but it started having problems with pickup, and then eventually I cleaned it and it kind of works better. But at one point I took the axles apart and took the whole axle assembly and motor assembly apart and put it back together. And I think when I put it back together, I probably messed something up. So whenever it goes in reverse, it's just like grinding this whole time. Forward, it sounds all right. I was able to fix another problem where it's got the automatic couplers on the front and back, which is great for the switching. Was great for today.
Yeah.
Because I mentioned this before, where because I'm on such tight turns for a lot of this layout, all the wires that go from the car bodies or the locomotive bodies to the wheels that pivot, they all get worn at those pivot points. So that's what's happening for all the passenger cars. I've had to resolder those on multiple times at this point. And then that's what happened for the wires that go to the automatic coupler for this little Baldwin guy. Is it wore away the insulation. It would start to short out onto the wheel, the driving wheel, which actually has power through it. So then it would continuously operate the freaking electromagnet in the automatic coupler. And so you'd hear this thing. Not only would it be grinding around, but like buzzing because the freaking little actuator, like solenoid things, like probably about to overheat and explode or something. Anyway, I fixed that.
Yay!
I put a small bit of Scotch tape over it.
Woo!
As good as new. It's great. Anyway, I did it. All right, and then but that was the only problem with the Christmas layout.
The Christmas layout, yeah.
And then we did some other things too.
Yeah, the T-Track. Well, did you have a video of your stuff running on the T-Track today?
I do. I only had like 2 crappy videos. I know you took a couple videos. Right?
I only took really one. Like I really didn't have much time to take video and stuff today. So
I was just trying to have a good time, man.
Exactly. Like who needs? We don't need to make content every day of our lives. No, the people crave the content.
All right, let's see. Is that going? I don't see it going.
What? I don't know. Why is it not going? Enhance. Let's do it. Didn't work.
Yeah, why is it?
Doesn't like you.
What the hell?
Heck. I am 100% watching the chat.
So this
People are
is
claiming
the,
we're not watching the chat.
We pulled out some N gauge, not S scale, N scale, but N gauge. This is the Dapple.
Oh, I think I know what I'm talking about.
Flying
I'm
Scotsman.
way
Oh, can you-
behind you. There we go.
Can you see it?
Give me a second. I realized I'm way behind in the chat. That's why.
Oh,
There we
is
go.
my chat thing not working properly?
No, it is.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, is anyone from the is the Facebook going? And
I don't know. I haven't checked the Facebook thing at all. So.
Okay. Should I check that? Anyway, so that's we had that the Flying Scotsman going.
Oh, it says we're live. Yeah, we're
No.
there. Okay, cool. I don't know if the chat's working. But yeah. So there you go. There's the Flying Scotsman going through Hopewell, New Jersey.
Doing about it like a I don't know 80 miles an hour or something,
Yeah.
which is pretty cool. So it was nice to get that going while we had all those together downstairs. Yeah, I don't think I took any pictures of that. That's kind of a bummer. I should have done that.
I got a few pictures of it, but here, let me see if I can find the pictures. And yes, Dennis, I do need to go to the Danbury Railroad Museum. I need the AEM7 hat. And Danny has the scarf.
I have
Danny got the
Oh,
scarf.
I might have lost the scarf. So if
You
anyone-
lost the
I
scarf?
might have. I don't know. I don't know what happened to it. It was a freaking amazing scarf. So Danbury Rare Museum, they recently acquired an AEM7. I think it's like 914 or something. I forget the number of it. But whoever does the merch, I think I met the guy that does the merch at the show. But they have great merch. So if you do the merch, great job. Freaking awesome merch. Because they have the cool McGinnis scarf and hat for like whatever PL9. Is it a PL9? Is that what they're called? FL9? FLP9? I don't know. The F
There you
unit
go. I got
things that are the
shot of
dual
the
mode. Is Dennis
Scotsman
on?
right there. Yeah, Dennis is here.
He'll correct me. But
He'll correct you.
But anyway, they have like the McGinnis scheme. Really cool. And then they came out with this Amtrak scarf and hat, which is in like the Phase 3 AEM7 style, where it's got the red, white, and blue stripes, and it's also got like the black sort of ends to it where the cab was. Looks great. It was a very high quality scarf, I might add, and was $30. So I thought it was a good deal, and I think
Mia
I lost
says
it, which
Mia says it might be in your trunk.
I hope so. It's not a very big trunk, so
You don't. It's not a big trunk.
yeah, it's not a lot of junk in that trunk. Can't fit
There's
that.
probably a lot of junk in that trunk.
It's a Mazda Miata. You can't fit that much junk in it.
Gotcha. Here's my shot of the Flying Scotsman. If you bring it up, Danny.
Oh, your share. Let me put a share. Oh, your share is like all screwed up.
Oh no.
No, it's good. It's good. It's just.
Oh
too
no.
big. It's too big.
What do you mean it's too big?
It has big feelings.
Dennis says they have AEM7 914 and FL9 2006 and 2014.
Nice. All right, here we go. Oh, I need to take off the Mondelez Express. Whoops. Whoopsie daisies.
Danny is trying to figure stuff out.
There we go.
There we go. Look at that. That's the Flying Scotsman.
Which, in theory, could have happened.
Could have, maybe. Yeah.
Because it went down the NEC, right?
Yeah, not Reading.
I guess it could have gone down the Reading. Maybe it did. Who knows? Maybe it went on the Reading on the way back or something. Because the Duchess of Hamilton went on the B&O, right? When it was visiting for some sort of centennial.
That's true, but we don't know where in the B&O that was. So.
Oh, when the Duchess came?
Yeah, like where was
there's
it?
Pictures of it going over that famous viaduct.
Yeah, but that's in. Like,
oh yeah. I mean, yeah. It
they
didn't
could have
come-
switched over in Philadelphia.
But if they brought it, if it was associated with the B&O and they brought it to New York, which would be Communipol, then it would have. Then the Duchess would have. I mean, it's obviously not Flying Scotsman, but the Duchess would have gone. So the Flying Scotsman was, maybe just 30 miles away in a different world. Perhaps it would have worked. But the funny thing here is this. I guess I'll just say it out loud. So it's N gauge. It's not N scale. N scale's, I guess 1 to 160. This is 1 to 148. So it's too big. Yeah. But it probably looks okay still because their trains are kind of tiny, generally speaking. So there you go. Oh yeah, with the
the
Flying
behind
Scotsman
the
behind a GG.
yeah.
Yeah, it's like a crazy. Because the Flying Scotsman is probably one of the most beautiful locomotives ever made. But it is kind of comical how small the loading gauge is of those British trains versus our American trains here.
Mm-hmm.
Triple O. I don't think they referred to it that, but I freaking wish they did. That would have been amazing. Yeah, it is like the whole like naming with N gauge and N scale, like 9 mm. Come on, guys, we kind of I think Triple O would have been more fun, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I say we just keep adding O's, guys.
Yeah, just add the O's, and then like the tiniest scale would be ooh. That's great. Do you have any other pictures, Billy?
I think they were mostly just that. Like, I think I had a few. Let's see here. I have that one. Swoosh. There's the mallard, but I think the mallard kind. Oh, this is the video of the mallard.
Oh, cool.
Let's see if I can make it bigger.
Do you want me to? I can.
Oh wait, give me a second. Enhance. There we go.
Oh.
Basement.
What was that?
See the very messy basement?
Hey, it's not that messy. I cleaned up for this, but
There you go. You can kind of see what we did. Mostly the Hopewell ones we made for Amherst and Upload Express, and then you can kind of see the Bordentown ones I'm working on in the back.
Yeah, and those models, they're these like Dapple models, and they're kind of old school, not in necessarily a good way because they're all tender driven. So they've got the motor in the tender, and there's a drive shaft that goes into the locomotive portion, and then it is driven through the main driving wheels, which is good. But there's that drive shaft, and there's some play in that whole system. It works better than I thought it would, but it's not necessarily ideal.
Hopewell Junction, New York, was the host of the 20th Century Limited. Ooh.
Oh. Like, did they exhibit it when there was like?
Mia found the scarf.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Are you gonna throw me the scarf?
Yeah, scarf. Look at that.
Oh, scarf. Yeah. Look at this thing.
Guys, us in the chat, we willed this to happen.
Look at that.
This to happen.
Isn't that beautiful?
Look at that. You didn't lose it. It was just in your trunk.
It smells like Miata. Smells like Hiroshima. My Miato's made in Hiroshima.
Okay. So I guess I don't know. We talked enough about today. Do we want to talk about what we're doing with our layouts right now? What our plans are?
Plans.
Yeah.
Well, I think we got to talk about the casualties.
Oh.
Right.
Well, there were 3 casualties.
Casualties. One. So I guess what I learned today is don't park anything on the track closest to the edge because we got 4 tracks there. And it's like right next to it, and because we got the back-to-back modules on a table, there's no table if anything falls off.
It just goes right to the concrete below.
It just went. So someone bumped the table just a little bit. I had the Tropicana reefers that are kind of tall, like they're like high cube reefers, I guess.
Yeah, Bobby just walked by it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's almost like a harmonic resonance to it.
I think
she's
just you know what?
Or she gave it like one good whack on the side of the table, and it's just like
you're doing it. Like as I said, I think you're right. I think she just has.
She's got some strength to her.
Exactly. Maybe she's got gravity, or some kind of dark force, that kind of thing.
Anna's actually a part Super Saiyan.
I could see it. I can see it.
They had to chop off her tail at some point.
Sounds weird.
This is getting weird now.
This is getting weird and into some lore of.
Hopefully people are like, oh, that's Dragon Ball Z. Everyone knows it's Dragon Ball Z. Okay, all right.
Yeah, people want to hear about plans for the layout, Danny.
Plans for layout. Okay, plans.
Okay.
Billy, Billy, what are your plans?
All right, let me go. Let's see. I'm gonna stop sharing for a second, and just so I can go find the thing.
Plans within plans.
Plans.
We got the Benny Jesuits working on it.
Huh?
This is a Dune reference.
Oh, okay. Here we go. All right, let's see. Can I share again? Let's see.
Let me know when you're sharing.
And MacBook Pro. No, not the camera. I want to do screen share. There we go. And
1/8 plus 1/8 equals
I can zoom out.
Well, I got it.
You can mess with it. You can mess with it. You can do your thing. Yeah. Somebody wants to know if we're gonna do the N scale weekend in Altoona, and that's the thing I think I just sent to you, Danny, the other day.
I thought the thing you sent to me was in Strasbourg.
Oh, that was the Strasbourg one. Yeah.
Yeah.
When's the Altoona one?
I don't know.
Fundraisers 465. Woo! Another $20. People, donate.
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 It's for the kids, right? It's
for
for
the
the kids,
kids.
right?
Yeah, it's Children's Hospital.
That's great. We did pretty well last year.
Yeah. Apparently, Dennis is saying, we got it September 12th and 13th. Oh, maybe. I don't know. We could do that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, when is Big Boy going around there?
Oh,
Have they released dates for that?
So no, they haven't released dates yet. But there was a thing that kind of went around a week or two ago that basically where the UP and NS had to get like
Some sort of waiver from somebody.
yeah, waiver from the government.
I saw that. So it's official. They're going.
And the
They're
dates
running
of
on
that
the main
were
line.
basically
They're going by
like
my house on Horchie Curve.
June and July. It looked like at least June and July going across like the Harrisburg division of NS. So like from Pittsburgh to Harrisburg, and like I also saw Lancaster in there, so they might make it into like
Strasbourg.
I don't know. That'd be kind of weird. I'm trying to figure like
Oh my god, that would be insane.
Yeah, just a giant big boy.
What?
I don't know.
Well,
they did.
I guess okay. Hypothetically.
They
So
rebuilt that
they
bridge.
rebuilt the bridge, the Pumpkinville Express. It's
Yeah.
all good to go. Holy crap! So technically speaking, it's possible.
Maybe.
Oh my gosh, that would be the most wow.
That'd be nuts. Yeah.
That would be really nuts. Never is a long time. That's what the
Yeah.
Wow.
So we'll see what happens there. So yeah, not in September. It looks like though.
So if they go over the Pumpkinville Bridge, will they need to lift their legs up?
I think so.
Probably.
You got to do it.
Yeah, it's going to
It's
collapse.
the law.
Otherwise.
So if any of you have not been to Strasbourg, the Strasbourg Railroad, they have the joke. They've had several running jokes throughout their their line when you go on the line. One of them is the Pumpkinville Turnpike Bridge. It used to be before they would be like, hey, this bridge is not great. We need to take all the stress off as possible. Please lift your legs up. Which, obviously that does
obviously
a lot of things.
lessens the load. It's when you lift your legs up, the reaction of going up with your legs actually creates lift, aerodynamic lift with your legs. So then that lessens the load on the bridge, obviously.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
oh wow, yeah, we used to work at back shop of Strasbourg Railroad. That's cool. Yeah.
Nice.
But yeah, no, like I always love that joke and the ghost train.
The ghost train. It was like, and he's still cashing that 1209 check every month.
They've increased it. I think they've
increased with there should be an indicator, an economic indicator that tracks inflation by the Strasbourg Railroad paycheck to the ghost train. I bet you there's someone out there that's kept track of it over the years.
Probably. All right, so getting back on topic, because we have a topic apparently tonight.
Oh yeah, what is the topic?
Yeah, it's updates on our railroads, Danny.
Updates on our railroads.
Yeah, come on.
Okay.
So this is my plan currently for my T-track layout, basically. So it's an interesting concept because my HO layout behind me is Bordentown in roughly 1930. The Bordentown area, Trenton to Roebling, which encompasses Bordentown. This will be the Bordentown area, basically modern day. It'd be in theory, if I'm going to put an exact date on it, it's probably like 2012, 2013, mainly because the Agway facility was not just blown up yet. And if I ever get to it, the Ocean Spray was still getting a little bit, I think in 2012, maybe 2010.
What kind of cars would they get?
I truthfully am not sure, and that's one of the reasons I haven't gone down it. when I was looking at
Ocean Spray is the cranberry, cranberry.
yeah,
corp.
cranberry manufacturing plant. It was one of their older ones, and I think it might have been. So they took it out of commission like in 2012, I think. So like right before I moved to Bordentown. That's the other kind of thing. It's like this is right when I moved to Bordentown. So, so yeah, right now the layout right as it looks right now on the thing would be very industry heavy. My other idea is to make several other modules that aren't necessarily on it all the time. That would be like the Bordentown city proper. So like how you have the tunnel that it goes through and stuff like that, which it's a very historic line because it was where the John Bull first ran. What do we need to do? This is getting confused. I'm looking at
What's going on?
confused to get Sidetrack Sunday. Ooh, we need to make it. Yeah, that's a good graphic to make. I just got sidetracked by your Sidetrack Sunday thing. Thanks. Yeah, because I can't see because on the stream that I'm looking at, I can't see the things. I have to go over to the YouTube. So
is this like what is this? Is this a
Sidetrack Sunday?
What's Sidetrack Sunday?
That's what we're gonna call it when we get sidetracked.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is it Sunday?
It's Saturday. So sidetrack Saturday.
Sunday.
I don't know. Maybe we're really sidetracked.
Are we
now.
going until Sunday? Are we streaming until Sunday?
No. Dennis picks up at 11 again.
Dennis picks up at 11. Okay.
I'm sure he would love us to talk for another hour, but
hey, who knows? Maybe we could.
I don't know. Danny, I think will fall asleep. So there's the Agway. Let me see if I can find a photo of it for you. Oh, look, I have it right here. It's like I prepared for this slightly.
Agway.
So I love this. Like I've always thought this was cool. It raises
cool
above
logo.
all the trees as you go down 206. It's a big grain elevator. I bought a N scale grain elevator when I was at Springfield. So it's like a 3D printed one. So I've been painting that up.
Was it did you buy it from the Tully Models guy?
No, this wasn't from the Tully Models guy.
Okay.
This is truthfully, this one is not the most detailed. The Tully Models would be like detailed,
super detailed.
Yeah. So like this is just like basic 3D print, but it does the job for what I need right now. When I get to maybe I'll super detail something in a bit. But I always like it because it says the Agway thing. It says Agway real big right there.
It kind of looks like the Top Gun logo a little bit. Maybe you could stylize it like the Top Gun logo.
But let's see. So here is the. Let's see. Are you seeing on that? Yeah. So this is what it looked like around 2006, I believe.
Is this like a Bing Maps image?
Historic aerials, or this might have been Google Earth. I can't remember.
Okay, cool.
I think this is Google Earth, but you can see that it had actually. So this is the grain elevator, but it also had a feed mill attached to it here, which was like a big Agway facility that was done. Looks like it got destroyed around 2006 or 2008. So I wouldn't be really modeling that part, but it is interesting to me. So who knows? Maybe I'll do it.
So Sidetrack Sunday is a thing.
Oh, it is?
Does.
Oh, cool.
Sidetrack Sunday is another live stream on Sunday nights between the. There we go. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
And so each person, it's like a round robin. Is that So each person would do a different one on Sundays, like 4 people.
Gotcha.
Or was that called? Like popcorn reading? Was that the thing back in?
I don't know. Was that thing you did? So yeah, this is in New Jersey. This is in Bordentown, New Jersey.
The
right
greatest
off
state in the union.
Yeah. Jersey baby.
Let's go.
But yeah, so like this place would get like tons of cars getting to it. So I thought it was really cool, like a really cool, like kind of centerpiece thing. And it, like, I know, like if I brought it to the town train show here, people would get a kick out of it. Other thing I wanted to model, especially is I'm not looking at the thing now. I'm looking at all this stuff. So you tell me what people are saying, Danny.
I think I suspect they're reacting to my New Jersey comment.
Oh, I see. Got it. Yeah, New Jersey's the Garden State.
I don't even live in New Jersey anymore, but you can take the boy out of Jersey, but you can't take the jersey out of the boy.
Exactly. So this looks probably a lot more like New Jersey, like you think about. This is a bridge over 206 that is like literally right next to that grain silo. And it like I remember driving in right when I was gonna move to Bordentown, and I saw Sauce Love, and I was like, "That's awesome." I don't know what that's about. And like me and my wife just thought it was the greatest thing. Like, yeah, we're at the Love Sauce Bridge. It'd be like, be telling me,
It's
like,
an
oh, how
icon.
far are you away?
I know about the Sauce Bridge.
Yeah, exactly.
And it took you 10 years to find out what it really was, right?
Yeah. So there was a guy, I forget his actual name, but his first name was Anthony, but his nickname was Sauce in high school. And I guess he went to the Iraq War in the 2000s, and he was killed in the Iraq War. And his friends basically since then have been painting this sign up on this bridge. And this bridge has been repainted once at this point, and then they repainted the graffiti on it. And I thought it was like, I was like, that's kind of touching. And I'm like, yeah, I feel like, and like
really
once
cool.
again, I think it's something. If I bring this to the local train show, people are gonna get a kick out of it, and they're gonna really like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. I think
it
gives that local flavor.
How much meaning people can get out of our little miniatures,
Yeah.
That's something that I think we talked about this in the last podcast. That was something that shocked me about the Hopo one. So I think if you did that and like someone was buddies with this guy from high school or something and sees that, like that, that's a touching tribute.
So if we're looking at it, this is that 206 the Route 206 thing here with the bridge there. Then there's the chemical plant and the brickyard.
Now, is Billy one comment on that?
Yeah.
Is that road actually 90 degrees to that bridge?
No, the road goes off at like an angle. And yes, we can give Cloud Egg a shout out for the donation. Yes, thank you. Woo. Also, thank you for making some Imagine modules. Yeah, because we have a lot of them. Yeah, so Sauce's Kilroy is here in Dover too. Basically, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we should be spreading the sauce.
The love sauce. Okay, I'm gonna back off that one. All right, back to train. So the other two industries I was thinking of. So there's this chemical plant called Step In Chemical. It gets a bunch of tank cars and stuff like that. I'm not exactly sure what chemicals they do, and I haven't really researched it that hard yet, but it's also like it's a current like industry. I feel weird just being like, hey, what do you like going on their Facebook and be like, hey, what do you guys actually get into your tank cars? And then I feel like I will get on a list somewhere.
Well, maybe you just build it. They'll show up at your
build
train
it and
show.
they will come and they'll be like, hey,
then,
these are the wrong type of tank cars. You should have had these kind.
These ones.
You know what? That's right, because the best way to get information is to put something out that's wrong on the internet. So you're right.
So maybe you just gotta go there, take pictures of it, like chase the train, and be like, and this has make something up. Someone will correct you.
Exactly. So the problem is that the train. So the other interesting thing about this right now is that this is also paired with the New Jersey Transit River Line.
Well, hang on.
Yeah.
Question for me is this is south of Bordentown, is that right?
Yeah. So the Brickyard and the chemical plant are both south of Bordentown. Versus the Agway is north of Bordentown after the split off of the river line.
Through. That's the old Camden and Amboy, or the What was it? Was the whole thing called the Bordentown Secondary or something? What was that called? The whole.
So the Bordentown Secondary was technically from Trenton to Camden.
Okay. So what was
that
the
is
line
technically
from
that is the Robbinsville Secondary.
Robbinsville Secondary.
Even though it doesn't even get to Robbinsville anymore, it only goes to Yardville.
Boo.
So yeah, and here's
that's the Brickyard.
This is the church Brickyard. So it just has one spur there. I've seen them get like a box car or two. I guess they unload bricks there. It's interesting.
Is that a Beld? Do you know what kind of bricks? Is it Belden bricks?
I believe so. It's church brick. You've apparently. I remember talking to you about this, and you're like, I know about them.
Oh. That's church brick company.
Yeah.
Yeah, brick is so interesting because.
And the interesting thing is that they've been here for a while, and like I know there were actual like brick like clay pits that they were in the area like that were actually making the bricks at the time, like 100 years ago.
There's no clay pits there anymore.
I don't think so. Like if you look at this aerial thing, it looks like basically a storage yard for the bricks.
Yeah.
Like this is the whole place. There's nothing more to it. So, but literally like right across the tracks, like slightly down, was like a brickyard pit, like 100 years ago. So, I don't know. I think might have been that at that point, and then just kind of like now they're just
they get deliveries of brick. It's like
yeah, and they distribute it, I guess.
So brick always. I mean, a lot of times brick is kind of more local than you think it is. I would have thought at this point that brick is not that local, but it's still relatively local. You know, you can. Gotcha. There's multiple big manufacturers of brick that are in and around Philadelphia that just depending on what the geology is around them makes a different color brick just from the obviously from the clay, right?
Yeah.
So it's still like that, which is kind of cool. I would have thought in this age of globalism and yada yada, that's like, oh no, we don't make brick anymore. We got to get that from somewhere. Now, of course, there's expensive brick you can get from somewhere, but
exactly.
Get your brick locally.
Thanks. Thank you for that. Yeah, because I'm buying tons of bricks.
Hey, I don't know.
Yeah.
Dennis could be,
you never know. He could be buying bricks. He could be buying bricks. It's true. Never know who's buying bricks out there. Going a little
Sometimes
further.
you get one from Broadway Limited, though.
Yeah. So that's where I'm kind of thinking right now. And as I said,
no comment to that, Billy?
What? I'm not paying attention to you. I'm trying to get stuff done. We have 10 minutes left.
Oh, okay.
And I want to at least show off what I've done so far.
Right,
so,
yeah.
I've painted the module. That was the little thing I bought, the little 3D printed grain elevator. Really, I've spent a ton of time. I kind of went through a couple different versions of this. What are people saying? Poop bricks. Yeah, brick poops. It's true.
It's true.
I appreciate the using the word poop instead. We got somebody saying hi on Facebook. Hi, Matthew.
Did that stop populating in this thing?
I don't know if it did or not. I'm looking at my pictures. So yeah, I did the thing where I have it. So I kind of set this up and playing around with a couple different track plans for that.
You were living dangerously here because you've used the number 4 switches, not the number.
Limited issues and not really any.
That's good.
I'm not using any 6-axle stuff, so I'm like, That's the thing. Is like it.
Though we did learn today that the 6-axle goes up like my
you're fine.
Broadway Limited. It was not bricked. It was a fine locomotive. It runs just fine. It was going over the number 4 switches, at least in one direction, just fine.
Here's me painting stuff.
So do you have two? Hang on. Do you have 2 grain elevators? What am I?
So it came. It actually. It had. They gave me here. Here's one.
Because he gave you like kind of like
a broken one.
Right?
I have the other half right here. So basically, I used one as like a test one, and this one kind of still smells like 3D printing. So I didn't decided not to use that one. That's the one where I'm like, I don't know if it's cured.
Just put it in a window.
We haven't had sun in like 2 months.
Okay. Fair. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong.
So yeah, you can see I painted the bridge. I painted was painting that, and I painted the signal bridge for the other thing. Then here's what I took. Here's what it looks like now. So I painted it. I have some decals coming for it to do the agway. Now, if anyone's really a rivet counter here, they will notice that I, in theory, actually need another pair of silos at the back of it. And I realized that, and I decided this one was going to be my practice one. So it's going to not have that extra one. I'm just going to write agway, and it's not going to have the extra, like, circular part, like little design part on the last one. And then if I feel like it, I'll make one that's a little better later on. But this will be good right now, I think. The other thing is I have the sauce bridge painted. You can't really see. Can you see these photos? There you go. The sausage painted. I kind of did a little bit of weathering on it, try to get a little more rust. I would think I want to try to do more rust. I'll have to probably watch some of Dennis's streams to figure out how to make it a little more rusty. So that's it so far for me with this one. I don't know if you have time to talk about anything at all.
Yeah, I mean, actually, what I was gonna do was bring up our chat. I thought we had quite a lively discussion about
pooping bricks.
Hopewell. Do you remember? Like, we had like a whole a day that we like both freaked out over the size of.
Oh yeah. Well, here, bring up your thing. Bring up all your things.
Let me see if I can find that. Okay, all right.
Also, while we're thinking of this, please go donate. Check the link in our stream and on the Model Train People stream, and donate to the Payton Manning Children's Hospital. It'd be cool if you.
Yeah, that's why we're all here.
That's why we're here.
How do I make a?
What are you doing, Danny?
I'm trying to get the chat to be like big.
Oh, is there double me now? Oh no, there's two me's now.
What? There's two
There's
U's?
two me's. I'm stopping that one.
Oh,
No, I stopped that one.
No, we
Good.
can't have two Billies. That's
Yeah,
too many Billies.
too many Billies. There you go.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, I just missed the location of it. Ah, dang it. Is there a way to in Google Chats to like get it as a separate window? The Google Chat?
Are you trying to open up the Google Chat of it?
Yeah, because I thought we had some good discussions about radii.
We can just talk about it. We're theory of podcast.
I guess that's a good idea.
Yeah. And then, like you can bring up
the imagery.
Imagery. Yeah, that was what I was thinking.
Which is great for a podcast as well.
Yeah. Exactly.
But I guess people are watching on YouTube, so it's
this is a live anyway.
This is live. People can see the stuff. Okay, so basically, this whole discussion happened because there's an opportunity for us, which would be really cool, to actually bring some of our Hopewell stuff into the actual Hopewell station at some point.
I have a friend that works as the one of the museum curators at the Hopewell Borough Museum, and he has his like board of trustees, and the board of trustees has even like reached out to us about being interested in us showing stuff, and it sounds like there might be a possibility of us showing it at the train station, so we can actually have a model of the train station in the train station. So
Trainception.
Exactly, Trainception.
Which I think is what that's what everyone's trying to do here in the hobby.
Yes, Dennis, come to the Magnolia meet. We're going to be doing that one, so I know that.
What day's the Magnolia meet?
It is May 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
Yeah, I don't see a reason why I can't do that.
Yeah.
So I think I showed this to Billy, and
I was like, heck no.
And Billy's like, this is too big. We can't fit this.
Yeah,
and
too big.
We can't do 4 tracks. I guess
basically,
should I back up here?
Yeah,
so we're trying to, through Hopewell, we're trying to, if we're doing this event, there's an opportunity to expand the scope of our little Hopewell layout and module to be of the Hopewell region, which could be the next town down.
Yes, that is a single and 3 doubles. Yes, that is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. And I will never take an opportunity to, if there's a chance to complicate something,
Danny will do it.
I'm going to take that chance and I'm going to complicate it. And so that's what I was doing here. I was like, oh well, it was 4 tracks all the way to right about where Pennington started. Let's make some 4-track modules going all the way there. But it was like, whoa, cool your horses there, cowboy.
Yeah, I did that. I said that exactly.
But we kind of were trying to decide on what were the big scenic we wanted to hit to represent the area well, and I think we've kind of honed down on that in on them. One is Pennington, which is interestingly enough like the sister station to the Hopewell station we did before, where the Hopewell station is this beautiful Victorian building done in brick. Essentially, the Pennington station is the exact same plan, the same detailing, but done in stone instead of brick. And so it would be fairly simple for us to do the Pennington one in addition to that. And then there's a bridge over the Stony Brook Creek between the two stations where it was 4 tracks going over there and then went down to 2 tracks. Anyway, so that's
it also had a trolley line.
It also had a trolley going underneath it briefly, like for about 20 years between like 1910 and the 1930s or so. And also, so the trolley was going underneath the bridge was going over the creek, and then there's also a road bridge that was separate from the trolley bridge, and they all convened at the same location underneath the trains, which kind of an interesting scenic moment. So I think that would be one of the scenic beats that we want to hit. So here you can see to the left would be Hopewell, which if you guys have been watching our podcast or listening to the podcast, you probably already know about that, or if you went to the train show, you saw it. The one to the left side of the screen is another interesting historical thing we're trying to incorporate, which is the Frog War. This is an interesting event that happened in the third quarter of the 1800s. So this is like 1870s, 1876, I believe, but maybe it's 1875. But
hey,
it was
1 second, Danny. Hey, Dennis, is it okay if we run over a few minutes, or I just want to make sure that's okay with him?
Oh yeah.
But he'll answer us in a few seconds once the delay goes by. But you can continue. I just want to make.
Oh yeah. So, essentially, what happened for up until that point, I think it was the Union Railroad and Canal Company. Is that the name of it, Billy?
The Union
Transportation Company.
The United Railroads of New Jersey. That's what
United Railroads of New Jersey had an effective monopoly on all railroads between Philadelphia and New York. I believe that was enforced by some sort of law, yada, yada, yada. That company was, at this point, became controlled by the Pennsylvania Railroad.
Yeah, United New Jersey Railroad and Canal Company. There you go. It also was the Delaware Railroad and Canal. Yeah.
Yeah, so that became under the control of the Pennsylvania Railroad, at which point I think New Jersey felt the need to open up to competition. So the Pennsylvania Railroad bought this company with the understanding that they would get this monopoly with it. And then eventually I think New Jersey was like, whoa, hang on. You're not like a New Jersey company. We don't want you running our canals and whatnot. And they loosened it up, and then the Reading Railroad, through the Delaware and Bound Brook Railroad, decided to make a parallel route to what is now the NEC to get to New York, which is that's ultimately the line that we're modeling here. However, the Pennsylvania Railroad didn't want that to happen. They wanted to maintain their monopoly. Obviously this is that great competition, right? That's supposed to happen on the free market. And they decided to build a railroad that was going to literally parallel the Delaware Bound Brook within just a couple miles. And then there was some laws on the book that railroads had to cross each other at 90-degree angles. And then you also had to get permission from the other railroad to make that diamond, right? So basically the Pennsylvania Railroad quickly slapped together the Mercer and Somerset Railroad to build this railroad before the Delaware and Bound Brook was able to get there. So they built this railroad, this kind of crappy railroad, slap it together real quick. It's got kind of tight radii and not great grades. It wasn't really connecting anything. It was basically just a blocking maneuver for this other railroad. Eventually it comes to a head. The Delaware and Bound Brook is making the Frog and has to make this Frog, which is where the two trains intersect, the two rails intersect. This diamond crossing, maybe as we would call it now. And literally the Pennsylvania Railroad sticks a locomotive on the track there, and
right where
isn't going to move it, right? And then the freaking Reading Railroad calls in all their big burly guys like on a hockey team, and they're going to get these guys out there to rough up the Pennsylvania guys. They start fighting, and basically they end up calling in these pseudo militias on both sides, and then eventually the U.S. government has to get involved.
Oh, you forgot the part where they ram the engine with another engine.
That engine.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
So it got really dramatic. They had to call in the military.
They would each run an engine in, and then they'd park another engine there, and the other one, it was
ram it.
Nuts.
Oh my gosh, that's
at least happened once. I can't remember if it happened a second time.
Wow.
But
so anyway, very dramatic, and important enough in the local lore to kind of get solidified, so that our elementary school we went to, the mascot was the Frog because of the Frog Wars, and they had to call in the militia to break up the whole thing. Anyway, that happened. that was potentially the scene that we're trying to show on the left. Not necessarily like the actual ramming, but kind of showing the old right of way of the Mercer and Somerset. Where it crossed over.
Like this, like even if we were trying to like make it like that happened in like 1870s.
Yeah, we'd have to buy those crappy.
Yeah.
They're not crappy, but the little Bachmann 440s that have
hey,
tender
they're
drive
making a new
about
10-wheeler,
before.
Danny. They're making a new 10-wheeler. Everybody's excited about it.
Is that one tender drive too?
I have no idea. Ask people that I don't know N scale that well.
I should have I saw it. We saw the prototype. I guess I should have asked.
Yeah, you should have.
What the huh?
Yeah, they rammed trains. They rammed a train with another train.
They rammed the frog.
Yeah.
No
so
amphibians in these tracks.
The idea of modeling this one would be like, hey, this is the Reading in like the 30s or 40s, but there would hopefully still be some kind of like remnant of the old right of way that crossed it.
Yeah.
And maybe we'd embellish it a little
think
and
in
put
reality,
like a rusty old engine off in the weeds somewhere.
Yeah. Try to tell the story, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm excited about building that one. So getting back to Danny's 4-track main line to the moon. My problem with it is that if he makes it 4-track for how many modules is it? It's a single, the triple, which is what the Hopewell is now, and then 3 doubles and a single, or like so 2 doubles, 2 doubles and a single. So that ends up being a lot of track. Basically, before you can do another turnaround, basically all those modules have to be next to each other. So I think it ended up being like 13 feet of modules that we needed or something. And I'm like, where would we even set this up?
Well, Billy, I had the answer because I had already modeled the Hopewell train station. It would have fit. It would have fit perfectly.
Yeah. It's still big.
It's still big. Yeah.
So I'm like, if we're going to be setting this up in realistic, I think I like the ideas, but I'd still say, let's bring it down to 2-track main line sooner. Especially before we get into the parts where we're bringing it to the back of the layout.
Yeah, and some of the other concern that I think you rightly pointed out was that at those, when you get to the 4 tracks and the T-track standard, the inside radii can start getting pretty tight. You can do it. It just is going to limit the equipment you can run on it. I'm sure the people you're setting up with might not like that.
Have a good night, Sam.
Good night, Sam.
Pennsylvania and Moon Railroad. This is the Reading and Moon Railroad, actually. So it'd be the Philadelphia and Moon. Let's see. Go back to actually. So yeah. I didn't think 4-track was good. 2-track better.
Oh man, it would have been so cool though. Look at this thing. Woo!
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It would be ridiculous, but I'm like, where would we set that up? We'd set that up like once a year anywhere. And then we couldn't set it up anywhere else. So,
well, you could. So I was like, Billy, okay, come on, we can make this work. You can break that in half, and it's just the back to back sort of situation, right? It would have been cool. And so I think I drew that up. Let's see.
And he was just drawing stuff this entire time. He was like, "No,
I
I'm gonna
I
prove
think
it.
it was a
I'm gonna prove it."
combination of Revit and AnyRail. And so there, it was like, okay, we can, you can go like that, and you can have some more modules in the back. No big deal.
Yeah. So then we need another like 13 foot of modules.
Yeah.
Set it up.
And then okay, I think I started.
Like we'd be like if we did this, we'd be our own club at this point, Danny.
Oh, is that right?
I don't know, probably.
So then we could have done this, right? Would have been cool. So this would have this still keeps the 4 tracks, but it has 4-track turnarounds, right? Which was that's a lot. It's a lot. I
don't see the 4-track turnaround. What do you mean the 4-track turnaround?
Like it's 4 tracks on the curves. Like I'm like, we're doing 4 tracks on the curves.
Yeah, you did that, and I was like, which
would have looked great. I would think that we could do like one of the curves being 4 tracks. That would look really good, especially if we get the super elevated curves. Yeah, that'd be sick. But oh well.
Yeah.
And then
so what did we end with? What did we end up with after I talked you down?
Well, then I was thinking about, okay, what's the logistics here? What's the logistics? So obviously you want the Klondike's website.
Yeah.
Is it gonna go? Why isn't?
Thank you for donating.
So I was like, all right, maybe we get one of these guys.
Yeah, you were looking at that for. I forget which one were you looking at that for.
So that's probably
For the,
the
bridge.
the bridge, yeah,
Mm.
which would be cool. And then we looked at the deeper canyon bridge, but I think that'd be too deep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then eventually, I think we came to like a reasonable layout.
Yeah.
Which, you know, reasonable, seems simple, you know, effective.
Yeah.
Okay, let me share the screen. It's gonna go.
That's the unreasonable one.
Yep. There we go.
Yes, Klondike is the guy that sells T-Track module frame kits.
And we can speak to their quality. There
Yeah.
we got some right there. I think all of our T-Track kits so far have been Klondike kits, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the basic one, and then we can expand on it. So I like it.
Yeah, this was basically.
Yeah.
I think what we're going for is one more complicated than this, where we can add. Oh, hang on. Let me show the image.
Ah, that's such a cool image. See, this is what Danny wants to do. Make sure we can do.
Yeah, that's why I wanted the 4 tracks. Because oh man, and if I could like 3D print a G3 boiler.
Yeah, maybe you should get your T1 fixed though first.
Probably. Yeah. Damn it, Broadway Limited. But this is basically the location.
Admittedly, you've been sitting on repairing that for like 2 years.
Oh
now.
yeah, I mean, on one hand, Broadway Limited should have shipped something that doesn't bind to me, but I mean, it's N scale. It's a little bit finicky. I know that, but I've been sitting on it. I should have sent it back earlier.
Yeah,
but I'm a busy guy. You know, we're doing stuff. You know,
sitting on it for a year.
Yeah, I sat on it for a year. Yeah. Let me see if I got a better. Was that it? Was that where we kind of left things?
Yeah. Did you? I thought the plan was to kind of do so like that was with one of those. I forget what do you call those back to forth transition modules. One of them was going to be the Pennington one. One was going to be the Frog War one, and then later on we'd expand it out with having the next one be like this.
Yeah, I think this is basically what we're gonna.
But we were just gonna do 2-track.
2 tracks on the.
So then we'd have the double with going over the creek, and then I think the plan was to do like another double or two, maybe a double or 2 singles where we just expand the 4-track a little bit, just so it's a little bit straighter on it, and we can have one more where we end the 4-track and expand it off the Hopewell one. So you modify your Hopewell one right now, so it's 4-track. Under the what is that? What avenue is that? The bridge.
Is it Greenwood?
Greenwood, yeah. Greenwood, and then we'd expand that out and maybe bring it all the way to 518, the 518 crossing. Because I remember that was kind of our compromise. It's like, hey, if we can make it a little bit longer, so then you have a longer sidings. And I'm like, that makes sense. Although I feel like Danny, you might, after today having the 2 things fall off that siding, you might think that differently.
Let's get rid of that siding. I don't know.
You're gonna be like the Reading, like, don't need that one.
I think now. I think as long as we don't skimp on the tables themselves, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
we'll be okay. Because I think the problem we ran into today was, let me share my screen to a different screen here. Was that what's the word for it? Like when we did it at the train show.
Mm-hmm.
It was one table just had one set of modules on it, which I think worked pretty well.
Yeah. Instead of trying to shove them,
which meant if something knocked off the table, it would go on, knocked off your module. It would just go onto the table like a couple inches and wouldn't totally shatter. So I guess this isn't exactly what was the one we basically it'd be this, right? But this would be 2 tracks. Is that right? Was that what we were going for?
Yeah, that would be 2 tracks at the end. The end part would end up being 2 tracks. So that'd be 2 tracks going all the way around. Yeah.
So, and we would have another double module, I suppose, right?
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Klondike's giving him discount on it. 10%. That's so nice.
Nice.
Thank you. But yeah, so I think I think that's about where we are with it. We haven't actually built any of this yet. It's all in the planning stages. So
Yeah.
and we'll see how much of it actually gets done.
Yeah, so I think the goal is we do this. Like, this is the near term. Like, we're going to buy some doubles, 2 doubles, get that working, and then if that's looking good, we'll get the double that's the I forget what it's called. It comes down.
Transition module.
Not the transition, but is it called transition? Where it comes down. Like,
Yeah, that's transition module.
it's like a bridge. Is that right? That's called transition?
No, that's transition module, and then that's the bridge module. The one
I'm
in the
talking
middle.
about this one right here. This is the bridge.
That's the bridge one. The ones that go from like left to right.
Oh yeah, that's the transition.
transition,
Yeah,
yeah.
and I guess the question. I mean, I guess I drew it, and it theoretically works. But what's the inside? The inside one on that, it's 11 inch radius, which I guess that's fine.
Dennis is maybe talking about. It's called a drop module. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, I think that's it. It's not like the total drop. It's like, but like a little.
I think they're just called bridge module.
The bridge module. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And if anyone
Yeah.
has those, those like weird books that about, they're not that weird. They're like the history books about a town, and they're always like beige colored on the outside. There's a great picture of this bridge, and we had this book as a kid. I can't find the book.
Oh, it's not just 2 more. It's probably going to be like 3 more. Don't worry.
3 more. What is it?
Oh, they're pointing out. It's like, you sound this? It looks like 2 more modules. And I'm like, it looks like 3. But at least. But we'll see. Yeah, there's both a 1-inch drop and a bridge.
Ah,
Yeah.
is the one you have? Is that the 1-inch drop, or is that the bridge?
I think I measured it. It's like a 2-inch drop on it or something like that. So, 1-inch, 2-inch, something like that. It's not that much. It's just like boop, boop.
But yeah, it's a cool structure because it's this great.
Do you have a picture of it?
I don't think I do actually.
Yeah, I know. I feel like we were doing it from memory from those books.
Yeah, because what I was gonna say is it had a great picture from that book, but
Well, the thing's still there. We can look at the photos.
yeah, but it doesn't have the book. The book had the picture of the trolley bridge, which is not there anymore. Only the abutment is there for that, unfortunately. The trolley bridge and the train bridge. I could bring it up on the Who's or What's It here.
Definitely doesn't look as interesting
Impressive,
on Google
yeah,
Maps
now.
right now.
Yeah, I
Because
mean,
there's
it's
a bunch of
all
like, there's all this ivy growing all over it and everything, so you can't
Definitely
really see
a
it.
good weathering opportunity there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's spalled. It's like heavily spalled now.
Yeah, come on, Dennis. You need to figure out another scene to do. But
Let's see.
yeah, I don't know. Are we about done with this, Danny? You want to hand it over to Dennis soon, or what are you thinking? You think you're going to talk more?
Billy, how do you think I'm doing?
I think you're doing good.
I'm getting tired, but
You're getting tired.
I could go for a little bit more. I think.
I don't know. What else do we have to talk about? There you go.
Yeah. So look at the spalling on this. It's crazy. Whoever that did the concrete work on these old Reading bridges, not so great because it's not just this bridge. It's like
been there for
I mean you're right.
100 years
it's been
more?
there for a long time, but I just
120
wonder,
years. Like I'll probably be spalding at that point. I'm definitely balding.
Yeah, but I don't think spalling on the face like this. That's really like this is kind of common because you'll get water in the top of this, it'll chip off. But like the whole face of it is spalling, which is that's like above and beyond for spalling class here because this
Yeah,
whole
you kind of
face
see
is
that
huge.
cool like thing there. That looks so cool.
Yeah, so there's this bridge was replaced a few years ago, but for whatever reason, I suspect is because the old road bridge probably could not take the weight of a trolley, So the trolley had to break off from the road here, and it had its own little bridge. The abutments, I think you can maybe see the abutment right there in front of the other bridge. It went straight across here, one under this bridge, and then one up this little. See this thing on the left? That was the trolley right of way.
Yeah.
And then they rejoined each other up here at this other curve. Yeah, so it'd be kind of fun to model the trolley.
Yeah.
And so anyway, this will be a great scene if we get to it. I hope we get to it.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
So.
We'll see what happens.
Cool.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, I don't know. I think we're about done, unless you got something more to say. But
I think I'm.
Dennis, you ready, or you need a few more minutes to?
I can talk for a little bit more if
Yeah. Well, let's at least give Dennis.
Yeah. Okay. Let's like
get him on deck.
10 minutes. 10 minutes. 5 minutes. Something like that.
5 minutes till curtain, Dennis. Is that what you want to do? He's saying 1 sec. See, he needs 5 minutes for curtain.
Oh yeah. It's good. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
so
by the way,
concrete is made with beach sand. The salt causes concrete. Oh, yeah.
So he says 1 minute. So this is a good time to be like, hey guys, go donate. Good cause, Payton Managed Children's Hospital in Indianapolis. The link is in our is in the description. And if you're on the Model Train People one, there's a QR code on the screen as well. So go check that out. Go donate. Let's see what we're at right now. We are at. I'm gonna go check. We are at 465.
465.
You know what? I'm gonna put some money where my mouth is.
Yeah, you should do that.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna put $50 in right now. I need to figure out how to do that. Let's see. I'm not gonna put my credit card in so everybody can see it right now. Let's see here. Let's try PayPal. Gonna do it.
Oh, I know what I wanted to do.
What you want to do?
I want to determine who's actually won all these bracket things.
Oh yeah. Well.
All right. So
do we have time for? I don't know if we even have time for that. Are we doing that still?
I think we do it very quickly. So, can you bring up our Instagram? I guess I can bring up the Instagram, right?
I guess so. Let's see. Are we still going? Yeah. You can bring up the Instagram. I'm donating stuff. Like we're supposed to, Danny.
We're supposed to.
I have to sign into it. Sign away my... Yes, use this password. Then I need to get the mobile thing. Look over on my mobile, see what the password is.
Okay, I think on the desktop app for Instagram, it doesn't actually give you like it's looking it's not. Oh no, okay, it can give me the viewers. It's not giving me the poll breakdown though.
Well, maybe just go look at it on your phone and tell people.
Yeah. Okay, so Toronto got 61% of the vote. So Toronto won the first one.
Toronto, woo!
Toronto's the winner of the first game.
First game, Toronto.
Let me share my screen for the.
By the way, this is in reference to our Union Station thing we've been doing on our Instagram, in case no one understands what we're doing right now.
My guess is no one understands.
So we've been doing the last podcast we did. We went over all of the Union stations, and then we kind of figured out what the 32 best ones were in our opinion. And now we're having everybody vote on them on our Instagram every day. You can go vote on a pairing of Union stations.
Except
we're doing
today, because I didn't do it yet.
Because Danny didn't do it yet. Luckily, I think we have a little bit of room in there, wiggle room, so we can get it done by March.
All right, so we got Toronto won. Woo!
All right,
woo! Round of applause to Toronto. Toronto, I think, in my opinion, Toronto and Washington Union Station.
We got a lot of people here not happy about Albany losing.
Oh, real? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry, Dennis. I bet you it was Dennis rooting.
It was Dennis.
Was Dennis rooting for Albany?
Dennis was rooting for Albany.
You know, Albany was a handsome. It was a handsome building. But come on, you can't deny the.
It is a handsome building. It exists.
It exists, but it's not a train station anymore. You know, it's a lovely building. Architecturally, it's great, but you can't argue with 200 trains a day, can you? At least I can't.
You can't.
All right, so Toronto Union Station, the
What's
number
the next
one
one?
seed, is going off to the Sweet 16.
I don't know what that means.
Like the first one, there's 32 teams, and then the next one's.
I don't
16
know
teams.
sports, Danny.
You never heard like the Sweet 16, the Elite 8, the Final 4, the champion? No. Okay, so we have a problem with
What?
this next one. It's perfectly split 50-50. 16 votes each.
Which one's this one?
Ottawa versus Milwaukee. Both of which are not train stations anymore. One of which is demolished. One of which is a lovely model railroad kit, which is Milwaukee.
I don't know. What do we do about this? I say people in the chat, vote.
Yeah, okay, yeah, let's do that.
All right, people in the chat. What are the... So we got...
What's better, Milwaukee Union Station or Ottawa Union Station? And I guess I can try to play the...
Just put a photo. I don't think the video is going to show very well.
Maybe it will. I don't know. Ottawa? Hang on. Whoop. It's definitely not showing well right now. I can guarantee that. All right, let me transition this.
Let's see if you're going to try and do it.
Did it transition?
I don't see it.
Dang it.
Danny, just put up a photo of each.
That sounds easy.
Fine. I'll go. You want to go Google
Yeah,
one?
why don't you Google it? Yeah.
All right.
And I'll go back to my.
Yeah, Ottawa Union Station. Images. There we go. That's not what I wanted. You're right. This is harder. Ah! Hit that button. Does that make it? Why is it so hard to make things big anymore? It like makes everything's a link. It's showing a silver picture. Yeah. Yeah, I think Danbury was in the Dennis Danbury was in the podcast, but
It wasn't a podcast. Did not make the cut.
it did
I'm
not make it.
sorry.
It did get. I remember I gave it a decent
We were
amount.
like, okay, it's got a great.
It had
art
the museum, but like when you look at it like against like one of the really big ones, it's tough. Admittedly, we did probably rate things based on bigness, which is probably not the best thing.
I mean,
but,
we kind of rated them on like how many trains they have
Yeah.
a day is part.
Don't worry. Let's not worry about this. It's being stupid. We can't do it. So let's just go on. We'll figure that. What's the next one that won?
Hang on. Now everything's like all screwed up. I got it back. Hang on.
He did it. He did it.
All right. Let's see. Hang on. We're almost. Okay. All right. Is it gonna go? Yeah. Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay. And
So-
fine. I'm gonna say it's Milwaukee. I like Milwaukee.
Milwaukee.
Yeah.
All right. What's the next one? Portland versus Nashville. Oh crap! I need to look at my phone for this. Portland versus Nashville. Not surprising, but surprisingly close. I thought Portland would have been like way ahead. Portland was only a little bit ahead. The next still has a
Like,
train.
you
I
know,
think the Cardinal
anyway,
goes to it once a day.
Yeah. Once every other day.
No, but I think it's once a day in each direction. Like, right?
Yeah.
Like it goes by once eastbound, and the next day it comes by westbound. Next day it comes by eastbound, right?
Yeah.
Because one set just goes back and forth, right? That's all it is. And then I think today or yesterday was Washington versus Joliet, which is also not surprising, is that Washington won. So
yeah. Cool. And what's the next one coming up?
It's going to be Tacoma versus Raleigh.
Ooh, neat.
Tacoma's really cool because it's got this amazing green copper dome on it, which might be an inspiration for my hypothetical Union Station in my freelance layout.
Yeah.
And then Raleigh is interesting because it's actually a new station. It was built in 2018. So this is the only relatively is the only 21st century station in the whole 32 lineup.
Very neat.
So that's where we are. So if you guys are interested in this kind of thing, if you go to our Instagram, we're gonna have daily. We were having mostly daily polls, if we can keep it up. If I can make these videos.
Yeah, Danny, make the videos
that like 5 people look at.
All right, Dennis, you ready to take over, or you want me to we can sign off if you're good with that?
Is Dennis ready?
I think he's probably ready by this point. So let's just say the things. Make sure to go donate. We're doing this for model train people. We're gonna be going till not us. We'll be back on at 10 tomorrow morning, hopefully doing some operations and stuff and running our trains. But we're gonna be going till 3:00 tomorrow, 24 hours, supporting the Payton Manning Children's Hospital in Indianapolis. Also, looks like Klondike is giving a discount. We can give a discount to Klondike right now if you use the code RailBrothers10 for 10% off. So do that. And it's a capital R and a capital B. Thank you for that. That's awesome. But yeah, so make sure to go donate. I just donated $50. It's not you can donate whatever you want, donate $5, you can donate $300, whatever, but it's a good cause. It's kids. Like I said, my daughter went to CHOP, has been going to CHOP for years in Philadelphia, and it's just the same kind of thing. So it's about helping kids. So I don't know. Are we good to go? Or are you gonna let's see, is Dennis good to go? Sign off and I'll be cool. Cool. All right, cool. All right. Well, go follow Dennis.
The Rail Brothers, and
we'll see you down the line, and hopefully 10:00 in the morning tomorrow.
All right,
yeah. All right, go have fun, Dennis.
blast it out to people and, get the word out. So, but we are still very hopeful that we can at least hit our $1,000, certainly our $700 goal, but there's no audio on. Thank you, Sean. Now there is audio on the Model Train People. I am sorry to all you folks out there on the Model Train People stream if there's anyone out there who was watching and sitting and was wondering, why is this guy's lips moving and yet there is no sound? The answer is that I'm a dope and forgot to click the unmute button on the on the OBS channel that was sending the stream to the Model Train People, but it's fixed now, so welcome. I am extremely sorry that you didn't have audio for the first 20 or so minutes of my stream, and welcome in. Okay. Alright, now let's continue working on this -7 here. Thank you for the heads up on that, Sean. I can't believe I forgot to click that button. Oh well. They missed my entire spiel about Southampton, Massachusetts, and how I'm going to model it either as a T-Track module or as a diorama or as something. Let's really work all of this into the cracks here. And then we're going to go back and do the green. So, Sean, to kind of explain to you what I'm doing, because you weren't really here for much of the first part, I am basically using color theory to weather these trains. So I'm adding a complementary color to each color, dots of oil paint of a complementary color, that is, to basically, what am I trying to say? What's the word? Desaturate the existing paint on the locomotive. I'm going in and covering up with the complementary color, which negates the base color, and combining that with the white helps to fade the color in a very nice, realistic way. It's a bit more realistic than how it would look if you just added white. And this is a technique I learned actually fairly recently from a good friend, Ted Diorio. So shout out to him for that. Let me clean off this brush. Ted was actually live weathering tonight on stream as well. His streams are Saturday nights, so unfortunately we did step on him a little bit, but I think it was okay. I don't think we had too much overlap. So, but yeah, his technique is really nice. I'm sure he didn't. Well, I'm sure he didn't come up with the technique. Color theory is color theory. But I credit him with showing me the technique, and then I will be passing it on even further, as I will be showing it as a clinic at next weekend's Hudson Valley Division NMRA meeting. I'll also be showing it as a clinic at the NER convention coming up this fall. So anyone who is going to the Eyes on the NER convention in Southbridge, Massachusetts, if you want to see how to do this in person and have a hands-on attempt at it, come and see it. Need a little more maroon. Oops, I'm working off camera. I do like this, that way I can not be working off camera. That looks a little better. Yes, there we go. Now that looks good. And I might even, so Sean, I guess you can tell me exactly how weathered you want this to be. But I was thinking I might go in and kind of fade out maybe one of the letters even more here. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to leave them. I'm just going to leave them. So you can really see the difference here when I go from this side, which is done being faded, around to this side, which has not been faded yet. Look at how much more vibrant the unfaded side is versus the completed side. I mean, this is almost neon. I mean, even just right here. Look at the difference between the nose and the long hood here. It's pretty significant. So that's the beauty of the technique. It's subtle. You know, when you look at it like this, it's like, oh yeah, it just looks a little bit worn. But when you look at it compared to fresh paint, it's night and day. So, oh no, sorry folks. Sorry folks in the I am sounds good, Denny. Or Dennis. Oh my goodness. I'm getting tired clearly. But sounds good, Dennis. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's so good to see you on the stream here tonight. I appreciate it a lot that you're here and hanging out. And I hope that you have a wonderful rest of your night, my man. Okay. All right. Sean says go for it, so I'll give it a shot. What's the best way to do this? That's looking great. I'm glad you approve. Where did my other little brush go? It is over here somewhere. I just don't remember where I put it. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. It's right here somewhere. I know it is. Why can't I see it? Eyes, be open. Alright, well, I'll use this brush instead. I don't know where that brush went. Man. Alright, well, we'll just work without it. I think what I'm actually going to do is I'm just going to have these two door panels be off of another unit that's much older. And therefore is much more faded. Just go ahead and clean up around the edges. Even just the one panel. I think we're just going to do the one panel. And so, consequently, I'm going to add more of that and more of this. And then I'm going to go back in with, we're going to go in with, which brush? We're going to go with this brush. And then this brush. And then we're going to go back in here. Just like this, clean up around the edges, nice. Okay, and now I'm going to go back in with this brush to just blend in a little better. Add a little bit of white in there. we go. I think that's subtle enough. I think that's subtle enough. I think I might do another door like that, but I think I'm going to do it on the other side. I might do 1 or 2 doors like that. And then I'm definitely going to do what I did on the other unit, which is a nice and clean door as well. We're going to do this one right here. We'll do a nice clean door right here on this compartment. There we go. Now we're telling a story with this unit. We got 1 clean door right here, 1 dirty door right there. So that's nice. That's nice. Sounds good. Sounds good. Have a good night, Billy. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for helping out on with you guys doing your segment. It's great to have you guys as part of the community, and as friends. You guys, it's good to say that I'm your guys' friends. Add another layer of red up top. And then blue down the middle. Okay. Blue, red, white. Wait. Is that the white? Yes. All right. And let's do it over here as well. Red and the white. Good. All right, let's blend it all together. Down the length. Oops, I work completely out of frame. I'm sorry, folks. Here we go, here we go. the more tired I get, the harder it's going to be for me to keep talking while I work here. But I'm going to try. I'm trying to keep up with you guys. Switch over to this brush. Clean off the brush, get all the excess off. There we go, there we go. Nice and clean. Here we go, okay. Back to it. Oh boy. Wipe that off before it causes problems. There we go. That's one of the nicest things about oil paints. It's super easy to clean up when I screw up like that. Good as new. A little bit of red in there, but that's okay. We'll blend it in. All right, and then we're on to the roof. Nope, actually, I want to do more of more door detailing on this side before I go into the roof. I'm going to do both of these doors replaced. I'm going to do all 4 of these doors replaced. I'm going to do 3 of them fresh. I think it's time for a fresh one of those. So what's great about these, I don't really have to worry about it. I have about 1 billion of them. So I can just chuck, you know, if I think it's time to get a new one, chuck it and get a new one. I don't have to conserve them. They're like half a cent a thing or something like that. Stupid cheap. go. There we go. There we go. Get those doors nice and clean. And then make the one next to it dirty. Which brush? We'll use this one. I really wish I could find that other stupid paintbrush. Because that would be super useful in what I'm trying to do. The technique I'm trying to achieve. Did it fall on the floor? Might have rolled off my desk and fallen on the floor and I didn't notice. It's very possible. Let's see. No, I don't see it. Man, how did I lose a paintbrush that's on my desk? I don't understand how I do these things. Oh, I found it. It was blending right in with my table. Okay. Okay, that looks good. That looks really nice. I'm happy with that. I am super happy with that. That is a good looking door replacement right there. Yes. I might actually go back over here and do that other one with the same, in the same way. Pardon me. Okay. Getting into it now. There we go. Clean up the edges. Clean up the edges. So it's just the one panel. Beautiful. Yes, 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 yes. And then I think I'm gonna try it because what's the harm? I can always take it back off. I'm gonna try and completely blank out one of these so it's like it's in primer. Not quite primer. You know, I'm not going to go to primer. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to undo that. Just going to blend it back in. And we're good. Like nothing ever happened. I'm going to leave it like that. All right, let's do the roof. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Okay. And then let's do the white. Excuse me. Okay. Right, let's blend it in. Okay, let me just run this brush back and forth a few times. There we go. All right, and now let's go to the cab. Actually, I'm going to run and grab some water real quick. I will be back in, I don't know, about a minute. Maybe a minute and a half. I got to run downstairs and grab some water. Because I am a little bit parched. So I will return very shortly. In the meantime, Sean, I will leave you looking at your beautifully dirty Dash 7. Good stretch. All right. Be right back. Okay. I gotta finish up the fading on this Dash 7, and then I can turn my attention back to Garrett's caboose over here. That way I can get it weathered down. Yeah. Excuse me. Cab, that was what was next. Cab. Right. Okay, orange gets blue. Okay. There we go. Nope. White paint. Sounds good. Yeah, no worries, Sean. And I'm glad you think so. The other day, you're the customer. You got to be happy. So. All right, let's go ahead and blend this. It needs more white. Okay. Let's move Mikey out of the way here. I keep accidentally bonking him. Yeah, that looks like it about matches. Good. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good match. And I'm going to go ahead and add a little more white to the roof. That way it's a little more faded on the roof. There we go. That is pretty good. Pretty good. All right, let's go ahead and jump to here. Yeah. All right. White paint for the fade. There we go. Go. Oh boy. Ugh. Oh, well, I guess I don't know, Sean, if you're back, but if you are back, you don't mind telling me roughly, are you going to be modeling, is your little switching layout that you said these are going to run on, is it supposed to be Iowa or somewhere else? Because that'll help me, not necessarily at this stage, but as I move forward with weathering, to get the right kind of color of road grime, because different areas have different colors. Northeast is going to be more browns and grays, whereas, you know, southwest is going to be more like southeast or southwest is going to be more reds and oranges for the dust and the grime. So I don't know if you are back or not, but if you are back, and you don't mind telling me, I'm assuming you're modeling it like it's Iowa, you know, close to home, but yeah. Trying to Central Iowa. Okay, great. Perfect. That will help me get some reference for when I'm going to do some road grime on the trucks and on the undercarriage and all of that. That way I can get the right colors and get it to look right for you. Just trying to get this handrail back on. That way it's secure. That way I can fade it. But it is being difficult. I gotta take the plow off. No, I had it. I had it for a second. There we go. There we go. All right. All right, let me go in with this brush here. And then we will do the under frame. All the trucks and the, fade the trucks, fade the, oh, whoops, I almost forgot. I need to do the actual walkways here. Crack my back here. There we go. Let me try and get these plows back on. Good. Where did the other plow go? Right there. Let's get the other plow on. Good. 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 Let's get this thing back on. Boy. Good. It's on. Good, good, good. Let's use a little bit more. This, that. Okay, it's 12:58, which means it's almost 2 in the morning. Which means, unfortunately, I'm not going to get to Garrett's Caboose tonight, but that's okay. Okay. There we go. There we go. So let's go ahead and slap this on there. There we go. All right, let's do the underframe and then slap the shell on the motor here. And we will be golden. Good, good. A little more maroon. Good, good, good. Yeah, it's gonna be. I can't wait for you. I can't wait for you to see him. I can't wait for you to see him in person. They're looking rather nice, if I do say so myself. So just so you know, Sean, now that the fading is done, I gotta let them cure for about a day just to make sure all of the because I want to do it right for you. You know, for my own stuff, I would probably rush it a little bit, but I want to do it right for my clients. I am going to I want to let it cure for a couple days. Once it is cured, I'm going to go ahead and start my powder weathering jobs, which includes doing some road grime on the under trucks and kick up around the wheel sets. I'm going to do a little bit of rust on the stacks, and then some soot in and around the stacks, darkening in all the vents so that way they have some good depth. And then maybe a little bit of other stuff just to fiddle around. But here we go. Here are your 2 units, and then I'll probably also weather your couplers for you, just because why not? So, oops, you can't even see them. Give me a second to zoom the camera back out so you can see them. There they are. So yeah, these will be done depending on how much time I spend on them in the next couple of days. They'll probably be done by next week sometime. But we will see. But there you have them. There's your pair. Nicely faded and worn down. They already look 10 times better than they did out of the box, in my opinion. Just giving them that fade and that wear. So I hope you are looking forward to getting them back as much as I'm looking forward to sending them back to you. I am going to wrap my portion of the night here. I am going to go ahead for the Model Train People Model Train People stream. I'm going to get a playlist of videos set up from members of our community to lead us through the night. Because I need to go to sleep, guys. Goodness gracious. So, those of you who are still hanging out, thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you guys have enjoyed my weathering tonight and have enjoyed the stream as a whole. It's been going quite well. A reminder before we go to our overnight intermission stuff, we are fundraising for the Payton Manning's Children's Hospital in Indianapolis, Indiana. The GoFundMe link is in the description of my stream. It's in the description of the Model Train People stream, and it's in the top corner over there of the Model Train People stream. There's a QR code that you can scan that will bring you there. I'm actually going to go ahead and donate $20 myself once I get off stream, which will put us at, if I do math, $535 of our $700 initial goal. So to all of you who have already donated, thank you immensely. Our community puts a lot of effort into this, and we really think that this is a cause worth supporting, and we hope you do too. For those who are just hanging out, thanks for hanging out. No donation is expected. All donations are appreciated. Is the kind of vibe that we bring to the party. So, I hope you guys have all enjoyed the stream tonight. I will see you all tomorrow when I'm on with Sam for our live episode of the Model Train People podcast, and maybe I'll be on sooner. But at the very least, I will see you at, I believe we're doing 1 p.m. Eastern. So, hope you all have a wonderful rest of your night. I'm going to end my stream here, and I'm going to set up the Model Train People stream for our overnight mode. Okay, folks, good evening. I hope you guys have been enjoying the lovely entertainment that our community has been able to pull together for you tonight. I am just getting things set up on the back end here as I put away Sean's locomotives to get you guys some videos to watch overnight. So you can have something to take you through the night and enjoy yourselves. I believe Sam will be back at 7 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. Don't quote me on that, but I believe that's the time that we had set for live content to come back. It's somewhere around there. I will confirm that obviously before I go to bed. That way I can get up in time to pass the baton, so to speak, and close our overnight stream portion out. Just bringing up the videos now, but yeah, so I hope you guys have been enjoying. I know I've been having fun making the going live for y'all. Just need one more moment here as I'm trying to make sure it is all set up right for you all. That way it should be a seamless transition to watching some content overnight. Take my gloves off now that I'm done weathering. Oh, I just need to get this set up here. Just got to get the video set up for you. It will be on in one moment. Here it comes. playlists and play that. All right. I will leave you guys with some videos here overnight. I'm going to go get some sleep. I'll see you guys in the morning. Have a good one.
Got it now. Here, guys.
guys, N-Scale Train Boy here, and today I'm back with another video on Doug Drick's excellent N-Scale Great Northern Kalispell Division layout. Had the great opportunity to go back and operate again this spring on his layout, about a month and a half ago at this point. Had a great time. No overview of the layout or tour or anything like that. If you want to see those, I'll have links down below to my other 2 videos on his layout. You can go check out a couple of great tours through the layout on both of those videos. But on this one, we're jumping right into the trains. So I got to run through passenger train at the beginning, and then I got to get on one of the local jobs and do some switching. And at the end of the session, Doug allowed me to run my awesome Kato 20th Century Limited train set with my Bachmann J3A Hudson on the point, and that was awesome to see running through the scenery. He's a very lost 20th Century Limited. And he also allowed me to do something really cool, which was put my B and CCS locomotives and 34 of my weathered freight cars up on his layout and run them from end to end. We had 2 locomotives up front, 2 in the back pushing, all manned. So I had 2 locomotives up front, my friend had 2 at the rear, and it was a great time. Really cool to see that train running through Doug's excellent scenery. So look forward to that at the end. But other than that, let's just get right into it. So thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoy. Leave a comment down below if you have any feedback or anything in particular you enjoyed about the video. I read and respond to all my comments. And if you enjoyed the video, click the like button. Helps me know I'm doing a good job. Other than that, thanks so much for watching, and welcome back to the Kalispell Division.
Yeah. Okay, so we're stopping?
Yep, we're going to come into the station. Hold on, stop. I need to get us to the West Main, so we're right-hand running. Okay, now you can go. There we go. Oh.
Well, he can come all the way up the hill and then bring
Why should we stop for this?
Stop anytime in here now. Along the river, we're all through Glacier National Park here now. Coming up on Belton. Oh, there we go.
Okay, so you're going to take those down now. Well, no, you don't. No, go ahead over here and take those cars down. You were going to try to grab.
So, Belton here, we're going to have to do a little switching work.
Well, you gotta wait for the passenger train.
Right, well, no, but he's blocking both ends of the turnouts of the yard.
Going now.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Dirty spot on the wheels, I think. Oh, are we lined?
Yes, you're lined.
Yeah?
Okay, fruit forwarder
Is this correct?
over there.
Wait, is that
This is correct, yes. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving, keep moving.
We're gonna go over to him. But right now, you're just kind of getting him out of the
You
way.
have to
so
swing
can
in the
grab
yard lead to get to the other main.
Yep, yep.
So what you can do
You
is
gotta
actually
hold up for
break right
him
now.
because this guy's gonna go out immediately once this guy is through, and then it clears your.
Sorry. So you just stay right here, that way we don't block them.
So,
Yep, keep going. Because we gotta get to the station on the left there, you see?
what I like to do is, if I'm leaving these cars, right, on track 4, I'm gonna
Go. Okay, go now. Cheating. I'm cheating.
It's not cheating, it's just,
Hands up, gods.
yeah.
I keep having to attach cars. Here we go.
What's that?
You can fix all those switches now. Like, I don't think I'm gonna end up back in that direction. Where are you assembling the Columbia Falls train?
I think I'm assembling
Oh, that's me, that's me.
in track 1. Track 1, which is this.
Back. Okay.
I don't mind. There's no leading to that for you, right?
Yeah. Okay.
But I don't have other. Wait. Yeah.
I might rearrange the cars that are just sat there for now.
Are you doing a time lapse?
No, just video. This camera can't do time lapse. I wish it could. So anytime I do time lapses, like when I did on for your yard last time, I had to do it on my phone.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
So what do we do from here?
We just keep going. There's a little hole in the wall back there. We're gonna head back there to staging.
Okay, let's push it out.
Oh, the cards?
My method is
Not the hands of God issue.
not the best.
So just keep going at a consistent speed, and then it'll show up on.
Come up on track 7.
That's what Doug said. So.
You gotta. So when you come around, Dennis, on this side, that train will go in the pocket.
Hit this button, and then, well, we don't know.
I'm gonna hit this button, and hopefully something happens.
Or an earthquake occurs or something else.
Hopefully something good happens as opposed to something bad.
You got the headlight?
Those are going to the stop.
Yes.
I'm just saying, why did you move it?
Just because that way, it also needs to go this direction, so I just stole it for now. I'm gonna shuffle things around.
I'm normal. I'm fine.
Okay, now you're gonna come in, put the SPNS card in front of the freight house. Remember, I'm technically inferior to you because I'm the conductor.
You're always inferior.
That's great.
Imagine, what was that mean?
We need a crane. We need a crane.
No, it's fine.
Like that much more.
Okay, what's my next maneuver? These cars over here.
Yep. Okay, clear. Okay, so now you're going to run back. On track 1. Good.
What is it? It's good. You're good.
I'm going to ask you just to wait for a second while I organize cards.
Yeah, that's fine.
Where's the Sue? Okay, push these back. Push the Sue and the Great Wall.
It's a beautiful train set.
It's also moving really smoothly.
Yeah. Well, Dennis is
The other unit just had bad. It needed to be cleaned. Okay, hold on.
Now I'm going to pull that SPS to the feet.
Those bars cross. Those are still in the off spot. Alright, I'm gonna use the what is this track? I don't know, I guess it's a freight house track. Use the freight house track as a switching lead.
Okay, stop.
I think I lined that one. That one I'm not lying about. That one is good.
Yes.
The horn on that locomotive is great.
First one I've had that sound today.
I'll just stop those right there for now.
Yeah. What? Okay, before it quit.
Well, I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't gonna like get stuck on the hill.
Yeah.
Alright, Ben, do I keep going or what? Yep,
Yeah, keep going.
I have you lined all the way out, so.
Alright, thank you.
Well, thunderstorm. Okay. And now I get the railroad back again. Yay!
Because I've been in cars with people who are not okay drivers, and for sure on a list of drivers, I'm like 7 out of 11.
How's John's driving?
He was okay. I would say 8. I think I'm a little bit more like, I hate Ford.
I'm getting out here as soon as you're clear.
I wouldn't know the difference between the two. I don't pay attention to modern diesels.
These are not modern diesels.
They're still used today. They're modern diesels.
Well, I suppose. They're sometimes used
in use. There's no such thing as a modern American diesel. Let's be realistic.
I mean, honestly, there shouldn't be a modern diesel because it should be electrified.
True.
You know.
You've also got some foreign power you're going to meet. You got a CB&Q locomotive coming down the mountain.
He wants all of our things sick.
Yeah, I'm going to get all those cows sick.
Yeah.
Ben, it looks like you've got some slack. You could probably push just a little bit more if you wanted, but I don't know. I love the CB&Q's red and white scheme. It's real nice.
I'm honestly fine with this speed. I'm just trying to speed match it from back here.
Alright, so we can probably get permission past them since they're not up here yet. So we can just ask for it.
Okay, we should go back up, or yeah, we come back out over.
Is that a SD9, I think? SD7. I should know better.
Alright, I'm about 60 right now.
You calling out degrees? Is that what's happening here?
Yeah. Yeah, because we're on these
nice.
throttles,
Yeah,
so.
that's actually a really smart way to do it.
Alright, then these locomotives are nowhere near speed matched with each other, so.
Nope.
Okay, and that should be good. Let's stop at Summit.
And then you're gonna cut off and head back?
Yep.
Out right there.
Oh, who done it?
Is that your fault?
It's short.
Yeah, it is your fault.
There we go.
That switch is also switched.
I gotta get up to the west main.
So how do you want to get to the back of the line?
There you are.
Oh, I'm on the west main. Oh, I'm okay.
Your line.
And this isn't even technically the full train because you can get a 4-car add-on set.
You guys keep shorting out over there.
Nope, it's struggling. No, it's not yours. Make sure your switch is set up there.
It wasn't.
Yep, there you go.
exciting, dude.
I'm going on. Okay, and then just for reference, I just reverse back all the way? Yeah, just reverse. Okay. It's easy. You just switch.
Just make sure you don't crash into my rear end.
Once that's shortened.
Hey, this train lost its caboose.
Oh no.
That's also on film now.
Oh boy.
Yeah, they were there. The cars.
Am I aligned over here?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, good. Thank you. Can you line me up to the station track as well? Oh, never mind, there's train cars there. Ignore me.
But he's heading westbound, isn't he?
Yep, we're heading westbound.
But they can't go on the station track.
You gotta check them out.
Found it.
I'm basically just going to show it. 36? So I have to manifest.
Okay.
That order was to build a lane. It was to build a specific design cruise. Where did you get the manifest for this? Oh, really?
Got a special package coming.
Ooh, that's fantastic. You're going to allow me to the man?
I only did.
Alright. Design cruise?
Oh, thank you.
Well, no, it's really not about that, but it's kind of related.
Well, I got the vice president of the NMRA division. If I, yeah, you. That's right. Well, I got you. If I went to join the MRA as a member, I would join as a student member, correct?
Yes. Yes.
That's well.
There's one there, and there's one in the trees. Look up on the hill. This hill. There you go. That's the nice thing. What I really like about this scene would be huge.
Yeah, it would be massive. That's,
yeah.
In all fairness, an hour 45 is
Plus, I think that really brings it to life is the backdrops.
Yeah,
You know,
the backdrops are very nice.
which are all photos from the exact location. So these are the mountains that actually sit right here.
Oh, that's cool.
Yep. So I went out years ago and took a bunch of photos and then used Photoshop, stitched them together, and then had them printed out.
Yeah, it came out very nice.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
The bridge.
You gonna send it to me send it to me after this?
Sure.
I'm literally planning to leave Wednesday morning. That Wednesday morning I plan to I'm gonna be there, but I mean, I could stay one more night, but I think I just want to start going home. Because it's a long drive home.
I'll be there. Okay, good. Okay, I get it. No, but I'm telling
But
you.
yeah,
so,
I have like one schedule.
Yep. Yeah. I don't know what it is exactly right now.
All right.
Uh-oh.
Well, I asked this question if I was dragging it and pushing.
We got a photo line going. Yeah. This is cool. Alright. When we get up here, Ben, let's
Let me get to at least the grade.
yeah, let's get you. Oh. Slow. Stop. I'm gonna stop. All right. Uh-oh.
Well, I asked this question if I was dragging it and pushing.
We got a photo line going here. Oh, this is cool. All right. When we get up here, Ben, let's
Let me get to at least the grade.
yeah, let's get you. Oh. Slow. Stop. I'm gonna stop. All right, cabooses throw. So. Keep going. Coming up on the end of the train here.
Is it long?
It's the caboose.
It's longer than the siding.
Yes.
Wait, does this have momentum, or if I hit the
No,
stop,
no
it will
momentum.
stop?
No momentum.
Okay, so I hit the stop, it will stop.
Well, if you hit the E-stop, it overrides momentum.
Oh, that's not how it works in Ninja Tracks.
Oh, no, that's how it works on NC. Emergency stop is cut the power. Alright, I'm gonna wait right here, and then you... Okay, alright, speed step 4.
Okay, I'm at 3 currently.
Let's see what she does up the helix. This is going to be the challenge.
This is gonna be the moment.
Because it didn't make it up that, so it's not going to make it up this without helper service.
No, we got the helpers pushed on, hooked on the rear. I'm at 7, Ben.
Okay.
You don't want to have that one pushed too much.
Yeah, as you push it too much, you're just going to push it off the rails.
Well, but this.
But if you drag it too much, you're going to streamline into it.
I made sure to split up the flat cars because I know those are lighter than the rest. So if I have, because a lot of times what I used to do is I'd run all 3 flat cars, one next to the other, like in the middle.
Okay. Stopping.
Stopping?
Whoop. Yeah. Well, I think we seriously need this much power to get it up the hill.
Okay, your train is actually in Essex and Belton at the same time.
Yes, it is. Well, it's just left Belton
Just
now.
left Belton.
I'm glad I got this set up because it's exciting for everyone, you included. It is.
All right, your tail end just went through the tunnel.
probably me at 6 is the same as you at 4. So.
I just scored our DC back with the time.
Nice.
Just going a little there and there.
I gotta tell you, look at
Yeah, you just take the whole tour of the
Yeah, that's beautiful.
No, it's the same too.
Sightseeing trip.
And dude, that's about the speed it would be going in real life right there.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's about probably 25 miles an hour.
Yeah, scale speed, yeah. I mean, it's going up the grade.
Yeah, it's better than my running Train 10 miles per hour.
I was running your layout in Train Simulator last night to prepare. they have from Whitefish to
Yes, they have it through the Marias Pass.
Through the Marias Pass.
Yep.
It's a shame they cut off, running trains on other parts. That's not supposed to run the train in Transit World.
Mm-hmm.
And they should not.
Am I in anybody's way?
No.
I'm just trusting that the tension stays the same. So.
If it doesn't, it's gonna be real disappointing when the train suddenly just.
Like it looks like you're still good from what I can see.
So the grade actually starts where the head. No, it's down there. It's right about where it is now.
Right where the head end is.
Yep, is where it really starts to go. It's flat around the corner.
We'll just keep the same speed in, and then only if we need to start creeping up.
You find that American just like these rail cars. Rail car just doesn't work so well. Parts of only few guys building it, honestly.
This looks so good. I'm so happy to be able to see my weathering like in amazing scenery like this. Because it just makes me feel like it was worth it.
You should take some pictures.
I can. I'm running the train. I'm relying on you all to take pictures.
It's quite a stressful job to run this train.
Where I thought I could get some good stuff.
I'm relying on you all to take pictures and videos.
My phone's about to die. I'm just using all of my battery. No, okay. Sure. I'll use your gear.
And I have to make voice line for it, yes. I need a voice line in because it's a video essay.
I'm still looking okay.
I'm glad I got back here because I was about to shove the car off the end back here.
I'm gonna creep up one.
Okay. I don't know if I'll have to creep up because once you hit the grade, it starts coming back.
Well, that's why I'm creeping up because I'm starting to struggle on the grade a little bit. Okay. I'm up to 7 now. Just so you're aware.
Yeah, I'm at the point that I'm pretty much balanced with you, which used to be significantly more, but is now 7 also.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Good.
Okay, as I'm back. I'm glad I got back here because I was about to shove the car off the end back here.
I'm gonna creep up one.
Okay. I don't know if I'll have to creep up because once you hit the grade, it starts coming
Well,
back
that's
on
why
you.
I'm creeping up because I'm starting to struggle on the grade a little bit. I'm up to 7 now. Just so you're aware.
Yeah. I'm at the point that I'm pretty much balanced with you.
Okay,
it
good.
used to be significantly more, but it's now 7 also.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Good. Go up to 10, Ben. 8,
Okay, I'll just watch
9.
and see.
I'm at 10.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna go all the way up to 12.
I'm at 8, and I'm just now starting to push. So.
I'm at 12.
I mean, literally here is through this.
I'm balanced at 8 while you're at 12.
I just
Because of
sent
grade.
you an airdrop, so you might get a
Okay.
I can feel the vibration of the trains.
That's leaving.
You
might
yeah, it's
do
probably
that.
here. Okay, I see it.
And we're still out at this end.
We are?
Yeah.
We got the head end out and the tail end out. Okay. I'm not touching anything. I am not touching anything.
For now, so
What's your speed at right now? 11? Okay.
I was actively pushing.
I am gonna tone it down a little bit just so you don't pull. So I just pulled it down a little bit. Just so
I can jump up a little bit.
No, well, I just want to make sure we don't pull apart underneath.
Yeah, I'm going to kick it up a little bit.
I slowed down just a little bit.
So I kicked it up to 12.
Okay, yeah, this should be good.
Yeah,
I'm at
I'm
16, so.
Yeah, I'm going to come out soon, so.
Someone turn on the flashes.
For the 6, actually. 7, 6. For the bridge. There we go. Beautiful.
Oh, hold. Okay. Move up. 6, I mean. So, you can push. Oh, this is so cool.
Actually got this going pretty smooth.
Yeah, we've got it down. After we got through over here, yeah, we got it down.
Well, I now feel confident enough that I think I could have gone through.
I'm gonna move over here so I can move over to the helix and watch.
I start have feeling that the gun in the helix and the tail is at the outside of the helix.
Yeah, so I think I still might do it. Yeah. Yeah. You're back. Yep.
How are you already down the helix? I'm just to the bridge.
We had my head end was coming out of the tunnel at the top of the hill, and Ben on the tail end was still before he got into the tunnel at the bottom of the hill.
All right, I'm gonna be standing up.
6, I mean. So, can push. Oh, this is so cool. Yeah.
I actually got this going pretty smooth.
Yeah, we've got it down. After we got through over here, yeah, we got it down.
Well, I now feel confident enough that I think I could have gone through. I helped her.
Yeah, but it's just I'm glad we didn't, just to be safe. I'm gonna move over here so I can move over to the helix and watch.
I start have feeling that the gun in the helix and the tail is at the outside of the helix.
Yeah, no, yeah, so I think I still might do it. Yeah. Yeah, coming back down here. You're back. Yep.
How are you already down the helix? I'm just to the bridge.
We had my head end was coming out of the tunnel at the top of the hill, and Ben on the tail end was still before he got into the tunnel at the bottom of the hill.
All right, I'm gonna be standing up.
Wait.
6, I mean. So, you can push. Oh, this is so cool. Yeah, that's it.
I actually got this going pretty smooth.
Yeah, we've got it down. After we got through over here, yeah, we got it down.
Well, I now feel confident enough.
Back up to 8. 6, I mean. So, you push. Oh, this is so cool.
coming pretty smooth.
Yeah, we're like, we've got it down. After we got through over here,
Yeah.
we got it down.
Well, I now feel confident enough that I think I could have gone through on helper behind me.
Yeah, but it's just, I'm glad we didn't, just to be safe. I'm gonna move over here so I can move over to the helix and wall.
I start feeling that they come in the helix and the tail is at the outside of helix.
How are you already down the helix? I'm just to the bridge.
You're gonna want to see this one.
That's so cool.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel. As you can see, we're not down in the layout room today, we're actually up in my office, and that's because I've been prepping a special video for you guys. You see, I am working on a clinic to give at an upcoming NMRA division meet, and I figured what better way to rehearse that clinic than to just make it into a video for all of you as well. So, if you're interested in a quick little clinic on young people in model railroading, feel free to pop some popcorn, sit back, relax, and enjoy today's video. All right, so here we go. There's a common myth out there that sort of grinds my gears a little bit, and that's that young people don't want to model anymore. And I can honestly say that I hope by the end of this presentation you'll be convinced that that's just inherently false. So a quick about me. I used to be young. I'm 30 now. That's still a young age for a lot of people, but for those younger than me, it's a jumping off point into the land of middle age. So I like to acknowledge that, you know, for some younger than me, I'm not young anymore, and that's okay. I've been modeling seriously for about 12 years. That's a little bit different than a lot of people. I got into model railroading while I was in college, specifically. Always loved trains, always had model trains growing up. I had Thomas the Train, Tommy, the blue track stuff, made all sorts of carpet kingdoms and things of the like, but never really got serious into real model railroading until I got into college. It was in college that I decided that I had had enough of scrolling through my phone and staring at screens all day in classes and wanted something tactile to do, something that I could feel some accomplishment when I completed. It was during that time that I discovered my love of weathering, of scenery, of custom decaling and weathering locomotives, all these things that fostered a really great relationship between myself and the hobby of model railroading. But why is the subject of young people in model railroading so important to me? Well, one of my big mantras in life and as a content creator on YouTube is to inspire people to model. I've talked about it at length in different mediums. But I also love the NMRA, and unfortunately, the NMRA is at a bit of a crossroads right now. A large portion of the NMRA's body is getting up there in age, and if we don't start to recruit new, younger members, there's a chance that the NMRA that we all love and know today will cease to exist, and that's a hard realization to come to, but it's a realization that we have to come to. It's something that our leadership team at the national level has acknowledged themselves, and through the Vision 2035 initiative is really pushing hard to make sure that the NMRA becomes a place for younger model railroaders, which I'm all for. Ultimately, I do want to see the next generation of modelers succeed, and one of the big things that always grinds my gears is that when I was a young model railroader, for some reason, I kept getting told to my face that young people don't model, despite having
multiple projects going on, probably too many at one time. So let's get to know a couple of other younger model railroaders. On the left, we have Dennis. He's 23, turning 24 very soon. He's been modeling for about 12 years, and his favorite activities are weathering and custom painting. A lot of Northeast Region NMRA division members will know Dennis. He just won an incredible award at the Northeast Region Convention for inspiring people to model. Dennis is also very active in his Hudson Valley division of the NMRA and is actually working towards his MMR slowly but surely. And his goal is to complete as much of the MMR as he can in N scale, which is quite the monumental task. In the middle here, we have Garrett. Garrett has been modeling for 13 years. He's 20 years old. His favorite activities are electronics and DCC. I met Garrett through the Rochester Institute of Technology's Model Railroad Club. I invited them over to my layout and had an operating session with them and tried to get a better understanding of how college model railroaders perceived the NMRA. This is a project that's ongoing. I'm hoping to expand it beyond just RIT and look at the college model railroad clubs across the nation. So if you're watching this video and you have a close relationship with any of the college model railroad clubs in your area, I would love to hear from you. Feel free to drop a comment down below and we'll get connected. And then on the right-hand side, we have my friend Brandon. Brandon is 26. He's been modeling since he was the ripe old age of 4. His favorite modeling activity is scenery, and Brandon is a big proponent of modular model railroading. Brandon has a large collection of Fremo modules. He facilitates an annual Fremo meet in the town of Sydney, New York, that everybody affectionately knows as the Sydney Shakedown Cruise. It's a great opportunity for new module builders to come and test out a module where there's not a large public crowd waiting to criticize them. So we really appreciate Brandon putting on that event and all of the effort that he puts into doing so. So, young people don't want to model, or so we've been told, but do we understand what it is that's different now with model railroaders compared to what it might have been 20, 30, 40, maybe even 50 years ago? Well, these are the 3 big things that I can think of: the cost of living, evolution of the hobby itself, including model availability, and the ways in which young people model have also changed as well. So let's get the inconvenient and uncomfortable stuff out of the way here. It's important to acknowledge that younger model railroaders and young people in general are disproportionately facing financial challenges that other generations did not have to face. Now, I'm not saying that other generations didn't have their own challenges. They certainly did. But it is important that we acknowledge the challenges that this generation is facing. And that's that, unfortunately, 2 major areas of cost of living and just cost of living in general are really affecting the way young people model. You see, unfortunately, over the last 50 years, we've started to experience a housing market that's outpacing wage growth. The housing market itself has outpaced wage growth by over 100%. You can see on the graph here on the bottom left, provided by CNBC with reliable sources. Of course, I'm trying to use reliable sources for all of my data. We can also see that on the top right-hand side that the cost of a college degree, if somebody decides to go to college, has increased over 169%, which is absolutely crazy. And all of this amounts to a situation where young people are unfortunately not able to buy a home. The new average for first-time home buyers in the United States has reached the age of 40 years old. And it's important to acknowledge that the American modeler's dream is not what it used to be anymore. So how do these changes in the cost of living end up influencing young model railroaders? Well, it means that unfortunately there's more time spent living at home with mom and dad. more time spent living in apartments. And that means that any sort of hopes they have of having a large basement layout or anything that's really a permanent layout is largely unobtainable for the most part. Young modelers are forced to live on less disposable income, which also means that they have less money, not just for models, but also the tools necessary to be a modeler. That means all of the specialized little tools that you need for scratch building, the space that you need for scratch building, the power tools that you need for building layouts. All of those things can be a challenge for a young modeler to obtain. All this means that, like I said before, young modelers are less likely to have a desire to build a large layout, and they're more likely to want to take on smaller projects, a modular model railroad, a portable layout, maybe even no layout at all, and they belong to a club, and they're focusing a lot of their effort into models themselves, locomotives, custom lighting installs, custom sound installs, high-level prototype graffiti and weathering. These are all ways that young people are modeling, even if it's not acknowledged by other generations. So let's dive a little bit deeper into each of these subjects. We'll start with model availability and the evolution of the hobby. And one of the things that I hear as a member of the NMRA talking with older members and younger members is this myth surrounding super detailing kits, specifically blue box kits. I hear a lot of people say, well, it's a shame that younger modelers won't pull out a blue box kit anymore and super detail it. Well, first of all, blue box kits actually stopped production in 2009. So younger modelers who are modeling modern prototypes, unfortunately, just straight up don't have kits available for them of models that they're interested in modeling. There are a few of them out there, but a lot of the blue box stuff is transition era. It's, maybe 70s, 80s, that sort of thing. And that means that some of them just aren't right for younger modern modeler. It's also important to acknowledge that the cost breakdown just really isn't there for super detailing low-end models. I've talked about it in the past on my channel. I went through trying to super detail an Athearn yellow box locomotive. This was a locomotive from a early 2000s release from Athearn. It's a DCC friendly locomotive, which means it didn't have a DCC ready board. It came stripped of all of its separately applied detail. All of it had to go on. And it was missing a lot of the road number specific detail, which meant I had to put it on myself. And so you can see the list of stuff that I purchased in order to do this project, and ultimately it ended up netting out to an MSRP that was very, very comparable to a brand new out-of-the-box Athearn Genesis locomotive with sound. Same goes for rolling stock itself. This is actually a project that I'm going to be taking on here soon. I've got this gorgeous AccuRail covered hopper in my club's freelance scheme that I'm looking to super detail, but those Plano etched metal roof walks alone are $11.25 MSRP. And then I've also got KDs that I've got to put in it and Intermountain metal wheel sets. And when everything's said and done, we're looking at a cost of almost $50 just to super detail a piece of rolling stock. Whereas if you look at Athearn Genesis, a gorgeous model with spinning roller bearing caps, etched metal walkways, end of car detail that's much nicer than the molded AccuRail stuff, and you can get that for a retail price of $40. So it's important to acknowledge that, sure, young modelers could be super detailing blue box kits, but ultimately when it comes down to it, the cost is just relatively prohibitive to doing so. It's not that young modelers don't want to be doing these things, it's that it makes financial sense to buy the ready-made version. But that doesn't mean that young people aren't modeling. They're still super detailing, they're still kit bashing, and they're still scratch building. But the way in which they're doing those things has certainly evolved. Here's a couple of quick examples from our stars of the show. You can see here on the left, Dennis has actually scratch built a version of the Hopewell Junction Depot in his hometown or in his hometown area of Poughkeepsie, New York. This is an absolutely gorgeous model, and people don't even realize it immediately, but this is N scale. So not only is Dennis scratch building, but he's doing it at a smaller scale than even I thought was imaginable, and getting incredible results. Now, Brandon, as I mentioned before, is a huge proponent of module model railroading. He's got a bunch of Fremo modules. Up here is his brand new set that is still a work in progress. He calls it Quarry. Garrett is quite the modeler himself. This is just scratching the surface of what he's built. He's got a total of 4 different Finger Lakes Railway shoving platforms, all of which are equipped with full prototype lighting functions, sound, and a bunch of detail to make them more accurate to the prototype. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I think that prototype's a pretty great one, don't you? I might be a little biased, but I don't know. So, with an idea of some of the projects that young people are taking on, let's try to understand a little bit more about how young people are modeling. Before we get into the specifics of how young people are modeling, though, let's just take a moment to recognize that young people are coming together to model together. You see, Garrett, Dennis, and Brandon, and myself have all started creating freelance short lines that interact with one another. We're pushing each other to become better modelers, to do things like custom painting and lighting installs and super detailing locomotives. And it's been a great collaborative effort to be a part of with these young model railroaders, even though I'm now over the hill myself. So we've talked about it a bunch already, but one of the big ways that young people are modeling is not necessarily through a basement empire anymore. Unfortunately, like I said, the average age of the first-time home buyer in the United States is 4 years old. And if a model railroader wants to model, unfortunately, it's likely not going to be in a basement for the first few years of their life on their own. So how is it that young people build layouts then? Well, they do it in a couple of different ways. The first is through portable layouts like Dennis is designed. He's got a really great switching layout that just sits on a couple of sawhorses in his bedroom and can be stood up vertically, and the sawhorse is folded up and put out of the way, and it's out of his way, and he's got all the space he needs. Dennis also takes this layout to shows to demonstrate operations to a larger audience, which is really cool. He just had it at the Poughkeepsie show the other weekend and gave a couple of demonstrations, which was pretty neat. Now, the other way that young modelers are participating in the active building layouts is through modular standards. There's 3 big ones and another one that I'll talk about later in the presentation. The first of which is Fremo. This is something that you've seen on my channel as I'm trying to inspire people to model. My modules are called the Tonawanda Creek. It's based off of Genesee Valley Transportation in Batavia, New York. But I'm not the only one that's doing Fremo, of course. Brandon, like I said, has a bunch of Fremo modules. This is one of his more complete ones. This is Cold Storage, which is just a simple 2-foot by 4-foot module with an industry. The beauty of Fremo is that you don't need to have a full layout in order to participate. Your little module gets plugged into a much larger layout that offers a ton of free running and operations potential. Second way in which I am also personally involved is T-Track. T-Track is an N-scale modular standard meant to go on tabletops, and it's something that Dennis is also involved with himself. Dennis and I are also part of a group called the Upload Express Modelers, which is detailing the build process for T-Track modules, which is pretty darn cool. Dennis is building a very large T-Track set of modules based on Hopewell Junction and the industries in that area. And that scratch-built model that I showed you earlier is going to go right on these modules for everybody at train shows and T-Track meets to see. And the other method, which unfortunately I don't have any examples of here, but maybe someday I'll dabble into it myself, is Fremo N. And Fremo N is much the same as Fremo, just in N scale. I'll tell you, I met a few Fremo N-scalers last year at the Springfield show, and those guys know what they're doing. There are some spectacular modules. I think in my Springfield recap video, I showed a module that had functioning semaphores on it. Those guys, I mean, they're really, really producing some fantastic stuff. So like I said before, young modelers, they're still super detailing. They're still kit bashing. They're still scratch building, but the ways in which they're doing so have changed a little bit. And that's thanks to the technology that's available on the market. You see, 3D printers and laser cutters have become relatively affordable. The upfront cost is a little up there, but once you've got it, it opens up a huge, huge world of possibilities as far as what's able to be modeled. Dennis's Hopewell Junction depot has 3D printed roof supports that actually Lakeshore's member Rick Rubino printed for him. Dennis did the drawings himself, sent them over to Rick, and Rick printed them for him and sent them off to Poughkeepsie so that Dennis could finish his model right before the Northeast Region Convention, which is pretty cool. Garrett himself is also utilizing a lot of 3D printing. His Finger Lakes cabooses utilize a prototype front pilot that he tooled up himself, a generator, which is insanely well detailed, that he drew up himself, and some 3D printed propane tanks as well. So ultimately, when it comes to super detailing and scratch building, some of the methods that older generations might have used might still be valuable, but younger modelers are working smarter and not necessarily harder. So like I said, younger modelers, they're still super detailing. It's just a little bit different. They're using those 3D printed details. Super detailing has kind of expanded beyond just the outside of a locomotive too. Super detailing now really means that you're going to have prototype sound in your locomotive. You're going to have high quality sound through companies like Scale Sound System Speakers, who offer high fidelity speakers as upgrades for stock locomotives. There's also a lot of custom sound files that go into it. We'll talk about later a friend of mine who's doing prototype horns based on recordings from YouTube of specific locomotives. He's getting the exact horn onto a decoder so that it is exactly as it sounds in real life, which is pretty darn cool. And not only are they doing that, but they're doing prototype lighting functions as well. SMD LEDs have now gotten so good and so reliable that a lot of lighting functions that would have been a pain to do with incandescents or would have been at risk of blowing out pretty quickly are now much more reliable. Strobe lights, ditch lights, class lights, tricolor changing class lights are all things that are possible now, and young modelers and experienced modelers too are putting those into practice. Here's just a quick video of Garrett's cabooses on my layout showing the fantastic sound and the lighting functions that he put together. And as you can see, it's all four of them. He did a spectacular job on all four. But these three modelers are not the only ones. There's thousands of young modelers learning their way through the process of being model railroaders, true model railroaders, not just watching trains run in circles all across the country. We've got Mitchell, who's a friend of mine from Pennsylvania. He's currently working on a Craftsman kit in N scale, which is phenomenal. My good friend Josh, who relocated from Fredonia, New York, down to Raleigh, North Carolina, has been busy at work since leaving us here in cold New York, building a massive 32-foot yard for the sipping and switching standard, which is a modular standard that's pretty popular down in North Carolina and expanding outward. It's a pretty fantastic standard, and I hope it gets bigger. This yard that he's building is not just a yard. I mean, he's got it fully scenic. He's got functioning CTC on the module. All of this is really high-level modeling work. And to top it all off, Josh is not only just a modular modeler, but he's also a super detailer to the max. This is an example of some of his work. This is an Alaska Railroad unit that he super detailed up with functional lighting packages, including the strobe and that top light, some very funky horns that Alaska put on their locomotives, all of it prototype correct, which is absolutely fantastic. And, oh, by the way, I haven't met him, but did you know that there was a 23-year-old on the cover of Railroad Model Craftsman? Yeah, he was just on the Around the Layout podcast. His name is Kinzer Hunt, and he models the First Coast, which is a railroad in Florida. His layout is filled with scratch-built structures, custom weathered, custom painted, and prototype correct graffiti. Some absolutely fantastic stuff from somebody 23 years old. I find it just a little bit funny that maybe some of the people out there continuing the stereotype that younger people don't model couldn't even sniff the cover of such a prestigious magazine, whereas Kinzer, a 23-year-old, has made the cover and has been published in it twice. So let's talk about a little bit of the sentiment of the tenured modeler. You know, I am close friends with a lot of modelers that are older than me, and I think I've done a pretty good job of listening to what it is that are their concerns and hopefully providing ways to connect younger modelers and more tenured modelers. It seems like a lot of the sentiment that I hear from tenured modelers is that they have a generation filled with valuable experience and they're disappointed that younger modelers just don't want to listen to any of it. And I think while this is definitely unfortunate, it's important to acknowledge that the way that younger modelers have learned about model railroading has changed. The internet has become a wealth of information, and it's become a place where younger modelers can connect with other people in a way that only used to be possible through the local model railroad club and the local hobby shop. It's a lot easier now for young modelers to establish trust and respect for a modeler they see online, where they can watch and rewatch their videos constantly and ask questions there and come up with great answers. But make no mistake, this doesn't mean that the more tenured modelers' advice is worthless. It just means that we need to take a different approach when trying to connect with younger modelers. So how is it that we can effectively connect with younger modelers? Well, first and foremost, there's one very, very large no-no, and that is never give unsolicited feedback to a young modeler that you've just met. This is absolutely critical. Giving unsolicited feedback, especially negative feedback, can be the quickest way to turn a new modeler or a young modeler off the hobby altogether. The second is make an effort to get to know young modelers. Third, understand and acknowledge the influences at play in their lives. We've talked about a little bit of that, but we'll go into more detail. And the fourth is, rather than giving empty feedback, recognize and understand opportunities that you have to provide the resources needed for a young modeler to succeed. Feedback and establishing trust. There is nothing that's going to turn a young modeler away from the hobby faster than somebody that they don't know giving them negative feedback. That is why it's so important that before giving any feedback, an experienced modeler takes the time to connect with a new or young modeler. There's a chance that young modelers are very, very proud of the things that they're doing, even if they look a little rough to you. Here's just an example that Dennis graciously let me include in this presentation. This is a little bit of his early work on the left-hand side. You can see he was hand painting with a brush a lot of his stuff. And this is what it's turned into recently. That's actually the same exact locomotive on the left and on the right. Dennis stripped it down to bare plastic and repainted it. But had Dennis gotten very negative feedback right from the start, there's a chance that he never would have tried. He would have either gotten out of the hobby entirely or resorted back to just doing, straight out of the box models and not trying to do any sort of custom painting at all. Instead, though, Dennis established relationships with people that he trusted and formed a group of friends that is all pushing each other to become better modelers. And this is the result. It's a hyper-detailed model with amazing separately applied detail. He added the C&W style gong nose. He added separately applied details. He's got some etched metal fan grills on there. And then he custom painted it and went through the effort of doing the decals himself and having them printed. He designed these decals himself. He not only designed the ones that you can see, but there's some on there that are so small you can't see. He's got builder plates. He's got specific locomotive information, a specific build date. There's incredible amounts of detail on this little N-scale SD40-2. And that's because Dennis is a part of a group of people who are encouraging each other to become better modelers. He didn't have that negative feedback from this initial attempt, and he's been able to progress as a modeler. So another way that tenured modelers tend to turn off younger modelers is by trying to make backgrounds competition. We've talked a little bit about the struggles of the young modeler today, the financial constraints, and that's not to say that their situation is any worse or better off than older modelers. You know, it's important to acknowledge that older modelers had a whole separate struggle to go through. There's a whole list of things that happened in the past that younger modelers don't have to worry about today, that, older generations definitely had their own struggles. But a younger modeler, they're not looking for you to one-up their story with a tale of how you had to walk uphill both ways to school and in the snow. No, they're looking for your empathy and understanding about the troubles that they face today. The financial struggles of not being able to own a home until they're 40. The financial struggles of having a mountain of student loan debt that prevents them from doing the things that they love. Those sorts of things. And it's when we have a good understanding of the struggles of the young model railroader and a mutual level of respect that we can then start to understand what it is that we can do to help them. We can offer them resources and opportunities rather than just empty feedback. Like I've continued to stress, young modelers sometimes do lack the financial means to have this vast collection of specialized tools that it takes to do scratch building and super detailing and kit bashing. So when a more tenured modeler recognizes this, it's important that they step up and not just give feedback about how a project came together, but also offer them the opportunity to utilize the tools that they may have at their disposal and hopefully not just utilize the tools, but also offer guidance. But it's all based on first establishing a positive relationship where there's mutual trust and respect involved. So what are we doing in the Lakeshores division to connect with the younger modelers? Well, like I said, I've started to connect personally and through the Lakeshores division with the RIT Model Railroad Club. We invited them to participate last month in our Op Around the Clock, which is our ops weekend. And we had, I think, 5 or 6 individuals from the club take part, operated multiple layouts, got to know local model railroaders within our division and from across the Northeast, which is valuable for them to be starting to make those connections while they're still in college. We also got together and did a joint T-track build with the students of RIT. We had a blast doing it. We had, I think, 8 members of the NMRA and 10 to 12 members of RIT come together. We all built T-track modules, and we're looking forward to displaying them together at RIT's upcoming Model Railroad Show, Tiger Tracks, which is in December. If you're interested in traveling in for that, I believe it's December 13th and 14th. We're also hosting the Rochester RPM, which is going to be February 21st and 22nd, and gives an opportunity not just for young modelers, but modelers in general to come together, show the things that they've been working on, and enjoy the camaraderie that is model railroading. We're really looking forward to that event. We've got some really special clinics to go through. We'll have a Fremo layout up and running. We'll have a T-track layout up and running, and we should have an absolute blast of a time. And finally, future events that are to be determined. We want to do things like the T-track build again. We want to do Fremo build sessions. We are grateful here in the Lakeshores division to have a shop that's offered their facilities for us to come in and take a day and build Fremo modules with an experienced Fremo mod builder. And we're really looking forward to that when we can find time to put it on the schedule. So as we start to wrap things up here, I think it's important that we understand that there's people in every generation that just want to watch trains run in circles and that don't want to model. But one of the most damaging things that you can say to a young modeler is that they don't want to model. I hope that through this presentation, we've started to get a few of the more tenured modelers within our community to a point of understanding that young people do want to model. We just need to do a better job of connecting with them and providing them with the resources that they want, not necessarily the ones that we think and assume that they need. Thank you guys so much for watching today's video and taking part in this presentation. If you got any feedback for me about how this presentation could be evolved to be better, please feel free to put a comment down below. I am happy to take in your feedback. I hope that some of the modelers that maybe thought young people don't want to model have had their minds changed by this presentation. And I certainly appreciate them at least taking the time to watch this video, even if they didn't. Take care, everybody. Hit the subscribe button if you're new to the channel, and we'll see you in the next one.
Hey guys, Unscaled Train Boy here, and welcome to the first video of Ops Till You Drop 2025. So I spent some time up in Syracuse, New York recently for the Central New York division of the NMRA's Ops Till You Drop operating weekend, and had a blast while I was up there. Got to 3 really great layouts, got to do some fun operating, meet up with some great people that, some people that I've known before, some people that I met while up there, and some people that I met online that I got to get to know more in person while up there. So it was a great time. Before we get into the video, just a quick disclaimer that priority number 1 on these layouts was always operating. So if the videos aren't quite the best footage that you've ever seen, that's why. I was much more focused on running the trains properly than getting good video. So I'm trying my best to clean things up and only post the good clips, but just be aware that this may not be the most excellent video you've ever seen. But I had a lot of fun while I was up there, and we're going to start off my time up there with my visit to Drew James's Canada, Spokane, and Pacific. The CSMP is branch line set in the 80s, a bridge line rather, set in the 80s, between the Burlington Northern and Canadian Pacific up in the Pacific Northwest. It's a great layout. It's always a lot of fun to run. So without much further ado, I hope you enjoy the Canada, Spokane, and Pacific. If you are new around here and you want to see more, I've got lots more videos coming up between Ops Till You Drop and Island Ops, which I went to the following weekend. So subscribe for more, ring the bell to be notified when I post a new video, and without any further ado, thanks for watching. Hope you enjoy Drew James's Canada, Spokane, and Pacific. So we depart Spokane here, heading towards Kettle Falls. Along the Colville River here. As we continue along the Colville here into Kettle Falls proper. And continue around here to Kettle Falls, the town. Got a local job that switches here. Coming out of Kettle Falls up top, we come around through the snow shed and up over top staging here in Spokane. Into the town of Northport as we continue northbound. Northport here is the last town before you hit the Canadian border. And around into the tunnel around the peninsula here. We'll continue across as we see some neat little rock climbers. Here we have the Canadian border. CP 442. There's the border line. And you can see the cleared area here for the border itself. We'll continue north into Canada. Here we have an interchange with Canadian National. This beautiful bridge over the Columbia River Gorge. And now we are entering the town of Boundary.
Almost every car, I'm going to point out.
Boundary, BC.
Every car but two that you need to go
You got a power plant.
already in the yard. Okay, so you are not like,
And
oh, I can't put this train together.
the station where
Cars on here, I'm waiting on another train.
crews need to stop, passenger crews need to stop for a
Cars that come into the
customs and border patrol inspection.
Cars that come into the yard,
And then we continue top,
they don't go any
up, along above the Nelson Yard. So we continue up across above the Nelson Yard into Castlegar, and I'm going to be spending a lot of time here in Castlegar because myself and Dave Inslee will be doing a switch job here. So this should be a good time.
Operators get almost all that done. Yeah. But they often don't get it all done, especially like the last train that comes in. It might be like, hey, we're shutting down now. Right. And that train came in late, so don't worry about it.
But in general, say if I'm
Sorry.
adding some cars to this track, it's in our best interest, pull everything and then put the new cars at the tail.
Yes, you'll know that they don't go this session.
They're north into North Castlegar here, along the sawmill.
The expectation that they're in this order, blocking that order? No, doesn't matter the order. Okay. Order doesn't matter. Okay. Now, I will say this. I tell you, for the local turns that come out, I give you the customer. It's helpful. I almost don't want to tell you this. It's helpful to those crews that those cars are blocked together because they're going to the same customer. However, I would say that is not common.
Continuing northbound.
Some of my most experienced yard crews who operate here a lot have said,
Over the Kootenai River.
So I would say most of my guests have worried about having work. But it's like, so if you're looking for extra work, there you go. And so I said
To Nelson itself. Here is the Nelson station.
Come in on this early train, and notice it goes to SC42. So that train leaves. Yeah, lots of time. It doesn't leave until later. So here's SC42, doesn't leave until the afternoon, and you'll notice that it says.
Then we have the Nelson Yard itself, which we had a glimpse at earlier.
Okay, so, and this car here is going to come in. Oh, this train isn't going to come in early. This is the turn.
But before
there'll still be enough time because that train doesn't leave.
we get to the yard, we've got to go into the Nelson Industrial Plant, or Industrial Park. This is where I did a lot of switching last year on the Nelson switch job.
So
this was a fun little puzzle.
And that has to make that connection. All the others don't make any. Those are the only two cars. Okay? Okay, this could be a little bit. So the side to move.
And as the trains come north out of Nelson, they go through the tunnel here
Set out and go into zaps.
and wind up
It's
in the double-ended staging yard,
Okay, this is the
Calgary, Alberta.
And then this is telling you need to pull out the BN car, and it's going to Spokane, so it's going to go to track.
So that is the Canada, Spokane, and Pacific. let's have some fun running trains on it. Here's the all-important dispatchers panel. This is something I missed last year, getting it on camera, but it is a gorgeous recreation USNS panel hooked in through LCC to the layout. And the dispatcher sits in here all session. There's his mic with his foot pedal and all of the USNS switches, buttons, all of the above. It is a very beautiful thing to look at and to hear operating from the layout room itself.
Let's see, which is that? The last one. This one. Well, I got to think where they're coming from. So there, that signal just through, or that turnout just through. And he comes out of here.
Hey, Drew. Hey, Drew.
Hey, Drew.
Hey, Dad. Good to see you. Line the signals. Send the signals out. And the signals drop.
So then the signal's on. So if my train is coming this way, I throw the signal
to the left.
This direct to the left.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Same basically as the layout that I've dispatched on, yeah. Had the brake on. Figured that was the case. Oh, so the head end is right at the signal.
Timetable here 10 minutes.
Okay.
That's right. 10 minutes late, but that's okay. For an American train, it's expected to be 10 minutes late.
True.
We're ready to depart, Ponder.
Looks like we're being held at the end of Castlegar here. Yeah. The HEP and all the hatches and everything. Yeah, it's beautiful. Those metallic far grills down the side. Looks really good. Yeah. No, it looks great.
Negative. So these are what they're going to be bringing back. They're going to be taking that engine. It's just basically bringing us back into that track. And then split those last three cars. So when they come in, this one will have their own engine produced. This one we've got to put an engine produced on.
So if you call the CEO, he must know.
I'm pouring all the way into kettle 4, so.
Well, we would, yeah, it would have been, it would have been solved by,
It's just only one train has to fit.
Yes.
As long as we can leave.
yes. No, solved by is easy, double solved by. That guy actually was convicted in federal court.
Trying to not be in the way.
Rescued from Chicago Commuter Service. There you go.
Minutes again, Dave? Okay. So we're at 8 o'clock.
You've got a green there. Alright. Our signal, we've picked up and dropped off. Heading back to staging.
Is it makes it a long way between passing sites.
Mm-hmm.
So that means you're with the old
Okay.
Okay.
See if they're still there in a couple of years. I'm low enough because the NBTA wants a turnkey operation. So if Keolis doesn't get the contract, upper management gets booted out, take the name off the door, put the new
Yep,
name on.
we got the green here.
Yeah, we're not blocked at all. We can figure that one out. This is the BN, this is the CN. BN, okay. Shuttle. Yeah, that one you can reach. Let's shove this is the car going in there, so let's see if we can get these out of the way and then spot that one before we do. Okay, so shove the whole spring down this track here, so that way we can drop it. Okay. Otherwise, I won't get too warm. Yeah, not be able to make it back. It goes from like scale 15 to scale 0. Right, shove it. As far as I can shove. I mean, I guess we could just, for a second, swap the CP car there. Doesn't matter either way since we're taking up the track, just to get it out of the way.
because the next station stop would be Nelson, so, and Tall Falls, so I'm just going by what the paperwork says.
Cool. Do you want me to? Do we want to grab the rest of our train and then grab that last car that we got to pick, or what are we? What's the plan here?
Well, this guy, actually, let's do this. Let's leave this car here for now.
Okay.
No, wait a minute, hang on.
Okay.
Okay.
Holding.
Okay.
We got a coal train coming by. Hold your breath. Good. All right, pulling. So 2 CP boxes we're picking.
And then the rest are in the interchange. So we need those 2, and then we're dropping. Okay, good. We're dropping this one at Borders. We're dropping this one at James. So we're in the right order. So let's go.
Okay, that makes things easy. Did you get that switch lined?
I got it. It's right here. So
oh, that one. Okay. Yeah, it's not one lead. Okay. Oops. I forgot that I've.
Do you want to put both of those cards back up there? Oh, no, because we need to get to the... Yeah. Thank you. Shoving. Good there. Forward. Shoving. Forward. Come on down to here, I'll cut you loose. I'm just going to stuff your eye down the side and pull it up. Good. Good. Like so. Shoving. Nothing more. Something there. Good there. Do you need to back up for your header? Circle. Forward. Shoving. Now we put our train back together and head home. There it is. Forward.
You want to throw those switches as we leave town? All right.
I didn't realize it was double stacked going out. So you can do it.
That's pretty nice. All right, sounds good.
Can you got the throttle for that?
No.
So we're clear all the way to the signal down there. We gotta stop. Looks like, yeah.
My spidey sense felt this other train coming, so.
How about now? Nothing. Oh, there's the one.
Oh. You got that bulkhead is off the tracks there. The yellow bulkhead's off the tracks. Yep. Freelance.
Okay.
This guy right here, the two-door, 50-foot.
Oh yeah. You got your own fiction road?
Yep.
Okay. I have my own too, which is my initials.
Nice.
I don't have too many cars painted up yet. I have a bunch of engines painted, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the similar spot. I'm finally getting around to cars, but
Yeah.
this one's a bit of an oddball because I'm an N-scale guy.
Oh,
but
you are?
I've got a friend out west who is painting his HO scale railroads paint scheme on an N-scale car for me.
Is it?
So
Okay,
I'm
yeah, okay, yeah.
making an HO scale car for him.
Okay, yeah. And I got that with a friend of mine too. He doesn't have a layout, but he models it.
You got a green now. You gotta stop up here still, so. Ooh, you got a shiny train.
This is train number 2. We have arrived in Calgary. The reefer's mechanical unit just kicked on.
train. Yeah.
We're coming.
Stuck in the corner, you don't get a rail for.
Yeah. This is a cool train. A pair of F7s up front. SC42. We're just about there. Any second now.
Board so that I can grab his caboose, put it on the end of here, pull the rest of his train back, dump the cars, and then grab this and put it back on him. Or whatever you want me to do.
I think it would be easier to put the caboose on, cut the caboose off, put it on this train, have him pull down, cut off the first 4 cars, and have him back in with the track and then take off.
But I don't think he's got clearance unless the dispatcher gives him permission to go back
Well,
out
I've got
on
a
the
signal.
And an approach.
I suppose.
Such a jerk.
You're supposed to make it the easiest possible for the road train so they don't waste time here.
I understand.
Okay?
But unfortunately, then we have to get the dispatcher involved again.
That's what they're there for. That's what he's there
He
for,
can
yeah?
stop.
Hello all, Sam Dickinson from the Model Train People here. Wanted to give a quick update for how we're going to be closing out the end of the year. We've got, after this episode, which should be coming out on October 28th, we should have 3 more episodes before we take a small break for Christmas. The next 3 episodes should be coming out on November's 11th and 25th and December 9th. So be on the lookout for those episodes. I have not picked an exact start date for coming back in January of 2026, but the episode will either be coming out on the 6th or the 13th. More than likely the 13th, but all kind of depends on how people's schedules go. So yeah, continue to keep posted to us, and yeah, enjoy today's episode, and thank you so much for listening. So, it's officially chilly season here in Evansville. We had a cold front come through last night, and especially this morning. I literally had it literally blew in right as I was driving to church, and the temperature just plummeted. So I'm finally wearing long sleeves, and I actually made a pot of chili. So we'll see how it goes. But yay, I enjoy this weather. I personally don't care for Halloween as much, but I'm just I enjoy the cold weather like this.
Yeah. Weirdly enough, we had an oddly warm day here. We had like 70 degrees here. After a few days of being, in the 50s and low 60s, all of a sudden we hit 70 today, and it was like, oh, okay, sure thing, I guess.
Yeah, well, yesterday, right before the thunderstorms came through, it actually got up to the 80s. So
wow.
But then again,
maybe that'll come for us tomorrow then.
I don't know, but I think it has to do with the Mississippi and Ohio rivers. But anyway.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Hello all, and welcome to the Coughing Out Loud podcast. Not really.
Oh, I can do that.
Welcome to the Model Train People podcast. Cold open as usual. I feel like I probably say that too much, but oh well. I say it anyway.
Well, it's a cold open. It's a cold open with a cough, so that does work.
Yeah, that's where the cough's coming from.
Yeah. Well, anyway, welcome again. Allegheny Steam Gala. That was fun. I sure wish
tell us about it.
I sure wish people from the community had actually showed up, but it was. I had an absolute blast on that. That's something that, like, taking a 3-day weekend. Well, technically for me it was 5 days. A day to going out there, a day coming back, plus the 3 days to do everything in particular was an absolute blast. I'm gonna be working on a video, but I also realized I am not an influencer. I literally tried throughout the trip to do recordings, like I'm holding my phone up here, kind of doing like the selfie recordings, and by like day 3, as soon as I saw 611, that all went out the window. That was it. I didn't do any selfies of my own in front of it. I was just too enamored on the locomotive. But man, 611 is beautiful. I actually got to touch it.
She is beautiful.
So yeah, I ended up only chasing her on the second run northbound on Sunday. So just going from Goshen to Staunton. By the time we got to where the last shot was, it was actually kind of already starting to get dark, not completely, and we still had one more place that we had wanted to go before we started heading to our final hotel in Elkins, West Virginia. So we just kind of called it quits and took off to the hobby shop and then headed east again. And on that trip, I almost hit 2 deer and a black bear. Yeah, we had to take, I believe it's a US 250 up across the Eastern Continental Divide going from Virginia to West Virginia, and that is a very, very windy road, like think California 2-lane windy. And
I'm just thinking like New York Catskills windy.
Maybe that works too, but like you're literally going up one ridge, or like even you could compare it to like a switchback mountain railroad like Cassinic or something, where you're going up the ridge and then you go back down the other end.
Yeah.
And it was dark by that point, and it was also because Sunday also happened to be the worst weather day of the week. Everything else was perfectly sunny. And So we're kind of, because we're going up in high elevation, we're kind of going into fog, but it's actually the clouds.
The clouds,
and
yep.
So I can't have my brights on to see further ahead, and plus the brights don't turn like an articulated steam locomotive, so you can see around the corner. So on two different corners, I'm coming around and I see deer sticking their heads up on the sides of the roads, looking over the guardrails. And then we're a little further up. I think we were already in West Virginia at that point, but I come around a corner and there's like this cliff up to my right, and the headlights are shining right on it. I can see the brown of all the leaves, and all of a sudden I see this black blob with 4 legs come tumbling down the hill towards the car. I screamed and jerked the wheel. My mom was sitting in the passenger seat. She screamed, and Will is then sitting in the back seat. He looks at it like, "Oh, cool, a black bear!" As I drive past it. But yeah,
So it sounds like you need a Citron. They actually have steering headlights.
Yeah, I feel like that's a lost piece of technology. Heck, we've got I think it's Hyundai has a car where it will actually dim the brights specifically where an oncoming car is. And yet we don't have the technology to turn headlights in the direction that we're going.
That seems unnecessary.
Yeah, and also for if anyone is watching, I know for all of our listeners it won't be a problem, but there's a little bit of internet interference for just about everyone. So if our cameras are lagging, I apologize for that, but there's nothing I can do about it.
It's a rough night to have a video camera.
Yeah, but, oh well, probably just people watching football. But anyway, so today we have a gentleman here who's another member of our community, and he's also the curator of the YouTube channel Happy Valley Hobbies, and this is Edward Cady, not spelled the same as the coupler. Think caddy, but with a single D. Ed, welcome to the podcast.
Well, thank you, Sam and Dennis. Thank you for inviting me. I mean, it's a pleasure. Don't usually do interviews, so is that not really. I would say I'm not uncomfortable, but I'm not practiced with it either. So
I wasn't practiced the first time I came on the podcast, and look at where I ended up now. Less than a year later. So, but the reason we wanted to ask you on is because you model something that I think is very, very, very unique in the hobby, and we'll get to that.
Awesome, by the way.
Well, yes, but I'll get to that in a minute. But I'd like to get to know you a little bit, and also for people who may not be watching your live streams or anything. How often are those again?
I would have to say for the longest time it was pretty much once a week. But then I wound up changing the schedule from Sunday night to Saturday morning. And since I've been working second shift for a long time now, I'm finding out that I'm no longer a morning person. So it's not as consistent. It's not as consistent as it was. So I am thinking on changing the schedule again, so I can get more comfortable back into a weekly episode.
Okay.
So supposedly weekly.
Yeah, in our hearts.
Allegedly.
Well,
allegedly.
Yes. Well, the reason why I was changed from Sunday night because there was now things are starting to open up, and there was something were happening on Sunday night that I wanted to go to. So it's like, I'll just do Saturday morning then, and it was the logic behind that. But it did. So you don't until you know. so it wound up not working out. So now I'm trying to find a way to get back into the routine, because one thing with the YouTube channel, I wound up starting it, sort of like on the constant bugging of this particular gentleman. You know who that is?
Human Junction?
Heath.
Mr.
Yes.
Heath
Heath
Hurwitz,
Human
Human City Junction.
Oh,
Yep.
Human City. Okay.
Yes. Yes. And the thing is that this was in basically the very tail end of 2020. My first episode, which was mostly a talking head, was basically the last week. The last week of 2020. So technically, I started then, and I want to say I've been relatively consistent for that long amount of time.
Okay.
Every now and then I would take a week off because I'm like, all right, I'm just not in the mood tonight.
Right.
Yeah.
Or
I understand
something else would happen.
Yeah.
And I think it's
around
important
Thanksgiving.
I think it's important to have that boundary for yourself. Just be like, yeah, I just can't do it tonight, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Like, my brother is a VTuber, or one of my brothers is a VTuber, and him and his friends have a whole community, and I get notifications from them regularly just saying, hey, tonight we're not doing a stream just because I'm not feeling mentally prepared for it. I want to make sure that this is good for you all. So I do appreciate
absolutely.
that. Because in a way, even though you're not always getting paid for it, this can be like a job. And if you are completely stressed out from it and it's not bringing you as much joy, sometimes you have to take a break. That's why we're given personal days at work. So even though they discourage you using them, but yeah. But
yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So
and also I would have to say with just one more thing. One of the things that's how I originally started the YouTube channel, because of I was unemployed at the time, so that's why Heath was sort of like, I'll start a YouTube channel, get big, and then get sponsors and all that.
Right.
And so I started that, and then about a month after I started, I did something silly and got employed.
Classic mistake, getting a job.
Yes. So I wasn't as focused on the channel as much, but one of the things I've wound up turning the channel into is more therapy, because I've actually I have done so much more modeling for content than I ever done beforehand, because I was technically an armchair modeler when I started, and now I think I'm a workbench modeler.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, but so tell me, how exactly did you get into model railroading? Was this like something that happened in your childhood, or is this more something that has happened like within the past 5 years?
Well, there is a picture of me with a Lionel train set. And it says on the back of this picture, which is in black and white, it says Ed's first Christmas.
Okay.
Well,
so
there you
age
go.
1.
There's a start.
And the thing is that there's a start. But the thing is, it was one of those things of, I'm looking at, I didn't realize until later that, when I was looking at this, my first Christmas, it shows me, sort of jumping up and down next to my mother. Thing is, I was born in September. There was no way I was going to be jumping and talking, sort of
For your
scanning at that
first
point.
Christmas, yeah.
My first Christmas at 3 months old. Not going to happen. So
more than likely,
the interesting thing is
your first conscious Christmas.
Yeah.
Yes. And the interesting thing is that the train set that's on there was only produced 1 year, which was the year, sort of like, it was over a year after I was born. So it's sort of that also sort of kind of dates it that it wasn't my first one. It was my second one. But
Okay. Do you happen to know which Lionel set that
model
was?
I still own it.
Oh, you do. I am
even better.
I am curious. I personally, I am a post-war Lionel collector in my spare time, and so I have an appreciation for Lionel post-war. So I'm curious to know which set that is.
I want to say the locomotive. I want to say is a 2525.
Okay.
Which
that
is,
would be an 027.
from my understanding, it was 027, and apparently it was the first year that it was the first of the I want to say the plastic era.
Okay.
When they started replacing all the parts with more and more plastic, it was no longer the original Lionel Corporation. It was bought out by a different company.
So this was during the General Mills era then, which would be 1970 or after. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, it's one of those things of so the shell is the shell itself is plastic, but everything else is metal.
Okay.
So they hadn't gotten to the point of making the chassis plastic, and everything else plastic. It was just at this point just starting the shell itself. As I jokingly say, it looks like it's been through World War I, II, and III.
And III.
Oh boy, one of those models. I know them well.
Yeah, one of those models. Yes.
Okay.
The shell is pretty much been cracked, re-glued, and all this stuff and all that. And but the last time I ran it, it still ran fine.
Okay. So after that, after that Lionel train, how did your hobby relationship go?
It got to a point where it was a Christmas thing.
Okay.
Sort of not quite around the Christmas tree, because we had growing up, I was in a trailer, so we didn't have a room for a very large tree. So we had a 4-foot artificial tree that we would assemble once a year. And there was usually I wound up building it was like an American equivalent to Lego.
Okay.
That went underneath the Christmas tree, but the thing is that the Lionel train was normally on the floor, sort of, trying not to be a tripping hazard.
Okay.
But yeah, it was and that was sort of it was, as I said, it was a Christmas thing once a year. Eventually wound up getting a hold of my uncle's JB Burlington colors. Interesting. It was very interesting because it's a diesel, but it was treated more reverence than the steam engine that I had, because my steam engine was I want to say, I think they probably bought it for $35, which and this was in the late 60s. And the thing is that my uncle's locomotive, apparently there was a whole set, but somehow the locomotive got separated from the rest of the set, and the set was thrown out, but the locomotive was kept. And then it's like, oh, here's the locomotive. Well, it has a train set, so we'll give it to him. But it was more of the only time we actually brought it out was during Christmas time, and for the longest time I wasn't allowed to touch it.
Okay.
Then my great uncle, well, he let's see, great. I want to say great uncle, but I think he was more of a godfather, I think. But when he passed away, I wound up getting his train set. which had that locomotive was like a barbell. I mean, it's like all metal. It's like probably a good pounds. I mean, that thing was heavy. Smoke lights. The one I had was the whistle, but everything else was there, and that's just a brick. And then there was another time that my father he called it junking, which he would go down through the alleyways of Ward of Elite and pick up stuff to usually to tear apart into parts and then go down to the local scrapyard and go, hey, I got this amount of copper. How much do you want for it? And one of those actually in two separate times he wound up picking up two train sets.
Oh wow.
One was a Lionel set that had a couple of Alco FA units.
Ooh.
Nice.
One was the dummy, one was the powered unit.
Nice.
Which unfortunately my father one day it just wouldn't go in reverse. Or it wouldn't go forward. It would go in reverse, but not forward. And my father didn't know how to fix it, so he brought it to some place that he would get fixed. And then my father wound up losing the receipt. Told the owner what had happened. Then found the receipt, went back, and it was already gone.
Oh no!
I hate to say it.
Oh man, that sucks.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like we never. And needless to say, we never went back there.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. The second train set that he found was an AHM set. With an Alco S2 in HO scale.
Okay, so one of those.
That's how I got into HO scale.
Okay.
Yes.
So that was your introduction.
That locomotive, that was my entry into HO, and that I was allowed to play with. It's like that wasn't a Christmas only thing. It was like you want to play it, during 4th of July, go right ahead, put it up.
Small enough that it's manageable even in a little trailer.
Yes, absolutely. There was a short time that I had a 4x4 piece of plywood with a loop of track and did that. And I don't have that particular locomotive anymore, mainly because, AHM was not designed for being that rough.
Longevity,
it's the equivalent to Tyco, especially back then.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. So
later Tyco.
So about how old were you when you got that HO scale train?
I believe I was in middle school by that time.
Okay.
Nice.
All right. Now, like, how did that evolve going on? Like, did you stay into trains all the way through high school and college, or were you like most other people that you kind of fell away and then it was something that kind of came back later?
I would have to say I was pretty consistent with it. Okay. Pretty much, it's like I've one of the things of when I was in middle school and high school, whereas everyone during lunchtime they would go to, after they ate, they either went outside or into the gym, depending on the weather. I, on the other hand, I found out that there, I was introduced in middle school to a small magazine you might have heard of called Model Railroader.
Oh yeah,
I heard about that once or twice.
Yeah, isn't there some?
Yes.
I think that it was used in the initials for a model railroad or something. I can't recall.
Yeah, something about that.
Yes. The first issue I was introduced with was September of 1979.
I gotta go back and look and see if that's in my collection.
Well, the thing is that it took me a while to actually turn around and get the idea of you see, it's like someone's selling their magazine collection and all that, and then it's like going like, and I remember seeing that exact issue, and I'm like, hey, you might as well pick up the first issue that got me into serious model railroading.
Yeah.
It has a big, huge, bright orange 4-truck electric on it.
Okay.
Cool.
It sounds familiar.
Which I think it was Bob Haig's Crooked Mountain Lines, I want to say.
Okay. All right. I'll keep an eye out for that one then. Because it sounds familiar.
Yes. Jim Haig, I think, did a lot of different articles on his Crooked Mountain Lines.
Okay.
There was one time I actually had when I was introduced to the Androck Live steamers, doing a 1/8 scale version of it.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Nice.
But the thing is,
sometime, but neither here nor there.
Right.
But the thing is, I never had a vehicle that would be big enough to carry the silly thing. So,
yeah, when you're dealing with live steam, you need like a big vehicle.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. I mean, I have my appreciation for live steam. Like, I've had random thoughts of building a Grand Trunk Western diesel for live steam or something, but it's like, first off, where would I keep it? And second, where am I going to get the money to make that?
Yeah, that's the real question.
Yeah. So that's
the thing. Yeah, with live steam, it was started by people who were machinists.
Oh yeah.
So they had the machine shop to build the equipment.
Oh yeah.
Because it's the reason why it was expensive is because you had to buy the equipment to build the stuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're basically building a miniature locomotive at that point. So yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So anyway, continuing to move on. So how did it get into how did you end up continuing into the hobby through your adults?
Well, I wound up being one of the founding members of a local modular train club, which is now they just recently changed their name, so I think it's now called the Capital District Model Train Club.
Okay, what was its former name?
Railroad, the Catskill, Androck, and Berkshire.
Okay.
Railroad.
All right, that might help people know which one it is. So.
Yeah. Basically, we're a fixture at the Great Train Extravaganza.
Okay.
That's the big Albany show every year for
main floor.
Okay, but that's not
Albany, New York, because there's an Albany.
That's true. There is an Albany, Oregon. So
okay, so that's in New York. Okay, so
and Albany,
to separate
California,
it from the big show
Albany,
that's Amherst.
Texas. Yeah. Yes.
All right.
Yeah, I almost want to say. I'm not sure how true this is, but I almost want to say it's to me it seems to be the second largest in the Northeast.
Okay.
But then again, Amherst is several acres, whereas the Albany train show is in a single building. So there might be something bigger in Boston. I don't know.
Yeah, there's some big ones out there. It's certainly one of the biggest in kind of eastern New York. Yeah, biggest in eastern New York. I think that's fair to say. So
okay, nice. It's always cool to have a founding member of a train club on your resume.
On your show, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So
I was number 3 of the club. It was started by a gentleman by Darren Nash. It was his idea. He got his friend Keith Packard, and then I met him at a one of the local train clubs. There were train shows and all that, and then what I wound up doing is I'm trying to. I think I met him at. I would have to double check with him, but I think I met him originally at the Polish Community Center one.
Ah, nice. That's
Polka music,
That's another
nice.
nice. That's a smaller show, but it's another nice one in the Albany area.
Yes.
Okay.
Another nice one. That leans more towards third rail stuff. It's more collectors than modelers, but it's still a nice show.
All right.
And at that time, it was called the Albany and Schenectady Model Train Club. And what I did was I was also a member of the NMRA at the time, and found out that there was somebody there that was trying to start a modular club. So I basically got them two together, and it sort of started to take off that direction.
Nice.
But unfortunately, I would have to say there was a clash between the age groups. You had the older group that was trying to let's get it working properly, and the younger group is let's have DCC was just starting to become a big thing. Wanted full signals, hand laid track with that milled road bed and all this, that, and etc. And the older group is like, no, let's get it working first.
Right.
Then we'll start adding the more complex stuff. But
yeah, you gotta have you gotta have a working base first.
Yeah, it's a lesson that I and I'm sure many others have learned the hard way.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
But eventually what had happened was the two groups decided to split off. And the younger group, that one eventually fell completely apart. Many of the younger group basically get, I want to say a good portion of them left the hobby. They wound up finding other hobbies to be members of. The older group, they just kept on refining stuff, and then they did a lot of the stuff that the younger group wanted. Eventually, the older group mostly started to go to. They eventually did go to DCC. They haven't gone to the hand laid track and all that because, well, it's just easier to do pre-made track, and it's a lot more reliable that way.
Yeah, easy on, so to speak.
Easy on, yes, easy on, and you don't have, and plus people have different skill levels.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things of what I'm doing now. I had to learn on how to do hand laid track because no one makes it.
That sounds to me like a good segue to kind of what you're doing now. So, you want to explain to us the wild world of 1876?
Yeah, and also the unique modeling gauge that you do, because I think we actually, as a community, we actually came up with the actual name for the gauge that you actually model.
Yeah.
I believe we actually coined the term for that. So.
Well, I don't remember it. What is it?
It is HOW6.
Yeah, so Ed models broad gauge in HO scale, which is really neat to see.
Yeah, the Erie 6-foot gauge, and it's like and that's what brought me to want to have you on the podcast, because we've all heard of people, they do ON30, HON3, HON2, 009, even NN3, but I have never heard of anyone that actually modeled broad gauge. And so the only thing that I could think of at the time was, well, it's the Erie Railroad, and they had a 6-foot gauge So if you're modeling it in HO scale, you're not just scaling them down to HO scale track, you're actually modeling the 6-foot gauge. I figured, well, it's a wide track, so use the W instead of the N, and have it, so HOW6, which is something that I've never heard of for anybody modeling before. So do you want to go through a little bit of how you decided that this was something specific that you wanted to model?
And maybe even a little bit about
Yeah,
what it is that you model while you're at it.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. well, it is an evolution. It wasn't a snap decision. Basically, what had happened, going back to the Model Train Club, there was a couple of members that like to do like I think it was the pacemaker. It's like New York Central pacemaker cars, and they had it up to 88 cars at one time.
Oh, wow. Whoa, that's sweet.
And yes, but the thing is, it took about an hour. It took us several hours to set up the layout, and then it took them another hour to put the cars, all the cars on there.
Right.
And the thing is that one of our members actually, they modeled the Delaware and Hudson local that goes through South Glens Falls.
Well, that's
they
cool.
got the locomotive, they got the original cars, they got everything. And the thing is here's the funny thing about it: nobody recognized it at the train show, including the crew that operated it.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, the thing is that the way I look at it is that it's something that you see every day. So it's like,
you just go blind.
Exactly. However, at that time, I had a Mantua General, and I had some older cars and all that, and that actually got a lot more interest than brand new stuff. So towards the 18th century, and to a point where, all right, I'm going to do the 18th century, and then I wound up finding out about I wasn't a hardcore member at the time, and still not quite there, but I found out about the American Civil War Railroad Group.
Okay, those are cool, guys. I've seen some of those Civil War layouts, and I do have an appreciation for them. They are pretty cool.
Yes. And the thing is that I started leaning not really at that particular era, but my first the railroad that I became a rail fan of was the Delaware and Hudson, and the southern part of it was originally called the Albany and Susquehanna, which interchanged with the Erie, which was 6 foot.
Yep.
And so as I was, leaning more into the 18th century stuff and all that, I would look into the 6 foot gauge, but not really be into it because nobody made it.
Yeah.
And then what had happened, let me get this over here. One of the things during the pandemic, I wound up helping out with a YouTube channel called New Tracks Modeling, started by Jim Kello, and he's worried about the younger generation not picking up any of the skills in model railroading. That might be something you might be interviewed for, because what Jim has done is amazing for someone who has no clue how to really work a computer. It's one of those things. It's sometimes I mean, I love Jim, but there's sometimes it's like going like, yeah, you have no clue what you're doing on computers, and he's doing everything. He's actually doing everything through his phone. But
Wow.
the thing is that he's got a good team behind him that make up for Jim's lack of knowledge. He's a
Nice.
very old gentleman, been retired for years. But one of the things of he actually has on the show, they actually interview small manufacturers.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
And one of the manufacturers is that this is getting leaned into is Hunter Line. They make stains, and they also make different kits.
All right.
And one of the they have a what's called build along, where they turn around and they announce, "Hey, we're going to be building this kit. You want to build along with it," so they get better instructions, can ask questions of the manufacturer. What's a better way of doing this, that, and etc.
So kind of like
And
a
what they
virtual
wound up
clinic,
doing,
like what's done with the NMRA shows.
Yes.
Okay.
Now let me grab my phone.
Uh-oh.
Switch.
Oh boy, the people who are
There
listening
we
are
go.
going to hate this. This is a YouTube exclusive. If you want to see this, just go over to our YouTube channel.
Yes, and wow, my phone is warm. It's been a while since I've held a very warm phone. But
Probably.
the thing is that the model that they were doing was called the King Post bridge. I, on the other hand, since I wanted something that was a little bit bigger, I went with the Queen Post. And the Queen Post is basically a King Post with a center with it, so it's actually a little bit longer. And the interesting thing is that when you read the instructions, this is where I found out that the NMRA gauge and clearance and all that, when Rick Hunter, when he made the original one, he made it, he copied the drawings and everything perfect right to the scale. And what they found out is that when he said, hey, he wanted to put it in as an NMRA standard, they came back to him saying that actually the NMRA is actually wider than normal. So what you made is good enough for HON3, even though the prototype is technically standard gauge. So we had to redesign it and make it wider to make it the NMRA standard gauge.
Okay.
Which is now wide enough to be broad gauge.
Huh. Cool.
Fascinating.
So that's
by a little
it's one of those
glitch
things
in
of
designing.
it's yes. And the thing is that SOAR used the NMRA HO scale gauge to do that. Sort of use that as for the broad gauge stuff because of 6 foot gauge equipment is normally shorter. You don't have to worry about 85 foot cars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think I can get away with this with the smaller loading gauge.
Oh yeah.
And I have a fun. Oh, sorry. I have a fun story about this bridge, which is, Ed, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that this bridge here is actually what introduced us, because if I remember correctly, you had this displayed at the GTE one year back in, I think, 2021 or something, and I came up and was chatting with you about it. So
yes, this is the same bridge.
Yeah.
Nice.
So Dennis has seen this in person.
Oh yeah, and it looks just as great in person as it does on camera here.
Yeah. So I take it that all the track, because it's 6 foot gauge and you have to hand lay all that, correct?
Yes, it's all hand laid. I had also do my own ties because I had to make them a foot wider. Because again, I would have to say it is about a foot 6 foot is about a foot wider than standard gauge because it's very close to 5 foot gauge.
Right.
But another thing is that one of the things I happened to realize when building this diorama, I built the diorama mainly to help with. This is when I stopped being, I guess, an armchair modeler because I was actually doing scenery now.
Okay.
And realizing that using green as a base is not the best way of doing it.
But it's still cool
but,
regardless.
The interesting thing is, yeah. Now, for those people who can see what's going on, I actually turned around and the guide rails or the bridge rails are actually standard gauge.
Okay.
Oh, the guardrails inside are standard gauge track?
Yeah, the guardrails on the inside, they're not nothing's glued on because I want to be able to take the bridge apart without destroying it.
Right.
So I didn't glue anything down on the rails.
All right.
Plus, this is a display.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's one of those things that I happen to realize that probably should not use standard gauge because the gaps between the guardrail and the live rail is too wide.
Mm-hmm.
They should be the same distance as you would have on a normal switch.
Okay.
Yeah.
And right now, the only thing that I have that's properly gauged is a locomotive. This is the Mantua, I think they call it the Dixie Bell. If I can get it on there. But I do have it operating, but unfortunately, a couple of things. I was hoping to have this operating tonight, but unfortunately, LaBelle, which I bought trucks for. The reason why I bought the LaBelle trucks is that they come in 3 pieces.
Okay.
So I can use the side frames and make a custom bolster that would be the correct width.
Okay. I was going to go into that and ask, like, what goes into the process of taking a locomotive and re-gauging it to HOW6? Like, is that an engine there? Is that an actual HO locomotive, or is that an S scale locomotive, or what exactly is it? Where does it start?
From my understanding, it's 176.
Okay, so that would be a double O.
I think so.
Yeah, because
but,
if I'm not
this
mistaken, double is technically 176, which for those of you who don't know, double O and HO are basically the same. They run on the same gauge track, but the double O locomotives are a little bit larger.
Yeah, they're a little bit larger because the motor, let me see if I can move this down a little bit so you can actually, as you can see, the motor takes up the entire cab. Because it's an open frame motor. And I was actually originally, because I didn't want, I bought different engines and all that, and figured out that I wanted to originally use this as the experiment.
The Tychos.
It's a yes, it's a Tycho teapot, and things were going well until I actually took the wheels off the axles and happened to realize that the axles are actually stepped.
Ooh.
They're not straight through.
Okay.
So it's one of those things of I don't have that specific equipment to do that. Let's see if I can actually find the wheel.
I keep seeing that Sierra number 3 in the background.
Yes. Well, the thing is that that's what it is. It's supposed to be a model of the Sierra number 3.
Okay.
But as you can see here,
yep, I see the step there.
That's a step there, and I don't have the equipment to do that. So I'm like, well, can't use that. So that's when I wound up taking apart one of the many era number 3s that I have. The one that's here in the background here, that is one that's not been modified yet.
Okay, so that's still HO technically.
This
or
is
double O.
this is still HO gauge. This is broad gauge.
Okay.
And actually, if I put them down like this, sorry about the lighting. It's not the best that I have.
No worries.
Yeah, we'll take what we get with the stuff for the school, you know?
Yes. But I'm not quite sure how well you can see and how the wheels are much wider. Let's see if these lights work. But
okay, so on
as you
the HO
can see,
locomotive, I can see the spacing difference on those two. So it looks like you kind of kept the frame space the same, but you made a longer axle, and I'm guessing to make sure that there's no lateral movement, you added some washers or spacers or something on there.
that is correct.
Okay.
I was actually surprised on how much I didn't have to modify on this. The only thing that I had to modify on the shell was this air tank. I actually had to shave some plastic off to get clearance for the wheel,
Okay.
and that's it. And at made axles, wound up putting washers on the inside between them, and also not quite sure how well you can see this, but this is what it is, the original. Whereas you see the main rod goes behind the crosshead.
Okay.
You know, on this one, it's on the outside the crosshead.
Okay.
And I also had to turn around and bend this around and all that to clearance the wheel.
Okay.
One annoying thing about it is that I found out apparently the blind driver is not the same size as the flanged ones, because I originally did it all with flange wheels.
Okay.
And it just would not stay on the track. And it's like, why is it that not staying on the track? And then I put it on a flat surface. I know it was rocking. So that's when I had to realize that.
Yeah, those blind drivers always get you.
For some reason, yeah. So I had to replace it with blind drivers. Now it stays on the track a lot better.
Okay.
Funny how that works.
Yeah. All right. So
the thing is,
Go ahead. No, you.
Well, that's when that's when I found out that apparently the blind driver is a different diameter than the flanged ones, because you take the frame apart, you actually see that the blind driver axle connection is actually lower than the flanged one.
Okay. So with bending that cross member a little bit, you don't have any issues with binding?
No. It's one of those things that you have to make sure that it's quartered properly, like with any steam locomotive.
Right. Okay. So are you planning on building an entire fleet of locomotives or just a couple?
Well, the thing is that I have a very small layout, so I want to say probably 4 locomotives would probably be a nice enough fleet.
Yeah.
If I do go larger, I probably will make a larger fleet. But as right now, I think I'm going to be only going with 2. This one here is the first victim, I guess, to be engaged.
Yeah.
But I do have enough parts, for with with black wheels. The first one has red wheels or vermilion wheels, but the other ones that have black wheels.
Okay.
And that's the two main variations with the different wheel colors.
Okay. Now,
you learned the lesson that I didn't, which is build your fleet to the size of your layout.
Yeah, for me, I've built a fleet and I don't have a layout yet. So, yeah. Now, obviously, you said, did this locomotive, this number 3, is it an actual based off of an Erie locomotive, or is it based off a different model? Like the original version.
Yeah, the locomotive itself is based off of the Sierra number 3.
Okay, it is the Sierra number 3.
And they
Okay.
just added all these different paint schemes for it.
Okay, fair enough. Do you have any plans to do research to try and find Erie 6-foot locomotive prototypes and eventually try to model one?
No, I'm aiming to do my own railroad.
Okay, so another railroad that did Erie 6-foot.
Yes, the lore behind it is that originally it was a railroad called the Albany Northern, which in real life was bought by the Rensselaer and Saratoga, which became part of the Delaware and Hudson.
Okay.
But in this reality, it was bought by, it was able to expand to a certain point, and then the Albany Susquehanna was announced, being 6 foot coming up from Bimington, and the decision was made. Oh, well, because at the end of the line, they were in a small town, if I remember correctly, called Eagle Bridge, where there are already 2 railroads there, and there was just not enough traffic to support all 3.
Mm-hmm.
So they made a decision of, to differentiate ourselves, we'll go 6 foot.
Okay.
And then they convert, and unlike a lot of railroads that when they changed the gauge, they did it slowly when they had the funds to do so.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of like, we'll do it now and all that, and then go bankrupt. So they basically eventually got to 6 foot gauge, and then anytime they expanded farther, they would be the actual 6 foot gauge. So the newer stuff would always be set up for actual 6 foot gauge, whereas the original portion, which was originally narrow gauge, a lot of the locomotives, it just didn't, they couldn't really go that big because the turns were way too tight, and also the loading gauge wasn't as large and all that fun stuff.
Right.
And one of the reasons why I decided to do for the time frame June of 1876 is because a couple of years ago, all of a sudden, my feed is doing the everything's bicentennial, all the red, white, and blue locomotives.
Mm-hmm.
And because at that time I was trying to figure out when the end of broad gauge was and do a sort of like whatever that last year. So it'd be the pinnacle of 6 foot gauge equipment.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute, 76 is right in between this 1870s I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when I decided to do the centennial.
Well, folks like me are modeling the bicentennial. You're modeling the monocentennial.
Yeah. Or just the simple centennial.
Yes. And the thing is, they did it pretty much very different back then.
Mm-hmm.
Let me switch back over cameras.
Okay.
And the thing is that with the centennial, with the bicentennial, that was sort of at a corporate level.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you had. That's why all the equipment was red, white, and blue.
Right.
Boxcars, tankers, everything.
Right.
Well, back in 1876, it was the decorations and all that were more for the local crews.
Mm-hmm.
So it's usually it's the locomotives that would be decked out. Depending on the budget, they might have had simple bunting on them, or there's I've seen pictures of some locomotives that you can't tell that there's a locomotive there because there's so many decorations on them. It looks like a moving float, because the locomotive is completely covered. The only thing you see is smoke coming out the top because, they had to make it sure that it could still operate. Now, I haven't seen anything with cabooses, but I would assume cabooses also were decorated by whatever the crew was using them as, because they were responsible for the particular unit. But as for the freight cars, passenger cars, and all that, since they were company owned, they were not really decorated. Possibly, the Pullman cars might have, because they sort of kind of had a crew with them, with the porters.
Right. Yeah. Well, I believe also that was also done just by the railroad for special occasions. Like, for example, the Lincoln funeral train had black bunting installed on it by the railroads that hauled the train.
Yes.
And then I keep thinking that there was oh, go ahead. Sorry.
But yeah, so it's a lot of things that that even I growing up assumed this is what was done and all that. I'm finding out that they do things pretty much differently. One of the things is one of the things I got to modify is I got to take the dynamometer off because
oil headlights.
Oil headlights.
Whale oil.
Because of the whale oil. Yep. But the interesting thing is that they did have air brakes at that time.
That's right.
So there is about a decade between air brakes becoming standard and the gentry coupler becoming standard.
Okay.
You will find pictures where it's still Lincoln pin, but there's an air hose off of it.
Nice.
Fascinating stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sounds like there's, if somebody is doing just actually, no, I have a better one. Sounds like if we were able to get you onto the Rail Brothers podcast for an episode talking just on 1800s railroading, that sounds like something that would be right up your alley just for the prototype of it.
Yeah.
I'll have to talk to them and tell them about you, because I've really enjoyed this conversation, and I want, we're about 3 minutes over an hour already, but I want to talk more about this because this is just a really, really cool concept, and I've been enjoying following you on this and seeing all the progress that's being done. Now, I saw some stuff on your workbench before. Is that actually the layout, or are you actually working on a larger layout somewhere?
This right now is let me grab the phone again.
Once again, tune into the YouTube channel to see what we're talking about.
Yeah, get some traffic over there.
But yeah, this right now is the layout. It's 6 by 1 foot.
6 by 1 foot. Okay, so about the same size as Dennis's.
Yeah. Yes. I'm calling this pointless because I have because I do have a selector instead of points, mainly because this right here is actually the second switch I've actually hand laid. So I'm not that confident in my skills.
Okay.
I did use a Fast Trax jig So the thing is that I didn't, the part of the Fast Jacks trig, I didn't do the points part of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it actually has a small gauntlet section. The inside gauntlet section is actually standard gauge.
Okay.
Because it was one of those things of going like, that's how that's why you got the copper ties, all soldered together.
Mm-hmm.
But it was basically one of the things I want to see about doing with this is to get my golden spike award with this.
That would be cool. Because, like I said, this is something like you're the first person that I've heard of that models broad gauge. Like I'm surprised that model railroader and railroad model craftsmen and even the NMR they themselves aren't all at your door at the same time saying, we want to see this, we want to see this. Because, like I said, this is just so amazing.
Well, the thing is that I'm trying to think his name now. He goes by Speed.
Mm-hmm.
I guess he does
Gert Mullins.
Yes, Gert Mullins. He actually has me set up with a broad gauge channel on Discord, which I haven't really been on top of it trying to show this off.
Okay.
But there's some important people that know about this.
Okay.
My local NMRA also know about this.
All right.
Well, that's good.
But one of the things of just recently got the wheels and axles from Northwest Shortline, so I was able to do a. It does work, but the thing is, there's nowhere on their website that tells you how to order insulated wheels. So this makes a completely short circuit. But the thing is that, I did wind up talking with them. They said, oh, you need to order this wheel. And then you also got, the insulators, you have to buy them separately. So those are theoretically going to be on the way soon.
Okay.
Got to contact LaBelle to say, hey, I got the thing saying that the order went in, but I didn't get any email saying that it's leaving.
And this is not to say that these are bad companies at all or anything. We do not shame anyone unless they deserve it. Just kidding.
I still want to go into the Northwest Shortline website and just populate pictures because it's like the whole everything keeps on it's like video photo coming soon. It's like, and it's been that way for too long.
Okay.
And from what I understand, LaBelle is a one-person operation.
Yeah, those are the companies that we need to really push and support and everything. So, but
gotta love the small industry, the cottage industry in the model railroading world.
And actually, I'm trying to work on because I need to. I'm a little behind on some scheduling. I need to schedule the next 2 episodes. So 2 weeks from now and 4 weeks from now, I still do not have scheduled yet. So I got to get on it. But yeah. So, but anyway, Ed, thank you so much for coming on to the podcast and talking with us on this HOW6 project that you've been starting. I'm always enthralled whenever you're posting new stuff and wanting to see more of it. Real quick for everyone else, where can we find you again?
I got a YouTube channel. It's under Happy. The reason why I went with Happy Valley Hobbies.
It cut out for a second, so Happy Valley Hobbies.
Happy Valley Hobbies, yes.
Okay.
The reason I went with that was because originally my plan was to do not only model railroad stuff, but railroad adjacent stuff.
Okay.
Like electronics, machining, things that, they're not specific with model railroading, but they're intertwined.
Okay.
Also,
Anywhere else?
Hobbies in general. Yep.
Yeah. Anywhere else other
Hobbies
than
in
YouTube?
Right now, no.
Okay.
I did find
that's
out
not.
about.
That's not
I
quite.
was gonna say that's not
no.
quite true.
Yeah.
They can. Well, it's not quite true because they can find you on our Discord server.
Oh yes. Yeah. So
yes.
Yep. Our Discord server,
I'm
Model
on the-
Train People. Link tree down in the description. So.
Yep, I'm also on the Discord for the NMRA. Also, if you are a member there. Also with the Humanity Junctions Discord, the Discord server for the American Railroad Civil War group, and also the pre-depression group. Also,
Okay.
mainly because the reason why I joined that one, because old equipment on the pre-depression stuff could be technically brand new in 1876.
That's true.
So,
yeah.
Yeah. So, but anyway, thank you
But,
all so.
I would have that.
Sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Just one thing. Yeah. Well, it's the latency. It's like we're talking at the same exact time. It takes a while.
Yeah.
A race condition. I want to say the reason for the W6. What I came across the reason why I went with it was when I was trying to originally I was going to be B for broad. Because there is right now no standard for it.
Right.
This the reason why it wound up being a W is because there's apparently there's a flame war going on between Proto 48 and OW5.
Oh boy.
Okay.
And that's what OW5 being O gauge. And so that's why I went with the W. There's also apparently there is a very large community over in Britain that does broad gauge.
Okay.
Brunel.
Oh yeah, the
Brunel
Brunel Great Western. Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, in the reference to Proto 48 and the OW5, isn't that reference to Q gauge?
Possibly, because I forgot which one it was, but the thing is that Proto 48 is a combination of different standards that they try to make O gauge more realistic.
Right. Yeah.
There was one where they made the wheels narrower, but it was still 5 foot gauge. And there was ones that kept the large toy wheels, but then they narrowed everything. And I forgot what some of the other standards are, but where Proto 48 was, they threw them all together and went that direction.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you all for joining us on this episode. A little bit of a slightly extended ending here, but nothing wrong with that at all. But Ed, thank you so much for coming on to the episode and on the podcast, and for joining our community as well, showing that we're not just 20 and 30 somethings people here. We're part of what we call the next generation of the hobby, and using the expansion of technology and computers and internet connections, both good and bad, to our advantage and as ways to expand the hobby. So thank you once again, and I'll try my...
Well, thank you, Sam and Dennis, for having me on here, and sorry for babbling a little bit too long, but
no,
it's
nothing wrong with some
babble. Like I said, I want this to go on longer, even though I can't. But so thank you all.
Welcome back to part 2.
Oh yeah,
there we go.
I want to have you come on again, so keep an eye out for that, and probably in season 2.5 in the new year, or maybe season 3, we'll see. And yeah, make sure to check out our links down in the description to go see Ed's channel and also our link tree. And yeah, so have a good...
I might actually have something running next time.
Maybe that would be cool to see, the first operation of the HOW6. So keep an eye out on his channel for that as well. So thank you all for tuning in and listening. I hope you learned something new, and yeah, take care.
Bye-bye.
Hey guys, and Scale Train Boy here, and today I am back with a new layout, another layout visit. So this time we're on a layout that we haven't actually seen on the channel before, which is exciting. So a couple weeks ago, with some guys here at school at the club, I got an opportunity to head over to Kevin Sermon's wonderful HO scale New York and Long Branch model railroad. So the New York and Long Branch was Pennsylvania Railroad, Century of New Jersey co-owned railroad from Jersey City, right across the Hudson River, and New York Harbor from New York City, all the way down to through Jersey. So the layout ends at Red Bank as its southernmost geographic place, which is down near Atlantic City. So you get to go from the urban all the way out to kind of by the sea, which is pretty cool. So yeah, the New York Long Branch, it was, and particularly for the Pennsylvania Railroad, it was kind of the end of the line as far as where basically is where all of the end-of-life locomotives wound up. So modeling the 1950s, the late 1950s, like Kevin does, you get the K4s living out the end of their service lives on the NYLB. You get some of the earliest diesels as they are, wrapping up their service lives, as well as some new stuff. So you get some E units, F units. You get some Alco PAs, FAs, and on the CNJ you get interesting stuff like Fairbanks Morris units, Baby Train Masters, which is actually what I ended up running. So it's a really neat mixture of locomotives and railroads on the railroad. So Kevin, a little bit of Kevin. He is a master model railroader. I believe he's master model railroader 526 or 528. I can't remember exactly. Somewhere in the 520s. But because of that, he's built up his skills enough to have achieved all the achievement program certificates from the MNMRA. So the layout itself is really a work of art. The scenery is beautiful, the structures are amazingly detailed, the rolling stock all runs great and looks great, and all the locomotives sound great, which is fun. And yeah, generally it just was an absolute pleasure and beauty to behold. So yeah, while I was at the layout, my job that I took was I was running a local train, local turn from Red Bank out and back. So I was switching locations all along the upper level of the layout. It's a 2-level layout with kind of a N shape to it, I guess. It's got a along the walls and then with an island in the middle of the room. So pretty standard layout shape. But yeah, it's a really beautiful layout. It was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun doing the switching. And the fact that I was this lower priority switcher train meant that I was able to get some really good shots of some of the other trains on the layout. So yeah, I hope you enjoy this little trip down to Jersey with us. It was a really beautiful and a really fun time. So I hope you enjoy the New York and Long Branch. If you do, Click the like button. It lets me know that you enjoy the videos that I make as well as the layout. Make sure to leave any feedback you have for me down in the comments section. I always read my comments. If you have a particular favorite part of the layout, let me know. I'll pass that along to Kevin. And yeah, so thank you so much again for watching. I hope you enjoy, and let's go take a trip down to the New York and Long Branch Railroad in the 1950s.
System, which is very similar to NCE.
Okay.
We're going to operate just a sequence with switchless and car guards for switchless, and 419 order for running the trains. Don't hesitate to touch anything. If something doesn't couple, reach in. If something doesn't work, no problem handling something. If something gets broken, it's no big deal. I built it. Something acts up, just take it to the side, let me know about it, I'll deal with it later on, okay? Every operating session, something happens, don't feel bad, it is no big deal. The kind of model is the New York and Long Branch Railroad, which is a railroad that ran in New Jersey, and both the Pennsylvania Road and the CNJ ran on that. Okay?
Nice.
So it's got the flavor of the New York and Long Branch. It's definitely not a duplicate by any means, okay? My most northern part is on the Hudson River. We start right here. The backdrop is from some Amazon posters.
Nice.
Okay. And then come to find out, it's not the Hudson River, it's actually the East River.
Oh wow.
It's actually over there, and I only found out because the way the piers are numbered.
Oh yeah.
But it's cheap and it works for me.
It's close enough, right? It's still New York.
It's still New York. So. My rendition of the Colgate clock, I don't know if you guys have done the city. Yeah. Okay. This right now is on the right.
Oh, very nice.
So what I did is I took the Bachman edition of the Colgate building, NMRA member. But this was close enough for me because it also comes down to time. It's money, time, and what can I possibly get done. Some buildings on the kit are, stuff that was given to me, kit bash, some scratch built. It's a full gamut of everything. Okay? And I'm kind of a detailed nut too. Yeah, so then this is probably the newer part of the layout. This used to be display cabinets and stuff. The local model by the name of Henry Croce gave me the barge and tugboat, so that kind of put this piece going together. Okay. So leaving Jersey City, I have Newark Station for now, which is right up there where the station point is. And then the yard is Greenville Yard. Okay, the real Greenville Yard would be about 6 times the size of this basement if I tried to model it. It's an immense facility with thousands upon thousands of cars. So that's really scaled down. One of my future projects is actually the freight yard is going to go here and the passenger train is going to go over there. But I have part of that already set and ready to go. So,
nice.
A lot of future projects, and when you guys operate today, you're going to see. What's that? Oh, this here? This was an old, I think AHM made that. And one of the local guys built that and did a beautiful job putting it together, but it wasn't really weathered. It was just very well done. So all I did was just kind of weather it and put it on the road.
Very nice.
Yeah, Kevin, what's up?
The New York Station is. Oh, it's got an interior. There's an inside.
What? Oh my god.
Awesome.
Higher pay, shorter hours, better benefits.
And I'm going to apologize ahead of time. We are having a power outage on campus right now.
EMUs.
We come together to lane interlocking. Okay. Come across lane. I come across this little temporary bridge. This whole thing's going to get pushed into the other room because as I get older, I hate this fucking room.
Yep.
It absolutely. Woodbridge Junction was the junction where the central New Jersey and Pennsylvania go. All I have right now is I got a little stub track in the other one to the moment. Okay. So Woodbridge Junction. Within Woodbridge Junction, we come into Perth.
I love the road. The road looks so good.
Perth Amby was a very heavily industrial area. Probably the equivalent of Troy. It was they built a lot of stuff. It was where everybody went shopping. And I'm kind of redoing this. A lot of these buildings are just kind of sitting here. Reworking my way this way. One of my future projects is the Perth Amboy Station.
Ooh, nice.
If I can find drawings, I can usually build it. But I had a real hard time. I wrote to New Jersey Transit. I said, listen, I'll go down, I'll buy you guys lunch. What do I have to do to get a set of drawings? nothing. A gentleman moved up in this area, this guy, Bob Mahowski. And he had some really good contact with the railroad of New Jersey. He goes, yeah, I know somebody. So the next thing you know, 24 hours later, I get an email that goes, what do you want? Because I really like to fish. He goes, I'll send you Perth Amboy, South Amboy, I'll send you, and I have file after file after file with drawings. Just
awesome.
The right person.
Beautiful. Sometimes it's just that right contact. That's all you need.
It is the right contact. We go through my shop space. Those two tracks pop out right here. Okay. So if you're running this way, kind of let your train go, and it's going to pop out here. It does 99% of the time.
Every now and again.
Yeah. So now we're into South Amboy. The real South Amboy was the connection to the Raritan River Railroad, and also where they would switch the electrics off to steam and diesel.
Nice.
I love catenary operation. It's kind of why I got interested in electricity. But as people operate, nobody wants to reach through catenary. So that's why I have a little bit of catenary on this side, and I've never extended it. It's pretty tough stuff, but nobody wants to work with it. Work around it.
Excuse me.
What's that?
Oh, it's
this
like
is
little.
actually my programming track right here.
Nice.
So I just wanted to do something with it.
Yep. So it fits in the scene.
Yeah, so these are the ITLA buildings.
Oh, nice.
These are fantastic.
Yeah.
They're nice.
I've heard those are really good.
Great to weather, great to work with. This actually came off the RPI layout originally. That was built by Will Gill. So that's why it's named William Cooper Cannery, because that's Will's name.
Yeah, that'll do it.
He was a third generation RPI graduate, and he was heavily involved with the club for a long time. He does
yeah.
rails at night or
something along those lines. Yeah, he does night photography of trains. It's really good.
Yeah, like the O-Link left it, so
it can slide open.
I can do something with it eventually.
No, yeah, I have that exact same kit.
All right. Oh, it's not good to stick on the plate.
Yeah.
Well, the clock has been. It was moved off
The lower section does have operating signals.
Yep.
It's all relay logic.
Nice.
Okay, so it's all integrated. I don't have a true interlocking signal because CNJ interlocking was 3/3/3.
Oh my gosh. Forget about it.
PLCs are one thing, but to do it with relay logic, that is just...
That's crazy.
Now we're South Amboy.
Through South Amboy.
Yep, and we go through South Amboy. The station is that traditional AHM station kit.
Yep.
I just did a little bit of modification. Yeah, some of the other buildings are scratch built, they're kit, it's the full gamut.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
I was out at Bill Brown's, and he had something like this, so I scratch built that, and I kind of got the elements of doing the ladder through the roof, and eventually all the way to Matawan. So that is there's lots of future projects. But,
one of the many.
A little bit of an operating bottleneck here, and that was the point of kind of, and actually I had the signal system already set up for the double track main, that's why you see it. Both heads on both sides instead of having...
Then when we get there, truly bad.
Yeah, the little Mac buses from Dick Elwell's layout.
Nice.
One of the pieces I got from Dick, so
Nice.
one of my treasures. So.
It looks great.
And a hang?
We go through Morgan, we'll stop in Morgan. We go across the Cheesequake Creek Inlet. And then the last time I had the RPI guys up, one of the civil engineers said to me, because there's no way that bridge would stand up, it would fall. It was completely impossibly built the wrong way.
Wait, how is it not working?
These concrete pillars would never be done like that. So when I built my other basketball bridge, I did a better job with it.
That way you don't get yelled at as much anymore.
Yeah. So the Cheesequake Inlet, town of Cliffwood, Matawan Creek. Matawan Creek was kind of interesting because Matawan Creek was where the owners for the book Jaws came from.
Oh.
Back in 1916, there's a bull shark that swam up this little creek, killed 2 kids, attacked another person, and that's kind of really where the whole thing came from. That summer
Wow.
of 1916.
Interesting.
Now there was also a double track. This was double tracked on the prototype, and it was wooden piers or
Wooden
wooden
piers, yep.
bridge. And what happened is that bridge caught on fire and kind of severed this railroad in half. And that was a couple months after the wreck of the Broker.
Oh, yep.
Okay.
Great video about that on YouTube recently.
So the people in the area kind of really went up arms, said we are not going to do another temporary. So the railroad worked like all heck and just did a fill.
Yep.
And they actually got a track up and running in about a week and a half, which is just
Wow,
absolutely
that's
amazing.
that is crazy.
So we leave Matawan Creek, we come to Matawan itself. In Matawan, I got 2 branch lines, which goes up to Freehold. I have a couple trains staged on there. This is your main line track. This track goes into the other room, which goes into a helix. My kids always called it a vortex. It pops out right over there.
Uh-oh.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, so we don't need to worry.
South, north, upper level, the exact opposite.
Oh.
We're actually changing.
So,
And then
from
the
south,
railroad
north
towards New York
to
City
north.
is north, away from New York City towards New York City is east. The way is west, and it doesn't matter which way the railroad's really facing. Here, we go up into Atlantic Highlands. Okay, single track through here again. Okay. Ground throws here again for the tracks that are farther in.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to see everything, is it?
It's a little. I do have some step stools. Okay.
There you go. Yeah, come on. Just grow.
This was the highest part of the layout, and it originally was the end. The layout ended here. I wasn't done. There's probably only one train that's going to have to go on that passing track.
Just gonna have to try and
Coming
memorize
down,
everything.
downgrade now.
Yeah, it's about 2% down. And that was tricky because the other part of the layout was built, and I built this second level, so it was like, do I go over, do I go under, or what do I do with this? How do I get it thin enough? How do I light it? So there was kind of a lot of playing around with that. Across the Navesink Inlet, this basket bridge is actually built proper, so that. And then this upper level goes through the shop space again on this upper section. Okay. We pop out to Hazlitt, American Can Company Glassworks. So New Jersey was famous, did a lot of sand, they did a lot of glass manufacturing. So they would run sand up from the southern part of New Jersey and they would make glass bottles. This place eventually went out of business because they could never get the utility rate down enough. Okay. But I just, it gives me an opportunity to run car loads back up with sand on.
Yep.
Okay. So we leave the glassworks and we still continue on this upper level.
Around the.
Yeah, these buildings here are like this one, that one, the bridge, and that one's 100% scratch built. I kind of got
Beautiful.
involved in doing some contest modeling.
Beautiful.
And I am decent in contest modeling, but I'm really good at hiding mistakes.
Hey, you know, that's all you need.
And that's probably a pretty good trick of it.
Yeah.
Like I cracked a piece of wood and I put a vent on top of it. I do other things to kind of hide stuff. But taking that step back into doing the contest, I learned a lot of tricks in building. So I really learned how to scratch build if I had to.
I hope I can. Like I'm going to a place where like people are running not running a layout, but running a track something. And I want to build a layout somewhere, but like yeah, I'm good at country without T-tracking.
Yep.
So then we leave Middletown and then we end up
E6.
finally in Red Bank, New Jersey. Red Bank was the location for the CNJ branch down to Atlantic City. So the yard behind you of the upper level is that yard in Red Bank. The track going into staging on that side is Atlantic City. The other 2 tracks go through the wall and that's Bayhead staging. Okay?
Nice.
Okay.
E6 is great.
That's actually a very nice running engine.
Yeah.
I have this love-hate relationship with Broadway Limited.
Yep, pretty much.
Some of their stuff is fantastic, and the other stuff is just
FM. All right.
So that is the nickel tour.
Yes, sir.
Depart. You see the signals there, it's red over red. You can go as far as that, but you gotta hold that signal till you get something that's not red over red.
That's the first signal I have.
That's your first signal.
I can't really see everything. You're gonna unplug and just sort of run to that side.
Yep.
Shouldn't have stopped. That's probably a dirty track or something.
Something got caught somewhere, maybe.
Yep, you got one with this signal. And when this will change to yellow over red, and at that point then you can start playing.
That's it.
Yep.
Stop.
Yep.
That's enough.
There's another plug. It should be coming around.
It's not going until March 8th. No, it's not. That's just a beast. Yeah, there's enough.
So that's what that goes in. That's your motor power. 5621.
Alright, I got those. Well, everyone driving speed.
I love this. Uh-oh. Nope, we're fine.
We're not gonna worry about that. My car's.
It's fine. It's where it needs to be. Gosh, this is so cool. I would have loved this job if I like the job I have because I get to run the whole railroad, but if not, then this would have been the job I would go for. Because this is so cool. Just this tight little switching. Under the Pulaski Skyway. Oh, the dirty track.
I hit it accidentally and then I disconnected. So,
I won. I think that's the exact same locomotive you were running yesterday, Ben. 4291?
Yeah, I think so.
Look at the caboose.
So it's actually recording.
Go down the line. Yes, it comes with a single row.
Where are you going next? Oh, where do you stop next?
Atlantic Highlands.
Pick up cars from... I don't know what cars you're picking up. So this is Atlantic Highlands here. Yep.
Guys, I say check out Superior Overlook. Squeeze through those controls again. Oh, this long. Plug in, wait for my train to go.
So the street train's up there and I'll bet you one of them doesn't match.
Get it again. and stuff like that.
I mean, it forced me to scratch both doors and windows and do the same things that. And there's some people that, like Vic Roman. Vic Roman is just such a natural
Yeah.
I'm about to come in too. So, I don't know if that's what you were expecting.
I mean, he's standing right there. Standing right there yelling all sorts of obscenities at you. Yeah. I've got a little maneuver here.
Alright, so now you gotta clear for everything around you.
I just gotta grab my box car over here. I got it on the right side of my caboose by running around here. HH 600, I believe.
H1044 Fairbanks West. That one was by Wolfers.
Yeah, I know it's FM HH.
There was a gentleman from New Jersey selling his collection in Marcos. That's one of the things that came in the
And there we go. I got it set to the main. You got clear railroad ahead, so you can speed up even if you wanted.
I don't know how fast this would be able to go.
Well, Shark's pretty fast.
He was coming before they had
Uh-oh. Oh, the B unit reversed itself somehow for a moment. You saw the reverse light come on, right?
Yeah.
That was weird.
He was telling me before about how
we recognize these.
the person who owned this coal setup is in a assisted living facility now. He researched what kind of coal went into each kind of car.
Oh, like what grain?
Yeah.
Wow. That's cool.
Yeah, that's it. I love that research. I don't even know where to begin to do.
Berwyn, LNE, Pensy. Train looks good.
This part of Bobby has some of these cars are weird. These are brass.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
They're good. I really like those truss frames on that boxcar or flat gondola. That looks good.
The guy says.
You may need to ask for permission to get clear. Well, I can't move until you're clear of this down here. So
I'll go up to the signal.
Yeah, go up to the signal and see if it clears for me. And if not, then you might need to ask for. Yeah, it's not going to clear.
Hey, Kevin.
And another 2 cars, 1 car.
I demand to be counted down by the quarter
half car, quarter car, you're good. This is such a good scene. With the burnt out.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good. Yeah.
Dispatch straight contact.
No, now it's just a box with rings on it. It's connected.
Oh, you know why I probably don't have the signal? Because your caboose probably needs to be on the front of the signal for it to give.
Well, then I won't have to violate that signal even more.
So yeah, it's fine.
Plus, I can't see my caboose.
Look, I checked with the train masters. There's no one in the block ahead of me.
Who's in the block ahead of me?
I think John.
Quite a ways. Away from me.
What do you say for your first time doing yard operations? 3 times is actually pretty good. Oh, did you do the yard clubs? Oh, okay, never mind then. Second time, that's still pretty good.
Yeah, not the main yard or something.
Yeah, I was on
Yeah. Did he go to the little side room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a wholly different world than just a local area. It's
Oh, that's a long train you just sent up there. Oh, yeah. Problem solved.
I was gonna say, I was gonna stop it. Oh, you're right.
It's not a lot again.
Okay. Switch sounds.
Oh, it doesn't matter. If it's somewhere else I control at some point, it'll flip.
Set hand rates.
It'll switch.
You got the one that didn't have
Pair of RS1s, nice.
Oh, it's a fair one.
I'm in
you said there are 3 cars and I'm going to Hazlet. I guess I'm still waiting for clearance on that side.
You need to get through, right? Yes, okay. I'll make space for you.
Can I get through?
Yeah, something that's a good schedule. And it's actually, they did the sound file from, I think there's one up in Montreal. There is an operating engine, that's where they get the sound file from.
Nice.
Castle Glass.
That's in the corner.
I can't phone for you because I'm not disconnected.
That's good. That's fine.
That's needed. Speaking of timing, someone kind of bragging about having railroad being very heavy on the freight and not very safe on time. And very, we're trying to adopt them, guess like what time it is for him to say that. But you have to see in like few weeks or days after that sink. Why are you bragging that? He's bragging like, yeah, American Rail, they can drop their freight cargoes anywhere on the rail, someone will pick it up. Is that a good thing? Is that really happening, honestly?
No.
We should
Okay, now if I do it. Nope, that's not the way. Got the airship? Nope. Okay, now I'm beyond.
ACC siding and Glassworks?
Right here.
Wait. There's ACC Glassworks. They're split in 2 lines.
Yep.
Yeah, siding. Yeah. Okay,
You unplug me?
What?
Can you unplug me? On the right?
Oh.
He's still on the main.
There we go.
I told you, he's still on the main.
No, you coupled.
I don't know what you mean. It coupled perfectly.
Do you have enough track?
Yes.
Okay.
I said I have a foot past the end of that.
Alright.
You know what I do?
Even though I'd been going to model train shows nearly my entire life, this year would be the first time I'd make it out to Springfield, Massachusetts, home of the largest model train show in the country. After a couple months of planning, I'd finally made plans with myself, Jay, who you already know, and Phil, one of the masterminds behind the amazing layout at the Golden State Model Railroad Museum. He's an incredible modeler to boot. We hopped our flight Friday morning despite weather warnings. After a moderately disrupted trip involving a broken down 80 monorail at Newark Airport and a canceled taxi ride from the microscopic and decrepit Windsor Locks Amtrak station, we made it safely to our hotel, ready for the next day. Saturday began early. The drive through the idyllic countryside to the venue was memorably beautiful, until we'd hit something we've never seen before, a major traffic jam for model trains. We bailed early, thinking it would be faster on foot, even in the cold. After a far too long walk, thanks to several closed entrances to the expo center, we finally made it. We entered the first open building partly for the warmth and were immediately taken back by the scale of the whole place. Ahead of us, the Atlas booth beckoned us in. There we checked out their new offerings, dumpsters on flat cars, Santa Fe U28 CGs, and a sealed window coach variant of the Branchline heavyweight kits, which I'm looking forward to. We then orbited around the huge Dry Hill Modular Club adjacent to the display and were very impressed by the realistic length trains, the beautifully modeled highways, and the gigantic windmill. Adjacent to that, we then got lost in thousands of models for sale down the first aisle, but didn't buy anything just yet. Into the main agricultural hall, we were overwhelmed by the modular layout set up and humming along. Here we met up with James, a longtime friend of mine and an annual visitor to this incredible show. Not only was he our guide through the madness, he generously served as our taxi driver for the rest of the trip, an absolute godsend given the crazy weather. First up was a quick look at the Woodland Scenics booth, followed by being flabbergasted by the gigantic G-scale modern equipment hauling around the Hudson Valley large-scale club layout. Check out this grain silo as tall as I am. They also had a refinery scene with fuel tanks the size of actual oil drums. Incredible work. Size and scale was a big theme at the show. Up next was an uncompressed stone arch bridge that went on forever, part of the New England HO Fremo modular group. This has apparently been a years-long project and looks fantastic. There is also a rather beautiful urban switching district with lots of period-correct details to drink in. Check out the abandoned tram tracks crossing the switching district, a great touch. Of note are also the realistic depth brick buildings, something to keep in mind next time you build a DPM kit. Next, the NE Lug modular Lego group was phenomenal, so much so that we came back on Sunday to enjoy it even more. They do fine-scale modeling with Lego bricks, roughly to 1/48 O scale. The creative problem-solving to make recognizable pieces of rolling stock is off the charts cool to see. Of particular note is this restored Central New Jersey 060 and this Alco GEIR box cab. And check out those B&O M53 wagon top boxcars and that N34 covered hopper. The selection of steam was also breathtaking, all put together so beautifully with hundreds, if not thousands, of Lego bricks. Next up was the Reading Technical Society's masterpiece of a layout. Modeling line-side industries so incredibly convincing is such a rare sight on the modular layout world, but the attention to detail really makes this layout outstanding. This coal breaker scene was particularly nice, featuring this little bean of a steeple cab handling the cars. The Bessemer Process steel mill and adjacent ingot mill were incredible. They were featured in a modeling magazine a few years ago, and it was so inspiring to see the steel mill modeling approaching the size and scale it should be depicted. The Hershey chocolate plant and amusement park modules were also impressive. The silos looming over both sides of the main line was quite a sight to see. Next, I discovered the booth of Master-Built Models, who import Sprachina and other HO-scale model vehicles, a lot of which I hadn't seen before. I couldn't resist buying a few items, which I'll feature later. Adjacent to them was the 187 Scale Vehicle Club, which has frankly an overwhelming display of literally thousands of beautiful models parked on their folding tables. I wish I had time to come back and look at them more in depth. My attention was redirected to this gorgeous live steam locomotive parked next to them in the hall from the Pioneer Valley Live Steamers, alongside skits where they were showing off at the show. Just look at the size of that hopper. We wandered back into the center of the show and orbited around the impeccable Northeast Corridor Historical Society Modular Club. Their meticulously modeled catenary really makes for a cool look, as does the graphic design on the fascia to really tie the layout together well. I was particularly impressed with the Crumlin station, seen here. Next, we followed the curvature of the Fremo N-scale modules past this lovely Sonoran Desert Canyon module set, very inspiring for the Alta. I really like how the railroad carves its way through the scene versus just being flat. We also walked past these modules, which look like satellite images and were pasted right onto the module, so it's all in one-to-one proportional scenery, which could be realistically achieved. We zoomed past the Whittle Shortline booth and other great layouts before heading into the second building, which is filled with thousands and thousands of people milling around buying trains. I made contact with home shops, which was pretty exciting for me and potentially for all of you as well. I also said hello to my editor Otto and friends over at White River. To my delight, they had just published my article about the RSC2M kit bash in this month's edition of Railroad Model Craftsman, so go grab yourself a copy. After a confusing line for lunch, we wandered onto the wonderful booth of the Center for Railroad Photography and Art. For those who may not know, they publish a quarterly magazine that's filled with excellent railroad writing, photography, and art. They also hold events with prominent artists and photographers regularly. I'll let you in on a secret. The beautiful magazine was actually co-designed by me. It's one of the graphic design projects I'm most proud of, and it continues to be beautiful under the careful care of Scott and the friends at the CRPA. You really should subscribe to their magazine. It's a treasure in the mail 4 times a year, and I'm not just saying that because I helped design the magazine. I then picked up some great detail parts from Crow River Models before wandering around the rest of the show, past the New England T-Track modules for a bit, talking with Pico, and then being blown away by the new Westside Shea in the LGB booth. Talk about a gorgeous model people have wanted forever. Absolutely stunning detail. Also on display was one of my favorite European locomotives to see, the Czech 498 class Mountain. Next, we went into the third building, which had stuff for sale, both great and, crappy. Working our way in, we wandered past the stunning modular layout put together by the Central New York Modelers of Distinction, a name they deserve. It has a great East Coast mid-century flavor to it, and it was festooned with awards. I particularly liked this demolished row house scene and the town at the bottom of the gorge, seen here. At the far end of the building was Arlo's beautiful O-scale modular layout, one of the most perfectly sized little short-line traction layouts I've ever seen. Full of kit-bashed electric locomotives and structures, it was such a delight to see. They were messing around with an ALP, putting up the pan on functional overhead and attempting to switch with it. Fun to witness this hysterical event. We chatted for a while, and later on I met one of my patrons, Charles, who had painted up an Alta O-scale boxcar with decals I'd sent him a few months ago, and it looks spectacular, especially on Arlo's layout. I'm so humbled by everyone's enthusiasm for the Alta at the show. If you're one of the many friends and fans of the Alta who came up to say hello, I really have to thank you so much for doing so. Getting to see some of the projects you were working on, or just nerding out about the Alta together was a blast. Our shared enthusiasm for the hobby is what keeps me going, and it was wonderful to put faces to names as well. I'm so humbled by it, keeping me driven to continue to write and produce things for you to be inspired by. We walked past this incredible restored GM New Look bus on our way into the final building, which had most of the manufacturers in it. It was already late in the afternoon, and rumors of the heavy snowstorm were swirling around the show. Unfortunately, the building was in crisis packing mode, and amongst the incredible displays were vendors hauling stuff I probably wanted to buy out of the show before I could do so. We visited KD, Bachman, Bowser, BLI, and Rapido. I also perused a bunch of different booths and bought a few treasures, but sadly, right at 5, the 5-chime horn blew, and that was the end of Saturday. Sunday was an entirely different beast. It had snowed through the night and was piled up. James scooped us and carefully drove us first to a great diner and then into the show. There, we were met with desolation. Over half of the vendors in each building had disappeared, which was a bummer. It did allow us to focus on who was left, and that made for some great deals. We started in on the last building we'd been in yesterday and worked in reverse. The far smaller crowds meant we got to talk in depth with more manufacturers and dig deeply through the remaining dealers. We even got to see the carcass of the legendary New England, Berkshire, and Western layout being parted out. It was tragic to see, but it was also nice to get a piece of modeling history for the workshop. One particularly fascinating booth this year was Athearn, with their new 19th century rolling stock and Amtrak California cars. It was hinted that Athearn wants to do entirely newly tooled small steam to match said cars, so that might be a treat to see in a few years. We plodded through the snow to other buildings wherein we were met with the same empty halls. We ended up going back through each building on a shopping run, grabbing a variety of HO, N, and full-scale bits. Being able to check out the modular layouts without crowds or people bumping into me was nice, though. By early afternoon, everybody was flagging, and just like the Lionel Lion, we were headed for the exit. Even with the diminished scale of the show, we only left an hour before they fully closed. James again graciously offered to drive us to dinner and back to the hotel, and the snow was already falling hard. Driving towards a strip of restaurants we thought might be open, each one we passed was closed until we happened upon this great little pizza place, where we had an excellent pizza as the snow continued to pile up. One harrowing drive in twilight whiteout conditions later, and we were safely back at the hotel. We'd order dinner, but it never arrived. And in desperation, we made dinner from what we could buy from the hotel snack bar. As I went back into the hotel's breakfast room to microwave it, I spotted one of Santa Fe's first diesels on the table with a bunch of guys around it. I said, "Whoa, that's Santa Fe's Amos and Andy," and everybody turned around and was completely surprised that I knew what those were. And after a beat, someone said, "Wait, are you in Urban Era?" And from then, the rest of the evening was filled with all sorts of great conversations and modeling fun with a group of people who turned out to be the movers and shakers in the Gmod train build community. Serendipity is what made Amherst special to me, and I really found it an absolute treat for those reasons. I made a lot of new friends, put faces to internet handles I'd been talking to for years, and got to talk candidly with manufacturers about the various finer points of the hobby. Our trip back was far luckier than most. James drove us to New Haven's Union Station, and then we took the Northeast Corridor down to Penn Station, over the Hellgate Bridge again, this time in daytime, treating us to one of the best views you can get through a train window. A quick transfer to NJT got us to Newark Airport, and a few short hours later we were back on the ground in SFO. As we landed, news trickled in of many of my friends getting stranded overnight or longer due to weather, so I was very thankful we made it back despite the snow, somehow even smoother than we'd arrived. The heartiest thanks goes out to James. As friends, we've known each other for over a decade, but this is our first time being able to hang out in person. It was a delight spending time together. My thanks also goes out to everyone who reached out and said hello during the show. It really made my weekend. And of course, thanks to all of you for your support here on YouTube and on Patreon. We made this possible to fly across the country for a model train show. Don't forget to subscribe and check out the Patreon. Support from viewers like you at any level makes these videos possible. This has been an Urban Era, and this is my adventure to and from the Amherst Model Railroad Show 2026.
Hello all, Sam Dickinson from the Model Train People. Want to apologize for this episode getting out a little later than planned. I was having some issues with the audio recording on this, and it took a little longer than I would have preferred to really get it sounding as good as I could. And Ray Arnott from Around the Layout podcast recommended that I focus more on getting the audio sounding right for you all compared to getting it out on time, and I deeply appreciate and respect him for that advice. So hopefully you all understand as well, because I want to take pride in this podcast. I'm very happy to be involved in it, and I want to see it succeed. Quick reminder, we do still have our Allegheny Steam Gala going on October 10th through the 12th. Quick reminder for October 10th, we'll be at the East Broad Top Railroad and Rock Hill Trolley Museum in Rock Hill, Pennsylvania. On October 11th, we'll be at the Western Maryland Scenic in Cumberland, Maryland. And on October 12th, we will be chasing 611 between Goshen and Staunton, Virginia. Reminder that this is a completely free event. You're not obligated to show up, but we'd love to see you. And we are not associated with any of the groups or organizations that we're going to be involved with or participating at for this event. So, but yeah, we still looking forward to seeing you there. I know it's going to be great fun. So yeah, we look forward to it. So I will stop talking again and we will get straight into the episode. Enjoy. Alright, so I gotta ask, are any of you guys into football at all?
No.
No?
Extremely.
Great, I'm the only one. Yeah. The Detroit Lions had a really, really not good start to the season. Yeah.
Have they ever been good though? Like
if you haven't watched football the past few years, they have been amazing. They've been in the playoffs for the past like two seasons, maybe 3, and then the last 2 seasons we've actually won division championships.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Yeah, so we've been
that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, we've been number 1 in the NFC division for a while now, and I'm, being a Detroit native, I've been very, very happy with them. So,
understandably.
Yeah, and I've never been interested in the Indianapolis Colts. A little more in the Tennessee Titans, but they are not as good either. So, yeah, but
yeah, I had the unfortunate case of like the Oakland Raiders being a decent team, but then they betrayed us for Las Vegas
and the gambling money.
And the 49ers betraying us for Santa Clara instead of San Francisco. So like right as I was about the age to actually start caring about football, they both went turncoat on us. And it's like, well, okay, I might have been interested, but now.
Right, but.
Yeah, I just, my whole family likes the Jets, so we just enjoy losing. So.
Yeah.
So we like the Jets and the Mets, so we just, we're glad for punishment.
No Patriots?
No.
Fair enough.
Absolutely not.
Fair enough. But, well, hello everyone. Welcome to the Model Train People podcast. A cold open, as usual, sharing more of our common interests and uncommon interests. So, yeah. All right. So, episode 2, we're making headway. Had to do a bit of work to get that first episode working. Took me about 3 tries just to save it in the regular recording studio before I could, like, every time I would close it out, it would just completely lose it, even though I said save. So
the classic podcast struggle.
Yes, exactly. So, but yeah, we're starting to get things adjusted. Hopefully the volumes for everyone are sounding a bit better. Still having to deal with that watermark issue, but we'll get there. People that are just the people that are listening, they don't know. There's no watermarks or anything, so it will
audio mark. Good morning, everybody. Don't mean to interrupt myself, Miles and Sam, but it is officially time to switch us over to the next stream. So we're breaking down the streams so that way YouTube actually can save all of the content and you guys can always go back and watch it. For those of you who joined us overnight, thank you. The new storyteller and Partick Hill Station. Thank you guys for joining us. Yeah, I'm just a little tired. I only did wake up about 3 minutes ago. But we are going to get ourselves over to the other stream to say good morning to Sam. So I'm going to wrap this one up. So thank you guys for tuning in. Go ahead and jump over to the other stream on the Model Train People's channel. I'll see you over there.
should be good to go. No offense, Dennis, but I hope I sound a little bit more awake than other people, than you. No offense, I know you only got, like, what, 4 hours of sleep before having to get up for that, so, yeah, no offense to you at all. We love you. Oh. Okay, it's a little delayed. That's weird. Huh, okay. I was expecting it to start up normally, and it didn't. Okay, well, that's fine. Alright, so we are good for that. Alright, I'm trying to fix one more thing because I noticed suddenly that some of my, displays are not working the way I wanted them to. I didn't even notice it when I was working on it on a project yesterday on stream. So I am trying to fix that real quick before we head in. Oh, that's not it. Where is it? No, it's not that. Okay. Where is that? Okay, there it is. There it is. Okay, there we go. Alright, I got it now. Okay. I just gotta remember to do that later. Okay. That, and transition over. Yay! Okay, so we got a couple of projects and what's not here that I'm going to be doing this morning. Okay, knock the music down. Alright. Alright, we got a couple people in already. Happy Valley Ed, good morning. Hopefully that music's a little better. I'll knock it down a little more right there. See how that goes. Alright, so apparently when I was working yesterday, I forgot that I left my green screen filter on. And so this Detroit, Toledo, and Ironton hopper was coming in a pixelated and shuffling gray color instead of the bright teal that it's actually supposed to be. So if you were watching yesterday's stream and you saw this car and it looked really weird, that's why. I apologize for that. But that's the car in its official glory. So I got a couple of projects here that I'm going to be doing. Just in prep for some of my end scale stuff and whatnot. And the first one, and some people have never, I don't think I've ever showed this on a stream. Alright, Dennis, take care, and I will talk to you later. Get some sleep. Thank you so much for everything. But anyway, I don't think I've ever shared this on any stream or in any posting or anything like that with the community. But, this. And I've got the other part for it, so. This is one of two models that I have. I happened to find them, I believe these were off of Facebook Marketplace. Oh, about, I want to say at least 6, maybe 7 years ago, or, no, actually it was before then. It might have been 8 years ago. It was right around the time that I moved away from Detroit. But this is one of two SD60Ms that are Triclops that I have that are custom painted into... Okay, I need to turn up my mic. Okay, alright. Well, unfortunately, my mic is actually already as loud as it can go. Let me see if... Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can do something here. Advanced audio properties. Okay, let's see if I can get it any louder. Hold on. Okay. I have to go into some settings, so let me know how my volume goes as I increase it. Okay, so let's see how that goes. Alright, did that? What is going on? Why does this seem so dim all of a sudden? Okay, it's... Alright, hold on. Okay, why is that all of a sudden getting super, super, super dim? Why is my light suddenly so dim? That doesn't make sense. Okay, my light is going dim on me, so hold on 1 second, bear with me. Hopefully my volume sounds a little better. If not, I will adjust it. Hold on 1 second, please. That's why it came unplugged. Okay, there we go. That should start getting brighter now. If I can climb up out off the floor now. Let me try 1, 2, 4. Oh, pardon the cord. Okay. Not much better. Why is it so dim? This time it didn't just suddenly stop taking charge. Oh, I had better sound, but still quiet. Okay, let me... Alright, let's keep getting this up. And I don't want it to be too loud for people, but okay. Alright, let's see how that is, and I'll see where my, how my light source does now that it's plugged in again. I don't get this. I know I've got power to it. Maybe it just needs to be turned off for a little bit or something. But that does kind of take away from a little bit of the light that I have, and it casts shadows and stuff, but we'll see what happens. So, alright, Ed, am I sounding any better now? I actually had to go into special settings and turn up my mic even further. I don't know why my mic is so quiet. It's never been that quiet before. So, we will see how that goes. Okay, I'm getting a thumbs up from Ed. So, yeah, that's just looking a little dim on stream, but it's, I mean, hold on, wait a second, hold on. Okay, there we go. Now that's looking a little dim, but I'll see if I can get this light to charge or not. I don't know why it doesn't want to charge. Yeah, I've got power going to it. It was getting power last night. This is what happens when you get stuff from Chinese Amazon. And no, I did not get this off of Temu. I hate Temu. I think that website is a scam. I'm not afraid to say it live and in person. Okay, I'm getting a lot of positivity on stuff. Okay. Well, I'll just have to make do with. I mean, the only other thing I need. I mean, nope. Okay. Oh, there we go. Well, I mean, I could use my flashlight off my phone, but that, I don't know. Well, we'll see how it goes. Alright. And the only other thing I can do is just leave it on and just see what it does. Because I know I've got power to it. Alright, well, we'll just play around with stuff and see how it goes. But anyway, so I've got this SD60M here. And then I also have this Atlas SD60. And yes, both of these are Atlas. Now this is a model that I've had for, just about quite a while. I think I almost want to say that this was my very first DCC locomotive. And, well, I learned recently that if I'm modeling the mid-1980s right around the exact merger that Grand Trunk would be having with the Milwaukee Road, this scheme and this locomotive actually really would not exist at all. So I decided that, because when I got these Grand Trunk engines, only one of them had a DCC decoder and the other one did not. And so I decided that I was going to swap out the decoders between these two engines. Now, unfortunately, this one's programmed to this road number here, and I don't have a DCC system here with me, so I can swap those around. So we'll see. And also, I've got some food sitting here waiting for me, and also some coffee that's waiting for me as well, because I've only been up for about an hour myself. So I apologize for a few things if I have to move my mic away so that you don't have to listen to me chewing, because that's disrespectful. But yeah, so we're going to be going into these and doing some work. I'm going to swap the decoders between these two engines and go over the process. 4 people are watching. Who are you? I don't want to be the only one chatting. Oh, I see. Yes. Don't be if you're watching this, don't be afraid to. Well, okay. I will say this. One of the people watching is myself on another channel, because I am looking over this and I am trying to make sure that the stream is running as it should. So I am one of the people watching. So I apologize in advance for that, but that's just for reasons. Okay. Yeah, that light is just getting dimmer. I can tell that light's just getting dimmer and dimmer. I don't understand why it won't charge. Come on. Work, please. Just take a charge, please. Oh well. This'll have to do. At least I have light in the room that's enough and people can still see. Actually, let me try one other thing. See if I can. I want to see if I. Oh, you know, I'm not gonna mess with it. I also apologize for in advance for the watermark that's right in the middle of everything, but when you don't have a big budget to do this stuff, you have to take the cheap options. So let's get into this locomotive here. What I usually do, and this is a technique that I was taught years ago, for an easy way of removing the frame from the shell, Basically, you take the box and you place the locomotive right there, right on the pilot, so that you're holding the pilot up on the locomotive. And then you basically, while you're holding it firm, you just take it and go, and it comes off relatively easy. And that's been a technique that I've been using for a while. Can I move the watermark? I can, but that will require me to shut the camera off for a second. I have to basically just play around with the camera until the watermark pops up in a random place every single time I turn it on. And when I started it this morning, I forgot about that. I forgot to make sure that the watermark wasn't in a place. So yeah, let me just do a quick transition and swap that over so that you guys don't see me the camera just moving back and forth a little bit. Alright, that should be much better, and I have to be a little quieter right now, I apologize. But that should be in a much better spot. We'll be right back after these messages from our invisible sponsors. Okay. I'm grabbing some of my food right now while I can. But yeah, so that's a pretty self-explanatory way of getting the frame off of the shell. All right. I'm going to do same thing with this locomotive. As far as I know, the decoders should be able to swap out relatively easy. They should be pretty much the same. Well, maybe not. I wonder. I might have to do a quick test and just see. Okay. That one is, they are slightly different, but I want to make sure that that's gonna fit. Thank you, Ed, for the humor. I appreciate it. It's this early in the morning, I need it. That actually reminds me, I should message a few people, but I already told most people that I'm already live, so. Alright. So, going in here with these, they are the same shell. This one's stamped Atlas 1998. This one's stamped Atlas 1998. As far as I can tell, they both have the same shape, so I want to just do a quick test and just see if this will actually fit. Just to make sure. Okay. So that will not work in general. This DC board is too long, and there is actually a little piece right here on the inside of the locomotive that... let me see if I can show it real quick. There is a little angle bracket right in there inside of the cab, and I'm guessing that's to shove off the light so that it goes straight into the cab instead of shining into the nose. I can't tell if that's... where are my tweezers? Wonder, is that a permanent piece? No, it slides out. Okay, that works out. Okay, so now let me see if that'll fit. Yes, it does. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Okay, good. Alright, that's all I needed to do. And, alright. Now this one, it does have a nose light, so it doesn't need that little piece on it, so. Alright. So what I need to do now, and keeping the two shells separated should be pretty easy. This one actually already has some tape on it. Oh yeah, that's something I forgot about. I don't have this electrical tape. That may cause some problems if I don't have that tape. I completely forgot about that type of tape. Because I thought I knew everything, and it turns out I know nothing. I am Sergeant Schultz. I know nothing. I see nothing. I see nothing. I did not even get up this morning. Goodbye, Colonel Hogan. If you can't tell, even though I'm in my 30s, I have an absolute love for Hogan's Heroes. But anyway, let's pull this out. Okay, there's that little nut. And the screw should just come... I would hope it would just come out. Please tell me it will just come out. I don't know, honestly. These are the older style from the 90s, where they fit into the frame of the locomotive instead of being plugged in like others. I probably need to just screw it out. We'll see. Come on, come out. Please. Or do I need to take the other one out too at the same time? Or was the nut supposed to stay on and help with that? I almost have a feeling that was what it was. That nut is supposed to stay in and help push the screw out. So... let's see here. Okay. We do have another watcher, I see. So let's see what happens here. So whoever you are, hello. I'm trying to do stuff without knowing what I'm doing. Great way to have a stream, but then again, it's 6 a.m. in the morning for me. Alright, let me try and see if I can screw the nut back on in place. Okay, there we go. And then, let me try and hold that so that the nut doesn't come out. I'm trying to not ruin anything else, because when you're dealing with unscaled, things can be rather tiny. Yeah, that's what I needed to do. I needed to hold pressure on the nut so that the screw can actually come out. And now the nut can come out. Okay, so there's that. And come over to the side. Hold it down again. You're not, yeah, actually it dropped for me as well, so for all I know, it could have been one of those YouTube bots that's trying to get you to do weird things that humans do. Who knows? Alright, come on. You are... I know you are loose. Please tell me it hasn't stripped. If it's stripped, that would be a problem. Well, let me try and tighten it in. No, it's still got some thread pickup on it. Come on. Come out, please. I'm not even in camera. I apologize. I'm all the way down here. I should be up here. Okay, the other one came out. Why does this one not want to come out? I don't get this. Come on. Why won't you come out? Just come on. Let me try and... Okay, I just saw it wiggle. It's wiggling. We're almost there. Come on. Should also mention, when I said it's 6 a.m., technically speaking, it's 5 a.m. because with the time change, we lost an hour. Alright, there we go. Screw is out, and I will put it over there. Alrighty, there. Got it out. Whoops, and there it goes. Oh, I picked it up. Okay. So now, the two halves of the frame are unscrewed. So I should be able... I can't remember. Is this one of the boards that I can just slide it out? Or do I need to take it completely apart? Is there anything else holding it together? I see these two pins right here, but I think those are part of the motor mount. We will see. Okay. Oop. I was not meaning to do that, but then again, whoops. Let me see, can I get that back in place? Yes, I can. Okay. Good. Alright, well, then again, man, I thought that this would be relatively easy to just take it out. I really thought this would be a lot easier. Nothing ever goes as planned, does it? I know Dennis has done decoder swaps on older engines before. Maybe this is something that I need to wait on when I have more knowledge or something. I don't know. But to make sure. But, well, let's see. But yeah, that's from what I was remembering, at least, that's how you do it. Because I'll be honest, this is the first time I've ever actually tried to swap decoders. So that probably explains a few things. Oh well, let's... Oh, nope. Don't go in there. I'm gonna put it... I'll just put this back together. And... Okay. I'll just put this back together and I'll come back to this at a later date. But yeah, I want to swap these decoders out because I want to have... I'm going to be selling this CSX locomotive at some point. And I want to... I want to have both of my GTW locomotives be DCC so that they can work together, because right now, because only one of them is DCC, technically if you have the right setup you can have a DC and a DCC locomotive work together, but the train has to be constantly moving and you can't leave a DC locomotive on the track of DCC just sitting at a stop, because the way it works is with DCC, you have constant power going to the track, and it's not the like DC where you just kind of put what is it, where you just pop it on, you turn up the power and it goes like that. You've got constant power going to the whole layout, or at least all the sections of tracks that are wired up to the DCC system. And what'll happen is, so the DCC boards, they receive that power because it's AC power. That's going back, so it's constantly going, the polarity is constantly going back and forth. So this rail will be positive, that rail will be negative, and then almost instantaneously this rail will be negative, this rail will be positive. So it goes back and forth just as AC circuits do. DC, one rail's positive, one rail's negative. So, as a result, if you were to put a DC locomotive on DCC powered track, you will see the headlights come on. Like they'll come on and be super bright as if you have it on full power. And you will hear this whirring noise coming from the locomotive, almost like it has sound, but clearly it doesn't. What that sound is this little motor right in here moving back and forth ever so slowly and very, 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 very quickly. So the locomotive is pretty much just sitting there not moving because the motor is just very barely moving. That's how fast the swaps from... It's like, imagine if you had a auto clicker on your direction control and it's constantly going back and forth. That's what's happening to this. And eventually that little bit of motion will cause the motor to overheat. And that's why they say, oh, you can't run a DC locomotive on DCC system. You can't. Some systems, like Digitrax, have a system where you can plug in 0 or quad 0 in your locomotive selector, and it will send a signal to DC locomotives that will allow them to go from sitting still to actually moving on their own power. This was one of the early things I learned when I was working with the Blue Water N-Track Model Railroad Club, which is now Blue Water International Club up in the Port Huron, Michigan, Sarnia, Ontario area, and then also working on the Franklin Range Division portable layout. That's where I learned that technique and how to make these DC locomotives run on DCC. But as I said, the problem is you can't let them sit. And when you're in an operating session for a layout, that does not happen. That doesn't happen all the time. Now, it happens when you're running a display layout. You can run a display layout, no problem, on a DCC system, or on you can run DC power on a DCC system. But once you get to like an actual operating session, it starts to become more problematic. Oh, no, wrong way. That goes like that. And it just flipped on me. Okay, come on, go in. Okay, that goes down into, I believe, how did it? I think it was like that or something. Come on. Elongated zeros make running DC locomotives possible. Yeah. Well, I mean, some people said, I was always told the short code is just straight zeros. And the long code is quad zeros. That's what I was taught way back when I was still in model railroad training pants, as it were. Because I wasn't in model railroad diapers at the time, I was more in model railroad training pants. Okay. Now, okay, left and right. And that's the other nice thing. Atlas was smart when they had these. They have, actually, I believe this is more Kato. No, this is Atlas Drive. They have left and right stamped on the frame pieces. So you know which way the locomotive is supposed to go. And yes, also the best laid plans fail when they hit the battlefield. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. So I will be working on those locomotives at another time once I've learned more and have more supplies. I thought I could just do that simply, but no. I thought I had planned correctly, but then again, and it wasn't out of like a failure to plan, because as they say, those who fail to plan to fail, and I did not plan to fail today. It just ended up that I failed today because I went off of false assumptions about what I could and couldn't do, and did not have the best prep for the equipment that I would need to do that. So let me just wrap this up. This one, unfortunately, does not have a box. I need to get one of those foam box kit things where I can stick locomotives and stuff on, or in, I should say, not on, in. And yeah, okay. Alright, well, back to the drawing board. Let's see here. Alright, I can go get my coffee now. Hold on one second. Okay. Alrighty. I managed to find this. It's a Starbucks Frappuccino Light. And the cool thing about this one is I was looking at the nutrition facts, and it showed that it has 0 grams of added sugar and only 9 grams of total sugar, which tells me that it is safe for me to drink in moderation without too much issue to my body's blood sugar. So, cheers. Not bad. Okay. Alright, so let's see here. And is this light charging yet or no? No, the light's still not charging yet. I don't know why it decided to suddenly not take a charge. Because it was doing fine earlier. It was fine right when I tested it this morning, and now no. No thing. Alright, well, let me go back to this project that I was working on. See if I can do anything with it now. Because, this, I don't know, Ed, I think you were you on the stream yesterday evening when I was working on this car or not? But for those that were not, and I see we have a few more, I hope we have a few more people. But, what I was noticing when I was trying to put these trucks onto this car was that the coupler box was getting stuck in here, inside of these. And I actually noticed that I had at least one, maybe 2 cars. Let me see where they are. I had a couple trucks or something that had a longer shank on them than others. And I'm wondering, yeah, this was one of them, and this one on this car was the other one. I'm gonna pull that off. I want to see if these longer shank trucks are... Okay, you were not. Okay, so, this car right here is part of the collection of Reader's Digest model trains, which was a group of low-quality, heavy plastic, N-scale locomotives. Most of them were of the Southern Pacific variant. They had this little PS2 two-bay hopper. They had a tank car. You were there with DTI cover hopper, was playing with... Oh, yeah. You noticed that now. So, yeah. I completely forgot about that, and I apologize. I didn't think that would pick up my green screen color, but oh well. Lessons for future, but anyway, so Reader's Digest had a group of these trains. You may have seen them in these little white boxes. But they had a PS2 hopper, they had a tank car, they had a flat car with a piggyback trailer on it, they had a gondola, they had a European lumber car with a little brake shanty on the back of it, and then they also had a Southern Pacific GP35 and caboose, and they also had a pair of Alaska Railroad GP35 and caboose. Now, the majority of those, and I should have that truck here somewhere. Yes, here it is. So this is one of the 2 trucks that came off. Or, nope, this is not it. Never mind. It looked like it deceived me. It said, pick me, without actually being it. Is that it? No. Where did I put that truck? Oh, here it is. Okay. But so this is the truck that came off of that locomotive, or off of this car. It has, like, when I had this in here and everything, you can see it swivels pretty well. Like, so it had the swivel ability, but the problem is the coupler, even if it is a square coupler, it's a dummy. It's rigid and it doesn't move, which makes it very difficult to actually use on a layout that doesn't have, or that has sharp curves and stuff. So I was thinking about it, and I had the idea of seeing, since this car had the ability to maneuver and whatnot better than other cars, if I could actually take this and convert it to run with microtrains trucks, or saving that another brand of truck or something. And that way I can actually have a Rio Grande PS2 hopper in N scale that runs, and show that if you do a little bit of work, you actually can use these train cars in an actual functioning layout. And one thing I am noticing that's a little bit of an issue is this is not wanting to go into place. So let me see, is that part of it why it is? No, it doesn't want to. Why does it not want to go back in? I was noticing yesterday that it all of a sudden wanted to just wanted to kind of warp a little bit, which was a little weird, but okay. Maybe it was just aligned wrong. Oh yeah, okay, it was aligned wrong. Yeah, part of the issue I was noticing is it wanted to warp a little bit. I'm not sure. You probably can't see it because of how it is, but there's a tiny bit of warping. But I want to see now if these longer shank trucks actually clear it. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, have fun. Okay. Oops. What just dropped? Something dropped on the floor. I heard it because it bounced like 3 times and it's on my foot. Okay. It was a little truck pin. Okay. Alright, so it looks like these longer shank... Nope, that's a short shank. Where'd that other long shank truck go? I had a second longer shank or medium shank truck here. Where did it go? I just had it here. Where is it? Good grief. Stuff's disappearing on me. Oh boy. Okay, but anyway, I know it's here somewhere. Okay, so basically, if you want to just get a truck that works perfectly, I would recommend go with a medium shank truck. Let me see, hold on. At least I'm pretty sure these are the medium shanks. So all these ones here that I have, I know for a fact are the short shanks. Yeah, so we have a couple people watching. It keeps fluctuating. I'm wondering if some people are just popping in and out or whatnot, but I know we've got lurkers somewhere. Let me see, okay, that's the short shank. That's the short shank. That's short shank. Those are short shank. Those are short shank. What about these ones? These are actually medium shank. Okay. Oh, I can pop this off, and I actually want to have the plastic wheels on this car just for reasons. Okay. So I'll pop these metal wheels out, put some of the old plastic Microtrains wheels back in here, and go from there. Because, I don't know, I just decide on this car I want to have plastic wheels. Some people have preferences to metal wheels, some people have preferences to plastic wheels. Me, I have a preference for wheels. Because without the wheels, the train doesn't run. So, to me, it doesn't necessarily matter if they do or don't. Alright, so yeah, that's much better. I have a lot more freedom of motion in there. But what I also wanted to do, I want to use these washers here just to add a little bit of extra bracing and also help the screw hold. Actually, yeah. Right there. Okay. Now, go back and get my tiny Phillips screw. Alright. So get that in there. Come on. Alright, there we go. And nope, nope. Alrighty. Actually, some maglubs do have wheels, although they are tires. They are basically tires just to help guide them on the monorail track itself. And the washer fell out. At least most maglubs need wheels, and from what I remember anyway, at least some. I know, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that at the very least, the ones that are in Disney World have tires. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try another method. I'm gonna set this here so that I can actually see the hole. And then I'm gonna put the screw in. If I can. Oh, come on. Good grief. Early morning shenanigans. And also, I'm out of camera. That's bad on my part. Actually, how about this? How about I just move the camera a little bit closer to myself? That way, I'm in frame a little better. Is that better? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's much better. Okay. And it's closer to me, so I can actually see. No, the rhyme was not intentional. Oops. Alright. Tweezers got stuck inside the washer. Alright. Let's try again. I'm feeling like Apollo... Oh, which one was it? Apollo 14. Where they kept trying to... It was either Apollo 12 or Apollo 14, one of the two moon missions, where they were trying to hook it up, and they would make contact, the lunar module would make contact with, or no, the command module would make contact with the lunar module, but the locking mechanisms wouldn't go into place. And they had to make a whole bunch of tries back and forth. What was the most disappointing part of that trip was that the person that was piloting it had a history in the simulator to make a docking using the least amount of fuel. And he missed out on that opportunity because of the malfunction. Oh, good grief. See, this is what happens when you have to deal with tiny trains, and this is part of why the old saying goes, trains get smaller every year. Which, that's true, but I've been seeing people in their 60s play with T-gauge trains, which is 1 to 450, which is about, almost 3 times smaller than this. So, I don't want to hear nothing. Okay, I had the washer in there yesterday, and I got it just right, but then again, that was probably because it was a different truck. This one, okay, there we go. Alright, Houston, we have contact. Contact light. And now, I'm using screws because this thick plastic, I know for a fact the pins are not going to work as well as one would think. So what I'm doing basically is these screws are kind of tapping themselves into the plastic and giving me a much stronger hold. Where did that other box with the try a drop oil to keep the washer from flying? Oh, yeah, that probably would have worked. Unfortunately, I don't have any oil around here. It was more of a, it wasn't necessarily the washer kept moving, it was that the truck kept falling every single time I tried to let go of it. Now, where did the other washers go? Ah, there's the box, okay. Here's the little box of parts. Now these truck parts here, these screws and washers, actually came from a set that I had purchased off of eBay that were they were supposed to be an off-brand microtrains truck, but the problem was that the bolster holes were too small. Or not too small, too big. And you were supposed to have a washer in between the screw and the truck so that it would actually hold the truck in place. The problem was they didn't give you enough washers to do that because you also needed a washer in between the truck and the freight car because they had too much of a what was it? They had too much clearance issue. So you basically ended up with a truck that was almost useless. Alright, there we go. And that's... I can tighten it up a tad. Let's see. Still good. Still good. Still good. Alright, that's a bit tight. Back up. Okay. Alright, and there we go. I have now officially and successfully, I hope. This is what I mean. Maybe you can see it now. Got that piece starting to come up a little bit on that end. I'm going to back this one off just a hair. There we go. But there we have a Reader's Digest hopper car that has been successfully converted to microtrains trucks. so that it can actually be used as an actual freight car. And yay, I feel accomplished as a model railroader with this. Why? I don't know. I don't know if anyone else has ever done that type of project before, actually tried to make these cars actually work. But hey, I just did it, so you can too. Let's see this. It's starting to get light, but it is clearly overcast, so I'm not going to get a sunrise this morning. Bummer. I'm not going to get a proper sunrise. Okay. So this one... Let me check these cars. So that's a medium shank, I think. That's a medium shank. Okay. Well. Okay. So. Alright. Let me look at this one again. Oh, that's a short shank. Okay. So let me double check and see how many trucks I have left. How many? And I've also got a few more over here. I do have a couple of I've got about 3 microtrains trucks over here that are actually friction bearing instead of roller bearing. But when like I've said before, when you get down into the scale of N, which is 1 to 160, and especially given how dark they are underneath some cars, like, you can almost, I guarantee you cannot tell just from this distance alone if these trucks are roller bearing or friction bearing. Same with this car here, because I'm looking on my stream right now, and like, I know what to look for, and especially in that angle. But when the trucks are against the track, you've got a lot of shadow right there, and you can't really tell. I can't even tell just looking at it. So I've got some friction bearing trucks that I'm probably going to end up using in addition to regular trucks. Okay, let me pop this pin in here. Nope, let me use the tweezers again. Nope. Boing. But basically, I'm a person that I believe that N scale is almost too small for someone to be a rivet counter. Hey, good morning, Josh. If I believe I got that right. I apologize. I'm still running on fumes right now. I've only had 2 sips of coffee this morning. Okay, good. That pops in. But yes, good morning, Josh. Yes, it is Josh. Your name's in the description, dude. Okay. But yeah, so these 3 trucks here are friction bearing. Or no, this one's a roller bearing. No, that one's a roller bearing. These 2 are friction bearing. Did I just put a friction bearing on this truck? I did. I put a friction bearing on this one. Oh, well. Okay. Like I said, I can't even tell looking at it. Like looking at it, I almost wouldn't even realize that one was the one and one was the other. I really wouldn't, especially when the trains are up against there and have when you have shadows covering them. So yeah, all right, let's see what's the next one I want. I've already done that one. I've got this car and this one. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I was gonna get my hot glue gun and see if I could secure these weights. And I forgot to grab my hot glue gun. Bad me. Okay, Well, let's see here. Alright, so this car has a long shank. I know that. Yes. Or the medium shank, I mean. Or medium short, or however it is. I do not want that one on there, actually. So I'm going to pop that off. And I'm actually going to put... That's a friction bearing. That's friction bearing. So I wonder which car I'd want to have these friction bearings on. If there's another car. Because I'm just trying to think of, like, back in the 1980s. Actually, no. I know which car I want to have them on. I want to have them on the... Oh, that one. Nope. This one already has one friction bearing on it. And this one, you can actually see a little bit more. I know that one had it. So let me just pop... I'll put roller bearings on this one. Doesn't matter. I'm going to put this one. Oh, I need the pin. Okay. I need a different pin. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see if I can find a pin that actually works. That won't pop out. No, that one pops out. This pin here. That one pops out. I mean, if I need to, I can always use... Ooh, ant. Get away from here. Get out. Ugh. Ants. No uncles, just ants. I might have to end up using one of those screws, but I'm trying to avoid that. There's another pin right there. Let's try this one. No, that one. Oh, I'll see. We'll try it. There it is. We'll try it and just see how it goes. If it starts falling off, I'll see if I can replace it with another one. Up. Back over here, you. Just boing, 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 boing. Good grief. Who gave this pin frog juice? Or cricket legs, or whatever. Come on. Hey, you can even hear it bouncing around on stream. Good grief. I heard that, and I don't even have it loud enough that I can barely hear myself, and I still heard that little ping of it popping around. Alright, good. That's good. So, that's in. So there. I have friction bearing on my Baker's Chocolate tank car. And I've seen this tank car running in the Chicago, or picture of this tank car running in the Chicago area in the 1980s. So, or at least a tank car very similar to it with the same paint job. So there's that. I'm just trying to think of what other freight car I could have run with that. Or run with friction bearings. Because I've got a couple cars and whatnot, so that's roller bearing and it needs wheels. I'll pop, and this one has... Okay, that's that medium shank one. Okay. Got one metal wheel there. Where's the other metal wheel? There it is. Okay. Alrighty. See if I can pop these metal wheels in here. Might as well at least. Or wait, that one has plastic wheels. Oh. Oh, I almost. Or did I turn it back up? No, okay, good. I did. Never mind. For a second, I thought I'd forgotten to do something, but I didn't. Yay! I didn't forget to do something. Shock, miracle. Yes, crickets and frogs in these pins. Let's see, there's a bunch of dirt and stuff on this wheel here. Oh well, it should eventually come off. I have yet to figure out how to properly clean freight car wheels. I know how to well clean locomotive wheels because I have a locomotive cleaner. I know how to clean track, but it's like, how do you actually clean these wheels? Do you just run them across back and forth on the nope, we got another ant here. Goodbye. Do you actually just use the same locomotive track cleaner and just run it back and forth and hope that it comes off, or are you supposed? Because what I thought is you had to have something stationary and the wheels constantly move, but obviously you can't just move these wheels. So it makes me question, is that something that you can actually do? Whoops, that coupler is a little... Okay, there we go. There's that. So that car is done. Got this other CN one here, and I'll have 3 CN cars with microtrains trucks. Yay. Yay me. Okay, so let's use this. Let me see if this, no, excuse me, this pin here will work. Come on. Come on in. Yay. It works. And grab this other one. Right here. Pop it in. Come on, pop in. Pop in. Poppy seed, pop in. Not pop out or anything. Mary Poppins. Alright, there we go. Yay. Now, I finally have 3 Canadian National boxcars that are perfect and ready to go for my collection. And then, of course, I have a new pair of Milwaukee Road 50-foot boxcars that are also ready to go. And I hope these short shank trucks aren't going to be too much of a problem. If I did, I just wasted a whole bunch of money. Alright, and then I've got my DTSL 2-bay hopper, the Rio Grande 2-bay hopper, Grand Trunk boxcar, DTI hopper. Unfortunately, the majority of these cars do not have boxes, so I still have 1, 2, 3, 4 and a half, and then a pair of frictions right here. I'm wondering, so I've still got enough for about 5 more cars, one of which would need friction bearing. Didn't I have 1 more truck somewhere? I thought I did. Right here. There it is. And that one's a friction bearing too. So I'll have a car that'll have a 1/2 friction, 1/2 roller. Oops. Trying to keep this phone out of the way. And then also the other thing I need to do, because this caboose has been sitting here forever, I still need to do the coupler conversion kit. So I may actually set all of these aside and do that right now. I may actually do that. Alright. let's see here. This is designed for the Atlas Extended Vision caboose, which is this. And it comes with instructions. Yay, we love instructions. But you gotta read them. Alright. Okay. This kit includes unassembled T-shank couplers with draft gearbox adapters and coupler box clips to be used in existing draft gearboxes. Carefully remove body shell by following the instructions below. For the Atlas locomotives, we don't need the Atlas locomotives. With the Concord locomotives, no, we don't need that. With sharp knives, scrape glue away from draft gearbox side slots, cradle chassis upside down, and slowly wedge plastic clips out of metal draft gearbox slots. Remove original coupler and spring. Discard these original plastic clips. Couplers and springs. Tilt draft gear adapter into coupler box position so the MT Quad 11 will face toward track after assembly. Check adapter. Oh, actually, here it is. Concord, bay window, and extended vision cabooses, and Atlas extended vision cabooses. I'm reading all the other stuff that I don't need to read. Remove body from underframe and then remove end ladder from underframe by prying from underframe with small screwdriver. Remove and discard original coupler and spring from draft gear box and modify the coupler draft gear adapter using a file, figure 1. Tilt draft gear adapter into draft gear box position so that the coupler faces away from track after assembly. To retain spring during assembly, add a dab of excuse me, what? To retain a spring during assembly, add a dab of saliva to end of spring. Set spring in recess of adapter. Okay, apparently we are not being very hygienic with this coupler conversion. Assemble 2 halves of coupler shank. Insert trip pin through loop of lip shank, then fit the 2 halves together. Holding coupler halves together with microtrains tweezers. Product placement. I've got my own off-brand Harbor Junk tweezers right here. Slide them into adapter opening until T-shanks clear front of draft gearbox. Trip pin will extend towards track. Press adapter completely down in box. Reinstall end ladder onto underframe and then reinstall body onto underframe. Okay. I know it. It's like, excuse me, what? Okay. So, I guess I'll start by removing the trucks from this. Hey, at least I don't have as much of a delayed latency on this one. Here, let me show how good the latency is. I am going to text hi right now. So you see that come up in chat, and now we'll see how long that takes. Yeah. And I'm already talking about that right now. Yep, there it is. Yeah, so that's how good the latency is compared to yesterday. Alright. Now how did it say? Remove body from underframe and then remove end ladder from underframe by prying from underframe with small screwdriver. This one doesn't have... Well, there's that. Okay, I see now. So I'm gonna want to pry this out. I want to pry. I'm pretty sure. Or does this actually? Let's see. Okay, yeah, that comes off like that, like such. Come on. Alright. I'm going to be removing... I'm going to remove this, then pop that. Pop that. Okay, oh, there it goes. Now, just to make sure that I remember this, so this side is this end, but if I'm not mistaken, they're both the same, so it probably doesn't matter. But anyway, I want to try and make sure that they're both in the same, like I know which one's which end, just because. And pop that out, come on. Pop, and... Oh, nope, and... Come on. Okay, let me do it. And pop goes the weasel. And I thought that... Oh, sorry, Ed, but I wanted to just show that the latency is so much better this time. Alright, so now I should be able to just... Yep, there it goes. Alright, so there. Now I have a bottomless caboose. Oh no. Hide the children. Okay, so there it is. Alright. Alright, so there's that. Now, I'm assuming I need to pull these little pieces here off. These little sections. Alright. Yep, there it goes. And there, okay. The boing, 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 boing. Everything goes off at once. I'm going to disregard some of what they said, though. I am going to hold on to, at the very least, the springs. Because springs, especially those types of springs, are very, very, very hard to come by. And you never know when you're going to need a little tiny spring like that. Okay. So there's that. This is a 1996 Atlas China. Okay. Okay. Go back to the instructions again. Okay. So. Come on. Alrighty. So, we got... We got our little pill capsule of springs here. Okay. Oh, come on. Okay. And okay. Alright. Let's see. Get tight. And now it's getting bright outside. I just wish this was charging. It doesn't want to charge. Oh. Yeah, forget it. I need to get a better light anyway. Alright, so. It's showing. So you can kind of see. I hope you can see. Not me, just. Nope. I'm trying to tweezers from the wrong end. You can tell I'm tired. But it's for a good cause and we need it. Alrighty. And actually, I completely forgot about this. Saying that brought up a very good point. I want to check where we are with the fundraising. as of right now. We are at $535 out of our initial base $700 goal. So we're at 535 out of 700. Wow, that's not bad. It's slow but progressive. I mean, we're only 50% through. Okay, so this little piece here, it looks like, this is what will go inside of there. And then this will go around here somewhere. How is that supposed to fit? Coupler box clip. Oh wait, I don't need that. I don't need those. Those are for a different module. Oh, I've got food and coffee here. Actually, my sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit has gotten a little cold since it was sitting there, but I was able to have my hash brown hot pocket, which wasn't bad. I'm actually probably going to go and heat that up because that, again, yes, that too sounds good. Breakfast and trains. That sounds so good. Let me do that real quick. So don't mind the background noise. Alrighty, I've got my sausage here. Hopefully that warmed up good. Yeah, at this rate, the 1 million might take a while. I'd love to raise $1 million for St. Jude, but as I said last night, I am not Tom Grossi. Grossi Posse Packer Nation. See, I can't even sound like him. Because I'm a Lions fan, why would I even say that? Some more coffee. Alrighty. Yeah. Take a small break from this while I have some breakfast. Jimmy Dean, for being a freezer food, Jimmy Dean's sausage, egg, and cheese biscuits are actually pretty good. Breakfast with model trains at the workbench. Oh boy. I can hear some people just cringing in their seats right now. There are some people that absolutely believe you can't be eating while you're working on your trains at the same time. What are you, some kind of heathen? Yes, I am. Thank you for noticing. Alright. While I'm eating, I might as well make sure I understand these instructions. And we are at full daylight now. Just completely overcast. Bad. Alright. Well, Ed, thank you very much for popping in. I appreciate it greatly. And I hope you have a blessed day and take care. And we will see you around soon. And we should be finishing up around 2 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. Eastern. So, we'll see. I might extend it by an hour or two. Who knows? I don't know. Just to make do. Okay, breakfast is over. Time to get back to work. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Okay. So, according to how this goes, the spring would go into this little box, into that little indentation. Actually, I need to probably pop this open. Alright, then also let's see here. Yep, just gently pry it off the spur. Let's see. Come on. This guy does not want to come off. Come off the spruce. Ooh, excuse me. Come on. I may have to bring out the X-Acto. I may actually. I am. Plastic part, prepare to meet your maker. Alrighty, there we go. Okay. So now we got that. This part is supposed to slide onto the coupler. Come on. Pick up, pick up, pick up, pick up, pick up. Pick up! Hi, I'm calling from Paris. Yeah, okay, ma'am. We'll send a officer over to your house to check on your son and see if he's okay. There's no one home. The house is secure. Tell them to count their kids again. Let's see if anybody picks that reference up. I've been full of movie references today. It's only 7:30 on a Sunday. Oh, no, wrong way. I put it on the wrong way. Okay. So it needs to go like that. Oh, come on. So it needs to go on like that. No. Okay. Come on. Alright. Come on. There we go. So there is... Oh, and it fell apart. I'm gonna actually put this away before I hurt myself. Unintentionally, that is. Just being unabsent is a problem at times. Okay, come on. I had you. We were so close to greatness. You were the chosen one. You were supposed to bring order to the balance to the old force, not destroy it. Alright, come on. Get back in. Okay, there we go. There's the coupler. I hope. And then I will go in and grab one of these. No, don't roll away. We don't want any rolling. We don't want that. Okay, so there's that. You know what? I think I know how this would have been eaten. Well, no. Okay. Okay. Let me grab that. Okay. Come on. Alright. So now, no. This is the problem. Yes, Josh, it is Home Alone. That is such an old but a classic movie. Okay. Alright, let's try this again. Let's see what I can do. Okay, come on, and there it goes. Okay. Again. And there goes the spring. Where did that spring just go? Did it just pop back into there with its friends? It probably did. If it did, that's actually impressive. Alright, let's try this again. So, put that... Ah! Okay, so there's that. So many tiny parts. Alright. Alright, now... Let's see. Come and the spring moved out of position. Or is it because I have 2 springs in there? I think I have 2 springs here. I do. I've got 2 springs here. I only want 1 spring. That might be part of my issue right now, because I have 2 springs in the hole instead of 1. Okay. Let's try this again. Okay. There's that. Then and it goes again. Stay. This is the joy of a model railroader. I'm having so much fun. Can you hear the excitement in my voice? I'm positively dripping with enthusiasm. Okay. And, oh. Okay. Oh boy. It's almost 8 o'clock. Billy and Danny Brown should be coming on at 9 o'clock my time, 10 o'clock Eastern. Yeah, I mean, N-Scale actually does have price advantages over HO. But for a lot of people, it just depends on what scale they started with. And for some people, it depends on what scale is easiest for them to work with. For me, N-Scale was what I started with. My dad had an N-Scale layout, or a small N-Scale collection. And when he decided to finally let me have, I found his model train box, and I was constantly going through it and looking at it. And so he decided one day that he was going to go and buy me an N-Scale train set off of eBay. And we built a little 2-foot by 5-foot plywood Pacific in my bedroom. And I ended up getting a few more N-Scale trains after that. And that was back in the early 2000s, back when I was still living directly on the north side of Detroit. And then in the 2010s, I inherited a couple of sets of N-Scale from my grandfather, who was the reason I'm in model trains in the first place, as I mentioned. And then I also inherited a small collection from my great uncle, who used to model N-Scales in the 1970s and 80s. He actually had an enhanced version of the of one of the Atlas 4x8s. It was the one that had the little notch out of it that was used in the making of a mountain on the other side of the layout. And he had that layout, and he had a modification of it. And so I got his collection. And by then, I was joining the Port Huron and Detroit Railroad Historical Society, which was at the time in association with the Blue Water N-Track Model Railroad Club, and which now is the Blue Water International Model Railroad Club. And so that kind of solidified my position with N-Scale. And while I have some HO scale stuff, I'm not really looking back and thinking about switching yet. I am always going to call myself an N-Scaler no matter what. And I'm happy and proud to be part of it. Okay. So. Okay, let's see. Oh, man, there it goes again. Okay. Alright. Alrighty. Okay. I wonder if I just need to use my fingers instead of the tweezers. Alright. And then the screw came out. Again. At least it fell in my hand. Maybe this is what they mean by saliva. Let me try it. Just see what happens. And there goes that again. If it's not the coupler spring popping out of the coupler box, it's the coupler falling apart. This is such tedious work. I'm sure people are probably making bets right now of, oh, how many times is he going to drop it? I'm like, well, hey, how about we put those, or if you're going to make bets on how many times I'm going to drop it, how about you put those earnings to our fundraiser? I'm sure that if this was like sports or something, that people would be making bets like that all the time. Okay. There's that. I just want to make a coupler. I want to know how the